Hello. Good evening. What's Akira? Thank you so much for the resub. But yeah, hello everyone. Welcome to a non-scheduled stream. I also apparently managed to close my sound mixing. That is great. That is lovely. Okay, here we go. I would like to hear something. There it is. Okay. Thank you for the pet. A non-scheduled stream of Angry Soku. Yes, because I was saying yesterday, I should have time today, which I do. And I would love to get a little further in the game and not have to wait until Sunday to continue a funky story here. And like, oh, why not? Why not? Who's stopping me from streaming on days I have not scheduled? Like, oh no. I've made a slight mistake today. The mistake being I went shopping earlier and was like, I'm not gonna get some chocolate. I do not need chocolate, and now I'm craving chocolate. I did indeed change the layout a little. I did change it a little bit because I wanted to like include the whole last follower, last a sub and stuff again. And also because I was upset because it looked so empty down there. It always looked so empty. It was like I want something there. So I changed it up a little. And I moved the time a little further to the right. You want chocolate, but you got Berliner. Oh, out of my chat. How dare you say Berliner in this Christian household? No, I did get one. I did actually get one earlier as well, and then I had to run back home because the one time I only went out with my phone, was like, oh, you know what, I'll just use Apple Pay, whatever. The card reader doesn't work. The card reader didn't work at the bakery. I was like, well, do you not have any normal money with you? I'm like, no. I am not one of those people that would call it Pfannkuchen. Absolutely not. The fuck? A Pfannkuchen is a pancake. And then I had to run back home to get actual money. And went back, and then the worker I was talking to wasn't there anymore, just someone else. It's Krapfen, yeah. Yeah. It's Krapfen in some places. I am one of those people who would call it Krapfen. And then I went up to the different worker. I was like, hi, sorry, I didn't have money like a few minutes ago. She was like, oh yeah, we have that stuff here. I'm like, yeah, nice, thank you. And then I got a Chucky Krapfen. But yeah, I'm still craving chocolate now, which is a mistake because I don't have any chocolate here. So sad. The people who actually call it Pfannkuchen, I know. There are people who call them Pfannkuchen, but a Pfannkuchen for me is what a pancake is, but just a thin one. And a Krapfen is what I guess most parts of Germany would call a Berliner. Also, hello, Raid! Hello! Welcome in, good evening! I know I like the color pink, visual novels and JRPGs, and we're currently playing Raging Loop. Oh, like, wait, we just got started. I'm still busy talking about stuff I did earlier. Welcome in! How was stream? Also, Pikachu for the Raiders, of course. Pikachu! Booga booga! Pikachu! Yeah! Yeah, I saw you go live with Space for the Unbound earlier. Ooh, how far along are you? I want to get that game so badly. I'm just waiting for a sale where I can justify getting it. Flammkuchen are good. Flammkuchen are also good, but that's not, funnily enough, that's not what we're talking about at all. You love it, I think. Yeah, I think you told me that last time. You told me that the last time I was in your chat, I think. It looks so good. It looks so good, but I have so many other games. You're close to the end, you think, ooh. Not gonna lie, I think I've seen at least seven people I follow play the game. I was like, damn it. But I can't watch. I don't want to be spoiled. Thursday stream, what did you miss? You missed me saying yesterday, I have time tomorrow, so I think I'm gonna stream as well, even though it's not scheduled. It's called Kapfen here too. Huh? Would you look at that? Yeah, no. It's Kapfen in Austria. And like in the lower part of Germany. For most people, I think. Or is it called Kapfen in Austria, actually? Yeah, I think it is. You with this game? Oh, we're like halfway through this game. I think I hope we're actually a little more than just halfway through, because we already hit like 21 hours. I've been here for 21 hours according to Steam, and we're still on the second route. But we're getting closer to the ending of the second route. We're just gonna collect a few more bad endings before we do that. And then I think we're gonna finally hit the last one that is hopefully going to clear up. What the heck is happening? She said Berlino Krapfen, guess your family's just weird. That's what you said, not me. But yeah, I call it Krapfen. Anyway, we are, for anyone who doesn't know what's happening in this game, so basically we're playing a really big game of a werewolf where people are actually dying. Our main character is the guy on the right, like the guy all the way on the right, and he is a snake this time around, which gives him the ability to look into people during the night and find out whether they're human or werewolf. Oh, a wolf, basically, just a wolf. And so far, we already had one human hanged, one wolf is dead, and another human just died. We know there's 3 wolves this time around. We also, ouch. We also know for sure who one of them is. The character in the red dress in the middle is a wolf. We know that. We know that for sure. The others do not. And also, this is the second night where we're having a discussion. And because we want to get all bad endings, because there's some keys hidden in bad endings, and like we're just getting them all one after each other. So, oh, we also know for sure that the angry old man on the left is a human. Then the guy in the orange jacket next to him is a human, and the guy in the green jacket next to that one again is a human, and the guy in the school outfit, the Gakuran, is also human. We have not revealed that we're the snake, so no one else knows. Green vest, whatever. It's a jacket, fuck you. A vest is a type of jacket, how dare you. Also, thank you for the higher time, Barry. Good evening. You falling over, need food? Oh yeah, definitely. Get some food, get something to drink. Thank you for coming by, and thank you for the raid. Yeah, I think our first goal tonight is going to be dying. We're gonna get some more bad endings first before we hopefully get to the true ending of this route.
One more pika, of course. One more pika before you go. Thank you. Vega. Thank you.
Yeah! No food for me yet. Ooh. Maybe some food for you later. I had dinner. Just now I had dinner. Yeah. Let's go. Everyone drink.
はい。
よし。じゃあ今日の宴を
I need to turn up the volume a little bit. I can barely hear them.
昨晩は春のやつが狼にやられた。しかもまだ手つかずで部屋にいる。あいつの犠牲は無駄にしねえ。俺たちは今日にでも狼を見つけてこの地獄を止める。
There was whispering. The people wondered if that was really possible.
匠に僕だってそうしたい。でも一体どうするつもりなんだ。
それはまだ言えねえ。
Yeah. If we don't reveal that we are the snake this time around, or something, it's not gonna end well. Good move. I hadn't explained my intentions to him yet, but he had a vague idea of what I was planning. The keyword was fixed majority. If he understood that clearly, we would have a chance at winning. Oh, shut the fuck up, old man. After all that had happened today, I'd kind of worried Kanzo-san wouldn't say anything, but that wasn't what happened. He also wanted to give his all to end this feast with a victory. That was why he couldn't just stay quiet and let us all die, and continued pushing a strong approach to the feast, denying other ideas. We know Mochi is a wolf, but we still have no idea who the other remaining wolf is, so revealing who Mochi is not good.
ちなみに、おやつさんは今日どうするつもりだったんだ？昨日タエバーに投票したもんから。
That's not gonna help! I knew it. I could hear whispers full of perplexion and fear. His targets today would be the four who voted for Tyson yesterday and didn't die last night. Basically, the old wolf guy, Yoshitsugu-kun, Rikaku-san, and Meiko. So everyone who didn't vote for her is suspicious?
彼女の遺体が外にあったから。
Isanagi-kun seemed to have recovered a little and was now doing what he had to again.
一昼に一人、一晩に一人死ぬのが読み意味の宴だ。一晩に二人死んだのは何か例外が起きたからに違いない。はるちゃんは部屋の中で死んでいた。狼の訪問を受けたからだ。間宮さんの死体は部屋の外で、しかもあんなめちゃくちゃに
I
なって
still think it's interesting though that a complete outsider also managed to be a wolf. That makes it even more likely that we're gonna be a wolf sometime as well.
はるちゃんもひどい様子だったよ。
知ってるさ。だけどあれは人間が作れる傷だと僕は思った。間宮さんの方はそんなレベルじゃない。だから待てっつーな。そんなのあいつが夜出歩いたってだけだろうが。あ、その通りだ。だったらなんであいつが狼だって断言できんだよ。クソババアの方が狼かもしれねえじゃねえか。それは。
待てヤス。俺の考えを言っていいか。
いいけど。
あの女は昨日一日態度がおかしかった。おやつさんがあいつもくくるって宣言してたしな。気持ちはわかる。確実に死ぬとなったらどうする？外の人間なら安水から逃げ出そう、逃げられると考えるのが普通だろう。
Definitely.
しかし記者の姉ちゃんはそうじゃなかった。
Yeah, she hadn't even tried to run.
だからなんでだよ。
逃げるなら日中に逃げるべきだからだ。霧だっつっても昼の方が視野がある。夜は本当に何にも見えねえんだぞ。逆に日中に逃げない理由がない。霧が助けて逃げたことは俺らに悟られずに済むからな。もし昨日夕方に解散してそのまま逃げたなら安水のどの端にだってつける。あの場所で汚れを受けることはない。
なんか他の理由で夜に起きて抜け出したのかもし
She
れ
was
ない。
told several times to not leave her room. She was already lucky enough to have survived this far. Do you really think she would suddenly go outside again?
それについて聞きてえんだが、誰か夜起きていようとしたやつは俺の他にいねえか？
The question came out of left field, but Yasunagi-kun, she, me, Yoshitsugu-kun, and I raised our hands.
お前、それはやめたって。外に出ようとはしてねえよ。でも何か来たら返り討ちにしてやろうと思って棒切れ持って布団に入ってた。
夢枕の金に挑まれたのですか？
ああ、一昨日の晩は俺もヨシと同じように獲物持って待ち構えてた。 だが実際は眠っちまった。考えられるか？こんな非常時眠れない方が自然だろうに、気づいたら朝までぐっすりだ。夜更かししちゃならないんじゃねえ。夜更かしはできねえんだ。
Wasn't that the weird part in our first route, how we stayed awake the entire night?
お前も起きようとしたならわかるだろう。夜は絶対。
I mean, it worked out. For some reason, we did stay alive. And awake. Alive and awake.
あの女がよそもんだから。
よそもんだって宴は従わせてる。よそもんだと免除されるなら、記者は二人とも汚れを受けてない。
Oh, you don't wake up, it's a bad ending. Hey, hey, hey. I had the mysterious experience of being spared by hiding in a toilet, but I had no choice but to stay quiet this time. Yeah, it happened this time around.
橋本さん、大きいカメラマンの人は夜に外に出て亡くなったよね。
そこははっきりはわからぬ。ただ考えられるのは、そもそも物意味もしてなかったんじゃねえか。みそぎ、物意味。二つを守る。
I still think the other route is probably going to be us going all the way back to when we agreed to let Hashimoto stay outside. Well, not outside, but in the outhouse. Because that was a key 20 or something, which is one of the last keys possible. It's gonna be a while still.
あの女にはそもそも人として危険を冒して外を出歩く理由がない。あいつが狼で夜に外出して何かヘマをやって罰を食らった。それしかねえんだよ。
Isanage-kun and Yoshitsugu-kun both fell silent. They couldn't argue against that anymore. Sure, it was strange how we just somehow fell asleep, but there were cases of people going out at night both this and the previous time. I'd have to think about it some more later.
牧島さんもそれを知ってらしたのですか？
夜外に出るもんは2種類だけよ。
He's not wrong.
狼殺そうとして犬死にする人か。
With how important the dreaming law was to the locals, it was natural for them to assume that anyone who went out at night was a wolf. When you looked at it like that, Yoshitsugu-kun, who insisted on going out, was extremely reckless.
だから、間宮久子は狼だ。つまり、奴が狼に仕立て上げようとしたばあちゃんは。
じゃあ、どっちも狼だったって可能性はないのかよ。
It wouldn't make sense for one wolf to set up another wolf to take the downfall. I felt for him. It was his vote that killed Tae-san. Even if he was prepared for it, it was hard to justify.
そんな可能性は。
Not impossible, but extremely unlikely.
それはないわ。
昨
日くくられた山脇さんは人でした。
Are you the crow?
皆さん黙っていましたが。
Oh, hold on. Where's my paper? Where's my?
カラスのカゴさ。
I mean, she could be lying, but. What? We never had. Hold on, where do I have her? Oh, we never had a chance to actually see the crow in action. Are you human?
バカな息子が無礼な口を閉じないこと。山脇さんを死に追いやる票を投じたこと。皆様の、特に山脇さんを親のように大事に思われていた匠さんからの。
I mean, she could be lying, but.
だからどうかこの子は見逃してやってください。
Her voice was sincere and sorrowful. She put her hands in front of her and placed her forehead on the floor.
やめろよ。やめろって。おい、クソババアに投票したのは俺だ。おふくろは関係ねえからな。
ああ、俺も昨日まではこんなノリだったのかもな。
匠に
心配すんな。わかってる。香織さん、よし。今はばあちゃんをくくったことの善悪を言ってる場合じゃない。でもじゃない。あの場じゃ誰も間違いを指摘しなかったんだから、俺たち全員に罪はあるんだ。ばあちゃんに投票したかどうかはあくまで判断材料の一つと考えるべきで、罰の理由になっちゃいけねえ。それで合ってるか、安永。
僕が考えてたことと同じだ。けど匠にいいの？
俺は狼を許さねえ。狼に殺しをさせた奴も許さねえ。その一点でおやっさんとも気持ちは同じだからな。
Kanzo-san slightly opened his eyes, looking surprised he'd come up, but then looked away with
気になることがある。発言していいかな、匠に。
ああ、もちろんだ。
他にご自分がカラスだという人はいませんか？
安永。
ああ、僕だって信じたい。でもこれが今僕
I
に
mean,
求めら
there
れ
is
て
a
いる
chance
ことだ。
that one of the two humans who died had been the crow and she's lying, but
織部香織以外に自分がカラスだという人はいませんか？
兄貴てめえ。
義継、いいから安永のことをしっかり見ておきなさい。安くん。
it felt like the power balance he and Yasumisu was shifting. Kanzo-san was losing his influence and Takumi-san's authority bridged the generations. That amplified Yasunaga-kun's voice, putting him back at the front. However, this was a temporary thing that could only last when Kanzo-san's high-handedness was failing. It would be turned around if someone messed up or was hanged today and drove someone else over the edge.
念のために言いますが、黙っていることはこの際害悪でしかありません。
Oh! Oh, is that a jab at us?
織部香織を偽物と知りながら黙っている人がいたら、後で認められることはほぼないはずです。いいんですね。
Those words felt like they were directed at me too. Scary.
いないみたいですね。
待ちたまえ。間宮女子の蛇名乗りに対抗しての名乗りはなかったが、結局
Yeah,
は
I
狼だった
can
のだ
see
ろう。
how this is going to give us a bad end.
その上、昨日と違って3人も減っている。他に名乗りがなければ本物だというのはいささか早計ではないかね。
ええ、おっしゃる通りです。ただ、タイバーと間宮さんがカラスだった可能性はとても低い。
Exactly. Taya-san would have revealed that before she was hanged, but Mamiya-san wouldn't have had a reason to pretend to be the snake to begin with.
はるちゃんは確かに証明不能です。だけど、僕は彼女が嘘や隠し事が苦手だったのを知ってる。
True.
彼女はカゴ持ちなんていう秘密を隠してる素振りは見せなかったし、僕は彼女とほとんど一緒にいたんだ。彼女がカラスだという兆候を漏らすようなことがあったなら、織部香織が狼で、僕に悟られずはるちゃんの正体を暴いて殺し、こうして名乗ったという可能性はゼロに等しい。はるちゃんが正体を完全に隠しきり、その上で狼が殺した彼女がたまたまカラスだった可能性は、死人の中にはカラスはいない。
牧島春がカラスではないという根拠が特に薄弱ではないかね。牧島春の近くにいたのは君だけじゃあるまい。彼女の近くにいた狼が彼女のカゴに気づき、織部香織に教えた可能性は否定できんだろう。
Yasunari-kun kept his eyes straight. To me, it seemed like it was a way of preventing those stabs from taking root.
もしかして今の
Circumstantial evidence is better than none, yeah. Especially if you don't have a lot to go off.
そんなのないって。モッチーがハルちゃんを殺すわけない。
Mochi is one of the wolves, though. So shut the fuck up, Chiemi.
僕は断定はしないよ、知恵。ただ、僕も違うと思う。
根拠は何かね。
What a strange silence. It didn't look like he had nothing to say, more that it was hard for him to say it.
やだな。おっちゃんも言ってたじゃん。僕は桔梗の振る舞い、他人の気持ちなんてわからないのだ。はるちゃんとやっすんはね、僕が好き放題しても許してくれるから一緒だったんだ。僕は二人がいいやつだってこと以外
Oh
全然
man.
わからないし、興味もないんだ。やっすんも言っていいんだよ、僕がそういうやつだって。
そんなことはないけどね。とにかくはるちゃんがカラスだってバレて殺されたとは考えづらいから、カラスはまだ生きてて、それは
Yeah, I also think his mom is the crow.
はい。私はカラスです。
Whether or not he's a wolf, he did not commit this particular murder.
なるほど。まあよかろう。私とてこれが難癖に過ぎないことは分かっているが、もう少し食い下がろう。
Sure.
しかし、同じことが言えるだろうから。
No!
つ
The
まり
real
死んで
snake?
はいないわけ
The
だ。
real solid snake? Please step forward. He was right. That was the right way to look at it, and it was true.
彼、または彼女が偽物の名乗りに対して沈黙を守る理由は、後に回すとして。
How are we supposed to reveal that we're the snake, though? This is very bad.
つまり、昨日のように偽物が出てきたにもかかわらず、本物は未だに黙っている。という。て
めえ、やっぱ難癖つけてるだけじゃねえか。記者のやつが狼なら、クソババは人間で間違いねえだろ。
偽物だからといって嘘をつく必要はない。信頼を得るのが目的ならば、むしろ本当のことを言うべきだろう。この瞬間、本物のカラスが名乗り出たとしても、彼または彼女が言えるのは、山脇妙が人だという真
Maybe
実
he is. We know for a fact that he's human.
それと織部夫人を並べたところで、我々には見分ける術がないのだよ。
His assertion was a bit cynical but accurate. If he was the modest and cautious one, he would be way more valuable to the humans.
それについても、僕は反対意見です。なぜなら、狼として間宮さんのカゴ持ちを理由に除名を願った。しかし、織部香織はカゴ持ちの開示をしながら、織部義継の身代わりになることを提案。彼女は、賢明でも正しくもないことを言っています。
He's an asshole with reasonable intent. He is! That's the worst part. He's an asshole, but he does have, like he's not wrong in what he does.
愚かゆえにか。
これが、僕が織部香織を信じる理由です。
よしが狼なら織部の神さんはかばおうが。
My heart skipped a beat. Kansu-san's voice was like a rumble, and just like before, it was dense with gloominess and anger. You don't even call her by her actual name. You just call her Higuchi's wife. Fuck you. There's very few things that I hate more than just a wife being reduced to just being someone's wife and they don't even use her actual name. He had a point too. If it were for her son, Cody-san was capable of breaking a feast's mental shackles.
くそじじいって。
こいつはそんなやつじゃない。
He spoke forcefully.
こいつが狼なら、自分から名乗った上で、全員直に殺して回る。義継は、そういう男です。父さんと母さんに似て、こいつは一本気で、頑固で、きっと認められないものは、神様だって認めないでしょう。きっと織部香織の無実を証明するために死ぬ必要があれば、家族の中で唯一ずるいばかりの卑怯者である僕には真似ができない。義継は人ですよ。
てめえ。
Yoshizuku rose to his feet and holed at his brother.
勝手に分かったような口聞いてんじゃねえよ。
Oh no.
もっとな、お袋のそばにいてやれよな。
分かっているさ。狡猾さは樋口の血。
Oh no.
理由はない。ついてるのはお前の方だって。だから僕は努力して勉強して産んでくれた母さんにお金や物の形で恩を返す。お前はまっすぐに生まれたってだけで母さんに好いてもらえることをもっと感謝すべきなんだ。よし。
なんでそんな自分低く見てんだよ。ほんとてめえバカ兄貴が。
黙れ、二人とも。
The mother's voice quickly silenced her son's.
この大事な時に何をくだらないことで言い争ってるのか。牧島勘三さん。
The old man grunted in response and a mention of his name.
私の亡父樋口貞義が亡くなったと聞かされた前後、安水に霧が出ていたと聞いております。夫は読み意味の宴で死にましたか。あなたが殺したのですか。
奴は最初の日に狼にやられた。
おやっさん。
わしはこれまで2度宴に出てきた。生き残ったのはわしとそこのじじいだけよ。
Oh!
ああ、昔か。
I don't trust you.
それがなんじゃ。
いいえ、いいのです。たとえあなたが夫を殺していたとしても、それが読み意味の宴というものなのでしょう。ただ、安永、義継、私はもう家族を宴に奪われたくないの。だから、お願いだから。
Yeah, I'm not sure that's gonna work out.
合わせなさい。
僕はそうしないなんて言ってない。
俺だって。
あのな、口だけしにくいんだが。
The music changed. Didn't.
おやっさんが宴の経験者だっつうことも今は大したことじゃねえ。
Kanza-san clicked his tongue.
俺はこの親子を信じた。ヤスは猿のカゴ車だし、ヨシもカオリさんも言う通り嘘がつける性格じゃねえ。だから今ほとんどはっきりしたのは、タエばあちゃんとハルは人、記者の姉ちゃんが狼。この場には狼が2人残ってて、残り10人は人だってことだ。その中でおやっさんとヤスが猿で確定。さらにカオリさんがカラスだって可能性はかなり高い。俺はヨシのことも信じてるが、過去が明かされたわけじゃねえから、この
構わねえよ。
でどう進めるかだ。
もし生きてるはずの蛇のカゴ車が適切な情報を掴んでさえいれば、すでに勝負はついているかも。
There it was.
もし今蛇が名乗り出て自分とあと2人人を確定できれば、人で6人、
he knows what
半
we're
数票
planning,
を得
huh?
られるんだ。この6人で票を揃えれば、残り6人全員が1人に投票する可能性は低いから、
Explanation of the monkeys and
ほぼ
crow.
確実に勝てる。
Hold on. This here? Out of them, the old man and Yasu confirmed to be monkeys. It's likely that Cody-san is a crow. Okay. Sure.
多数派工作。
そういうこと。そして残り6人の不確定者から1人くくる。狼はおそらく一番狙われやすいのは名乗り出た蛇のカゴ車でしょう。今日一日蛇が守れれば、確定者と不確定者が1人ずつ減った上で、明日は確定者から狼が1人見つかる。確定6人と不確定4人になるか、確定5人と不確定4人、狼1人。どうにせよ確定側が多数派になれる。この人数比は覆せない。だから勝てるってわけです。
ヘビが見つけんのは人2人じゃねえとなんねえ。
I like that the game is being very fucking obvious on what we should be doing, and I'm just gonna go and do not that.
そうなると狼をくくっても明日は確定4人、不確定6人になり、人の勝利はまだもちろん狼をくくれれば大きく有利にはなりますし、きっと蛇が名乗り出れば狼も黙ってない。僕なら名乗り出た者を絶対に殺すとは約束しません。蛇の名乗りは炙り出すための大きなヒントになる。
That was the opposite of Kanzo-san's approach. The old man clicked his tongue and some squirmed uncomfortably.
ただ、すでに亡くなっているハルちゃんや山脇さん、間宮さんを調べてしまってたら黙ってた方がいいかもしれない。そうでなければ、ぜひ蛇のカゴ車には名乗り出てほしいです。
Just use them. I had to think, was the info I had enough? I couldn't tell them that I used my looping to get the info. That was why I could only reveal 2 results, one for yesterday and one for today. I'd already told Takumi-san that I'd checked and confirmed that he was a human. Thus it was important for me to reveal that along with someone whose identity would help us. If I continued my silence, they might begin to believe that the snake wasn't fulfilling his duties properly. This was a do-or-die situation. There it is. Okay, so Bad end. Reveal nothing. No, not yet. I didn't have enough evidence to secure the fixed majority. All I'd confirmed through my investigations as the snake up to today was that Takumi-san was a human. That was all the information I could offer. I guess I even had said this was a situation where the reward for revealing you had a guardian didn't match the risk. I hadn't even predicted Kaori-san would reveal she had a guardian. I thought it would happen a little bit after we secured the fixed majority.
どうやら蛇のカゴ車はまだ決定的な証拠をつかんでいないようですね。
Takumi-san shot me a glance. At first he looked confused or somewhat annoyed that I wasn't saying anything, but it seemed he soon caught on. It's still too early.
やっぱり死んでいるんじゃないかね。
そんなことはないはず。ですが、
This has got to be a pretty long bad ending though. No? Oh. No, never mind. In the end, no one else revealed themselves to have a guardian and we reached a stalemate. With Kaori-san's reveal, we now had 3 confirmed humans. Then again, I couldn't be completely sure she was telling the truth. I knew that Takumi-san and I were humans, but even when you included us... Damn it wasn't enough, and I didn't have any more clues. Oh god, who's gonna die? So Kansa-san's word wasn't final. Without a valid plan hammered out, a melee couldn't be avoided in the end. He's gonna vote for us again, isn't he? Just like the first day, the old wolf guy voted for me. 2 votes. Yeah, because we voted. No, we didn't vote for Taiba. Surprising. Guess that wasn't surprising. The clash between Mamiya-san and Taya-san may have temporarily distracted him, but he'd always been suspicious of me. Though I'd managed to change things by cooperating with Takumi-san, this wasn't good. Meiko and I now at 2 votes each. Ooh! Crap, now I was in a lead. Oh shit, yeah, that's actually the... 4 votes, not good. Ooh. Wup! We die. Meiko had 3 votes, while the old wolf guy had 2. At this rate, all I could do was...
Meiko-chan. 僕も君ももうすぐ死にそうだよ。メイコちゃんの意見にかかってる。何を教えてんだよ。ルール違反だろ。そんなルールないよ。メイコちゃん、まずは死なない方法を考えて、次に誰を生かしたいか考えるんだ。
ルールがなくても褒められたことではなさそうだがね。
Oh really? Suddenly you
子供の
can.
意見を無理やり操作するというのは。
それはだけど。
待てよ。ガキの気まぐれで命握られる方もたまったもんじゃねえぞ。
メイコ、あなたが安水のご老人に入れなければ。
てめえ。
入れる。よし君、いくらなんでも仕方ないよ。メイコちゃんもほっといたら死にそうな局面じゃん。
知恵ねえ。だけどよ。
狼じじいしで。
Hey! Thus everyone else voted on whether to hang the old wolf guy or I. In the end, the vote was 4-6. I was chosen. Dun dun! Rest in peace. I was in a funeral procession of the prayer to Shinai, as the hapless lynch victim this time. I couldn't say the scenario had never crossed my mind, but it was still unexpected. The final vote should have been in my favor. I thought I could count on Takumi-san, Kaori-san, Kyonosuke and Shiemi, the 4 who'd voted for Meiko and Rikaku-san. But when the results came in, all of them except for Takumi-san had voted for me. None of them looked me in the eye. I didn't bother snapping back at them either. Now I understood. If I kept quiet, even those I was close to would doubt me. That was just how suspect my conduct on the first day had been. That was just how impossible a hurdle Kanza-san's request for me to die had been. I didn't like it, but all I could think about was how to survive next time. That's okay. This is not your fault, it's just me trying to get all of the bad endings. We already have all of the keys we need. I mean, maybe we do. No, we're not gonna get any information from being thrown down there.
僕はもともと死ぬ気で来たんだ。
あなたは ここで死ぬべき方じゃない。
Mm.
どうして逃げてくれなかったの？
I can't. The way she said it in a voice only I could hear was so different from my normal self that I was startled.
リカコさん。
すみません。
リカコさん、あなたはこちらへ。
いいえ。
Oh!
私が背を押します。
光栄です。植松リカコさん。
春明さん。
Jimmy looked at me with a teary visage.
ごめん。
Oh!
ごめん。最後まで信じられなくて。
It's okay, we don't know each other as well in this timeline.
言えねえ。そんな無意味な謝罪。
ごめん。だけど。ごめん。
ね。いいんだ、ちえみちゃん。僕は誰も恨んでないさ。
Honestly, I'd definitely be irritated about having to return to the start all over again. Still, I decided to play the good guy this time around.
こうしてくくられることで。
It's okay, you don't have to go back all the way, my guy. We have a flow chart. I could hear guilt in his voice.
本当にこれでよかったのかよ。黙って納得して消える気か。
Yeah.
ええ。もういいんです。きっと無駄でしょう。
No one would believe me if I revealed my guardian now. Besides, if I died, none of this would ever have happened. The lynching would have terrified me if I didn't think of it that way. Death I probably handed to you was slightly different from death in a fight you'd accepted. Multiple people's malice and apathy denied my existence by judging me less important than others, and so a consensus of those emotions sentenced me to death. The creatures known as humans who survived through their bonds that despair surpassed that of simply being killed. I was experiencing such an easily imaginable scenario myself at that moment. I hate this dude. Mikako-san lowered her head and muttered feebly. Don't come back. I say Yumi beaten our enemy. Don't come back. She pushed me weakly with the force of a gentle breeze. I fell backwards, soared through the air, and fell. And with a sudden impact, my consciousness faded into a void not unlike the dense mist surrounding me. Dun dun! I mean, they're like, hi, we need to reveal 2 confirmed humans to win this. Obviously, me doing not that is going to end with a bad ending. Okay, let's see. Hep. Hep. Reveal Takumi's human Shikamochi's evolve is also not gonna help us. But we're gonna do it anyway. I had the evidence to review myself. I had a safety plan all set up. However, I also knew it was a ticking bomb that would likely throw things into chaos. Still, I'd already made up my mind, so I couldn't hesitate.
Hi.
Everyone looked to me when I raised my hand. I was nervous, but now that I'd spoken up, all that was left was to go with the flow.
僕、房石春明が蛇です。
I informed them without hesitation.
室匠さん、そして鴨志田近持くん。この室匠さんは人でした。鴨志田近持くんは狼でした。
え？なんです？
モッチーは狼だった。
Everyone fell silent for a moment. Naturally, there was much commotion and chaos over my sudden announcement.
待ちたまえ。近持か狼。
That's not impossible.
そうだよ。それに春明さん、一度はカゴ者じゃないって。
僕が黙っていたのは、あの状況では正体をばらすと殺される公算が高かったからだ。僕からは間宮さんが偽物だと当然すぐに分かったわけだけど、みんなからもし彼女と僕が両方生き残った場合、雲はどちらを選ぶべきか判別ができないから。
They're not buying that the wolf is a wolf. Yeah, no. This is another bad ending.
その結果、狼が本物の蛇を見つけて殺す。格好の。
おお、なるほど。
なるほどじゃない。モッチ、分かってるのか。君が狼だって言われてるんだぞ。
そうだな。 僕は自分が狼じゃないってことを知ってるわけだからそうなるとハッサンが狼ってことになるかな。
まあそうなるだろうね。しかし間宮さんが狼だった以上、また狼が蛇を名乗るかな。
記者が狼だとは決まってね
え。Kanzo-san tried fighting back.
町のもんはわからねえ。蛇でも何でも死ぬ思うて
Really?
決心したのが夜だったかもしれね
え。牧島勘三さんは鴨志田近持の肩を持つということでよろしいんですね。
The silence was not primarily out of doubt for me, but just the same old habit of his.
さっき聞かれてましたね。僕が彼を過去で調べたのは彼がらしくないからですよ。
Oh.
彼はもっと勘がいい人間だし、思いついたアイディアを黙ってるような人間じゃない。それなのに今回随分と言葉を選んでいた。勘が働かないとか言ってみたり。
なんか前にも見てきたような物言いだな。
See, this was exactly the part of him that scared me.
あくまで僕の見立てですし、単に調べるきっかけだったというだけですから、あまり気にしないでください。
いや、気になるぞ。ハッサンが僕らのことを前から知ってるなら、長者の回し物とかあるかも。
Please don't go back to that.
そうやって妙に僕だけに攻撃的だから正体を疑ったって面もあるよ。
I took a peek at everyone's faces. Yasunagi-kun was staring at the ground, lost in thought. Takumi-san was bewildered, as he should be.
不妻子、お前、近持が春をやったっていうのか?
Yeah. Kanzo-san's eyes widened. Apparently, he'd finally understood that a suspected wolf could be the one who'd killed his granddaughter.
ええ、そういうことになりますね。
ありえないな。僕にハルちゃんとヤッスン以上に大事なもんなんてない。りっちゃんや皆の衆には悪いけども、新内さんや掟や宴だって。そんな僕がどうしてハルちゃんを。
君が本当に狂った人間なら理由はあるさ。
Yes.
狂った人間は好きな人間が生きてようが死んでようが関係なく大事にできるからな。
確かに。
ふざけんなよモッチー。お前まさか。
めんどいな。ハッサンさ、僕はこういうの苦手なんだからもうちょい優しくしてよ。
悪いが君に対しては気を抜かない。君が普通の脳みそをしてないことはこの数日でよく分かったからね。
ヤス君、モッチーがそうじゃないって証拠とかないの？
さっきもう分かっただろ。僕にはないよ。モッチーには何かないのか？
ごめん。そんなに考えていろいろ準備とかしてなかった。だから逆に怪しくないとかない？
確かに近持くんは
He's always a little weird. He's not that much weirder than usual.
しかし果たして狼が振り分けられたとしてもこいつは平常心を保つだろうと予測。
そして彼のスタンスは基本的には思考停止だ。これまでも安永君に追従して野里さんにずっと投票している。自身の性格が幸いして疑われていないが、実のところ結構狡猾な立ち回りだと僕は思います。安永君が敵視したくない相手の中に狼がいる限り、狼はそれに追従することで安全になれる。安永君は猿、間違いなく人だ。彼に票を委ねることは狼としての投票を完全に放棄することに等しい。しかし鴨志田近持の場合、そうやっておいて急に方針を変えて誰か他の人に票を投じても気まぐれとみなされるだろう。結局は怪しまれないまま自由に票を動かせる立場だって。
I feel like it might end with us being hanged either way because the majority of people are not going to believe us and we're gonna get enough votes again.
いろいろ言うなよ。僕には特に言うことがないんだから黙ってる分怪しい感じになるだろう。
でもそれが読み意味の宴だから。
じゃあくくればいいじゃん。
モッチー頼むから。
Yeah, hang him.
もう一度言ってくれないか。自分は違う。狼じゃないっ
It
て。
is, yes. It's werewolf, town of Salem, whatever you wanna wanna say, but that's the basic principle.
狼じゃない。
Hi, Aru.
こっち見てくれよ。
やだなあ、やっすん。僕はもともと目を見て話す感じのやつじゃないじゃん。
I don't even look at other people, he said with a smile. The vote was held afterwards. Yasunagi couldn't abstain from voting. Chiemi, Kaori-san, Kanzo-san, and Mochi all voted for me, while the rest voted for Mochi, sealing his fate. Oh!
やっすんさ。
Oh, okay, then the other wolf is definitely going to kill us tonight.
泣くなよ。
ごめん。もっち。
Di pa rin niya mannery.
いや、なんていうか、謝んないでよ。僕がいろいろ悪いんだから。
それって。
狼じゃないよ。でも、ハッサンに勝つ準備とかはしてなかったからさ。
置いてかないでくれよ。はるちゃんもいないし、一人になっちゃうじゃないか。
やっすんにはママもヨッシーもいるだろう。
僕はあの二人とは、いや、なんでもない。
銃でもしたろっか。
やだよ。
ごめんな。こういうのどうすればいいのか最後までわかんなかった。じゃあ頼むぞ、やっすん。
落ちなかれ。
落ちなかれ。
Yasunagi-kun pushed forward. Shikamachi Kamoshida fell into the mist, and the rope went taut.
もっち。
Everyone stood there frozen in place while I headed for the plaza. I felt sick.
おい、夫妻氏。
Takumi-san caught up with me.
夫妻氏。本当にあいつが狼だったんだろうな。
Yeah.
間違いありません。
しかし。
ええ。あいつ、最後まで人として死んでいきましたね。何度か、言おうと思いましたよ。被害者ずらして美化するなって。安永くんにもね。君の目の前の男は、君の妹分を殺して、ヘラヘラ笑ってるんだぞって。でも、それをしたら、どうなってたでしょうね、僕は。間宮さんの、二の舞でしょうか。すべてが明らかになるとき、安永くんが受けるショックは計り知れないですが、僕にはどうしようもなかった。
ずいぶん、気を揉ませちまったみたいだな。すまね
え。いえ、僕も休みずの住人。
Also, I'm going to die because this is a bad ending.
モッチーを殺した責任は、最後まで蛇として奉仕することで果たします。
頼む。
It was good I'd gotten Takumi-san on my side, but as a whole, I didn't feel like any of this had gone well. It left a really bad taste in my mouth. After that, I lost my job at the kitchen. Well, I hadn't exactly lost it, but since Cody-san had voted for me, I was restraining myself. Yoshitsugu-kun took over the work while I secluded myself in my hut. It was Takumi-san who suggested it. He said it was best I watched out for any potential attacks now that it was out, I was the snake. He also took over testing the food for poison. I remembered what he said.
もし雲が生きてるなら、お前を守るように言っておいた。お前を信じるなら、狼はあと一人だ。できるだけ早く、ケリをつけたいもんだな。
So I told him I'd do everything I could. It felt like Takumi-san and I had grown rather close, and no, not in a way that would make BL fangirls squeal with joy. Good evening, welcome in. I gratefully took my food and was happy to get away from the melancholy atmosphere that lingered after Mochi's death. Takumi-san was right, just one wolf was left. And from my point of view, I had 5 candidates left. One day may not have been enough to corner them. Did I have any ways to ensure I could end it tomorrow? No, this was a problem. For now, I'd investigate who I considered the most suspect. As long as the spider protected me, the rest would be a wolf attrition. In that case, I had to aim to end it tomorrow. However, I never woke up after that night. Why? What had happened to me? I didn't even know. I felt not even the slightest bit of pain or suffering in my deep slumber. But like the dense mist outside, my sleep appeared to have engulfed everything and became a shroud not of this world. But the spider not protect me. In the end, the loser wasn't even allowed to entertain that thought. Dun 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 dun! Yeah, no. The game quite clearly tells you, hi, You have to reveal 2 people who are human for sure to get through this. Okay. Let's see here. Charts. Okay. Anyway. Yep. Reveal Takumi and Kyunosuke are humans! From day one still alive, I could declare that Kyunosuke no Satoshi was a human. With me, him, and Takumi-san, we would have 3 more confirmed humans, completing the fixed majority Yasunaga-kun had talked about. For that, I had to believe that Cody-san was the crow, but that seemed reasonable to me. After a bit of hesitation, I made my decision. I had to hurry. The wolves must have been conflicted right now. They had to be considering whether they could start faking before I spoke up. I had to declare it.
Hi.
My voice sounded stupid. I raised my hand. Everyone looked at me. I was even more tense than I imagined. However, now that I'd spoken up, my hesitation was gone.
僕、久石春明が蛇です。
I made that as clear as possible.
野里清之介さん、そして室匠さん。この2人を過去により調べ、そしてお二人とも人でした。
The reaction was strangely calm.
だそうだ。当たり前だが、俺も自分が人だってことを認める。
私もだ。さて、久石君はなぜ
Because I didn't want to die!
安永君が言った通り、多数派を形成するには6人の確定者が必要でしょ
う。だけど、母さんが急遽ほとんど確定の人として現れたから予定を早めたってことですか。
ああ、ここまで黙ってたことは皆さんにも亡くなった方々にも悪いと思ってる。ただ間宮さんがあからさまなおとりとして出てきたことで逆に出ていくわけにはいかなくなりました。
I then gave them a mostly accurate summary of my intentions, similar to the one I gave to Takumi-san.
初日からそれっぽいことを言ってたのは
ああ、タイミングを逸したおかげで一貫しない言動になってしまったけどね。とにかく僕が主張すべきは以上です。認めていただけるでしょうか、関蔵さん。
He still left the final call to cancel Makishimashi, and it was actually a good thing it was still like that. Though some people resisted him, he was well respected here. A split here could destroy the fixed majority.
てめえ、昨日言ったな。特別な力なんてねえって。
I knew you would go
今
there.
言ったように、僕は今まで自分の正体を明かせなかったんです。
どうして？
どうしてって。だから。
てめえ、死ぬ気はねえだろ。
それも僕は申し上げたはずです。今は死ねないと。蛇の加護者としてやるべきことがあるからです。
嘘つきはくくるのが宴の鉄則じゃ。
嘘は言ってない。
やっすん、なんで嘘つきはダメなの？
人は嘘をつかないことを前提に狼を探す。狼は必ず嘘をつくから。
さよう。嘘を暴くことが即狼発見につながる状況を作るべきであって、その足を引っ張る嘘つきの人は有害である。
だから僕は加護者じゃないとは言わずに特別な力はないと言ったんですが、事実超能力なんてありませんからね。
ええ、僕も思いましたよ。持って回った言い方で
Oh,
何
Haruaki.
かを伝えたいん
I
だ。
mean, he's good at saying many things without actually meaning anything.
信じられるか。そもそもがよそもんで素性も知れん。
Yeah, well, fuck you.
奴は俺とキヨのことを人だと認めた。
狼だろうが言えることよ。
He was wrong there. If I was a wolf and got comfortable in the human side like I was trying to do now, the humans would be as good as dead. After all, I could investigate the other wolf and just say they were human, adding them to the confirmed human count. If I did that, in a few days we get in a situation where all the suspicious people were gone while the feast was still going on. This was a waste of time difficult to recover from. In a sense, the fate of the humans depended on whether they believed me or not. It was a huge gamble for them. But why? Why wasn't any wolf taking his chance?
牧島のご老人は彼が狼で私とムロを出しに生き残ろうと考えていると。
Because the remaining wolf has to be either the old guy, Yoshitsugu, Chiemi, Rikako, or Meiko. assuming that Miss Oribe here really is the crow.
それは否定できないが。
私は夫妻さんを信じますよ。
Hmm.
隠し事は
She's on our side.
本当に
I
害
really
があ
don't
る
think she's
ことは
lying.
考え
The
ない
crow
方だと
can
思います。
will know after someone was hanged whether they were human or not. She was overestimating me, but at this moment I appreciated it.
僕もです。理由は夫妻さんが僕とほぼ同じ理屈で宴を分析し、人の勝利に向けて
That's two
合理的
people on
に
our
手を
side.
進めてるから。
I appreciated that. It made me want to buy him a drink once he was old enough.
俺も
Aw.
信頼してる。
Assuming you guys get out of here alive.
なぜじゃ。
こいつに死ぬ気なんてねえってことを信じているからな。おやすさんはこいつに従って
Snake can
怪しいや
investigate.
つ
No,
全員
the
食って
snake
も
can investigate
宴が
one
終わらねえ
person.
って事態が
It's
起
just
これば
because it's already been 2 nights that we've managed to investigate 2 people. Because the very first night, whoever's the spider can protect 1 person during the night, anyone except for themselves. And the first night we got lucky because the spider was apparently protecting whoever the wolves had chosen to try and kill. Crow can see that people's row, and what else is there? There's monkey. Monkeys are confirmed humans. Monkeys are the only role where there's 2 of them, and the 2 monkeys here are Kanzo and Yasunaga. We've known that since the first day, that these 2 are monkeys and they're confirmed humans.
そうなったらもち
They
ろ
don't
ん
have any other
残
special
った連中
role
は
of
妻子をくくるよな。
special skills.
こいつはよそ者だ。
You finally decided to
休み
rate
ずに対する恩義で死のうなんて考えちゃいね
a little bit.
え。だからこそ死ぬような嘘はつかね
We are still on our way towards more bad endings.
え。だからおやすさんが蛇は全員くくるっつって言った時は
And it's already been an hour. I'm doubtful that we're gonna get to the actual ending of this part of the story, not gonna lie.
でも今は状況が違うし、出てきた後は雲に守ってもらえるってことさえ考えてるだろうよ。
I would like to. I do not know who Grog is.
違うか、妻子。
Was he being honest? Or was he only saying that to make Kansa-san more tolerant? Whatever the case, his analysis was correct.
ノーコメントです。
That was why I couldn't respond honestly. I couldn't lie or gather more antagonism than I already had. To my surprise, Kansa-san chuckled. It sounded like a mocking laugh, though. Oh, from Critical Role! Ah! I always wanted to get into those. I keep getting TikToks recommended, and they do look like they're having fun. Did this mean that he now accepted I was just a cowardly outsider? If that were the case, he probably wouldn't lend an ear to any of my proposals. After all, I wouldn't give my life for Yasumisu.
じゃあ聞くが、この6人で誰をくくろうってのか。
俺にはまだ考えはねえ。キヨ、ヤス、あるか。
The two shook their heads.
おやすさんはあんのかよ。
植松のくくる。
Oh!
昨日、タエばあちゃんに票を入れたからか。
うん。
植松、何かあるか。
必要ならばくくられもしましょう。私とて、所詮は安水とは縁短きもの。ただ一つ申し上げるならば、私は雲の加護を受けました。
Oh! Oh! Oh, I wonder if she's saying the truth. So that was her play, but Dikako-san was...
そうだ。じゃあ1日目に誰守ったか言え。
そうだ。あの時は誰も死ななかったのだから。
おととい、私がお守りをもらった
guardians are the roles.
あなた
If you have a guardian, you have a specific
牧
role.
島勘三様。
So her having the spider was the one that can protect one person during the night. That made sense.
ありそうじゃねえか。
Hmm?
1日目からクソじじいは幅利かせてやがったから、 狼にとっちゃ狙いたかったろうよ。
そして昨日は織部安永様を。
僕をですか？僕は昨日何もできていなかったのに。
正直を申し上げれば、牧島様よりも織部安永様の方が私にとって加護を存在に扱われるのは抵抗があることですから。
Yeah, I don't think you're making...
どうするんだ。
Takumi-san was choosing his words carefully. We couldn't shoot down all of Kanza-san's suggestions. If he became too emotional, he could destroy our fixed majority. However, I was more or less certain that Rikaku-san was a human. I'd made a theory that she was using Meiko, and just now she'd named herself the spider rather than a snake. For me, all of those things made sense. So...
No.
No. What happened next was completely unexpected. Huh? We'd always thought that the old wolf guy and Meiko wouldn't take part in the feast. Boy, were we wrong. After all, their only contributions were their votes, and it was hard to tell what they based their votes on. They were just two swing votes who were otherwise harmless at best left ignored. I do not trust this old man. I have never trusted him, and I will never trust him. If he turns out to be just an innocent guy, okay, my bad, but... It wasn't that simple, though. Unlike last time when we had exceptions like me, everyone here was participating in the feast the way they were supposed to. That was why everyone could have a guardian of some sort, even if they were too childish or senile to make good use of it. I've been actually afraid that they would get and waste their guardians. I didn't expect him to come out as a second spider, however. Why him of all people? And why the spider?
Gigi, 本当か? 雲じゃ。植松のは。
私は雲です。ご老人は嘘をおっしゃっています。
嘘つきは悪じゃろうが。
失礼だがご老人、ここまで地方老人かと判じていたが、状況は理解しておられるのかね。
おやっさん、以前の宴でも狼じじいはこんな感じだったのか？
昔から。
Yeah, and yet every time he was in a feast he survived. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird?
もっち、狼じじいと仲良かったろ？
ごめん。僕にとって他人はみんなよくわかんないから。じっちゃん、元気？元気だって。
やれやれだ。
おいじじい、初日と2日目誰をいいか、俺らは命がかかってる。
守ったのはあれじゃ。
He ended the question by raising his finger and pointing at Yasunaga-kun.
僕
1日目と2日目
もしかしてどっちも？
He responded with a smile.
それだと1日目狼はヤスを狙ったことになるが。
わからなくはないかしら。
じじい、なんで兄貴だったんだよ。
なんでも
適当？
That definitely wasn't a good standard for deciding who to protect from death. What was this about anyway? Wait, could it be...
ムジナ。
どうした、夫妻氏。
前に言いましたよね。ムジナがいるんじゃないかって話。
神内詣と神内神社にムジナがいるからってやつですか？
しかし、マイナーな伝承から狼におもねった人だとまで結論
No, because we already lived through it.
ええ。まあ、ムジナという役割があるかどうかはとりあえず別でいいです。はっきりしているのは、リカコさんと狼じじい氏の少なくとも片方が嘘をついているということですね。
No arguments against that. Yeah. Badger are not like completely confirmed whether they exist or not, but they're humans who help the wolves. But we don't really have it confirmed in-game wise. But I do think that they are there, otherwise they wouldn't be mentioning them repeatedly. So one person is probably helping the wolves despite being a human themselves. Honestly, I thought they were both lying, but I more or less knew what Rikaku-san was going for. She was probably ordering and controlling Meiko, the real spider, effectively making her the one who protected people. That was why the info she gave about how she used the power was correct. In a way, she was the spider's representative. The advantage of this method was that even if she died, the real spider would survive. Of course, Meiko wouldn't have someone helping her make decisions if Rikaku-san died, limiting the Guardian's effectiveness. But even so, if the spider the wolves thought was dead was actually alive, it could turn the tides in the endgame. The spider was best kept hidden at all costs, but Rikaku-san revealed it so it would draw the votes toward her. She'd used it for her own plan. I didn't know how accurate my assumption was, but it did seem like an effective course of action. Though she probably didn't expect a sudden fake. It was day 3 and the fixed majority plan was becoming reality, yet no wolves came out as either snakes or crows. We all knew the dangers of the wolves taking the snake's role, while taking the crow would help them hide the amount of wolves still alive, giving them a path to victory. However, there was next to no point in pretending to be the spider. Even if you claimed to be the spider and said you would protect someone, then even if no one died, you could still be suspected of being a wolf fixing the game. However, there was an exception. It was effective in helping the wolves know who the badger was. It was probably true that Kanzo-san was the target the first day, but was stopped by Meiko, who was ordered by Rikaku-san. That was why the wolves, who knew that they were aiming for that day, had recognized Rikaku-san as the real deal. They also understood that the old wolf guy was lying. That meant that, from the wolf's perspective, he was a human who just told a lie. It was too obvious. The wolves knew about the badger. The wolves and their ally needed to be proactive about lying. The old wolf guy defied that rule, letting the wolves know what he was. With Hisaku Mamiya's death, they had lost a vote, but with this, they now had 3 again. Also, Kanzo-san was considering his opponent, Rikaku-san, as the next candidate for the hanging. In this situation, he had to make good use of the 6 confirmed humans and hang the lying spider. The easiest choice was to trust Kanzo-san's decision and vote for Rikaku-san. By gathering wolf, badger, and confirmed human votes, Rikaku-san would be sent to the 3. It was a chance for the wolves to kill the spider and make them think that the humans killed the wolf. This was really effective for them and extremely dangerous for us. Even if the real spider, Meiko, survived, it would be really difficult for me to talk about the badger and explain that Rikaku-san was a fake spider on their side. Yeah, I had to convince the human side that they should vote to hang the wolf guy instead. Was I really right though? I had to think carefully. I only came to understand Rikaku-san's intentions because she told me to vote for her in a peculiar situation. I was assuming that both she and the wolf guy had some ulterior motives, but was I really right? Was the old guy even capable of that? He played with a pretty useless guardian. Maybe it only came out because he found it strange that another spider named themselves. In fact, that was the most natural reaction, especially in the other's eyes. Same went for Rikaku-san. From what I saw of her, she was more legend and harmony than intelligence. What if she was actually thinking that by protecting Meiko she would be considered a good guy and avoid gathering votes? What if her affection for me was all part of the plan too? Oh, now you're overthinking it, my guy. Crap, this was obviously the more reasonable line of thinking. Also, Rikaku-san could have also been lying to let the wolves know something. Anyway, we had a relatively sane young woman going up against a completely senile man. No matter how you looked at it. The choice was obvious. Yeah, it's biting her in the ass now. She felt silent. I couldn't tell whether it was a silence to protect Meiko or just an awkward silence because he pointed out a harsh truth.
お前らはどうだ?
私は安永の票に任せましょう。その方が皆さんにとっては信じやすいでしょう。
そうだな。それはいい。
リカコさん、あなたは雲の加護者で。
はい。野里様、間違いございません。
なんかどっちも嘘くさいな。
てめえかもしだ。適当なこと言ってねえで。
お姉ちゃん。大丈夫。あなたのことは守るから。
なんかおかしくない？公平じゃないよ。リカコさん、これまでずっと安水のためにひどいこと言われても耐えてきたじゃん。 なんでおじいちゃんがいきなり言い出したことで全部ひっくり返るの？っていうか、なんでいきなり言い出したの？
ちえみ、
おじいちゃんは誰かに言わされてるかもしれないし、リカ子さんだって決心や考えが揺らいでるかもしれないじゃん。何が本当なんてわからないよ。なのに簡単に答え出して人を殺そうって感覚、本当危ないよ。
わかってる。ただな。
Also, Chimi, we already killed someone yesterday.
最終的にどっちを信じるかだ。不妻子、どう思う？
What was I to do? How was I to approach this? Bad ending time. Adopting others was essentially my creed. That's because I believed it was more logical to trust only myself and take responsibility for the outcome over bearing the risk of trusting others. When I came back to that rule, it was trusting Nikaku-sen as openly as I had so far that was the exception for me. It made more sense to doubt her. And so, I said it.
リカ子さんの方が信じられる。
Oh.
票を取れ。
待ってください。この二人のどちらが正しいかは。
Yeah, that's not gonna work out, my guy.
調べますから。今日は待ってください。
じゃあ誰殺すんだよ。あ？俺か？鴨志田か？それとも知恵ねえか？
殺す気か？
春明さん、嘘でしょ？いいのです。春明様。
リカ子さんいけない。
君、何を？リカ子さんは一体何をやろうとしてるんだ？
自己犠牲精神なんていらない。
いいのです。皆様がおっしゃる通り、私は人ですが、私がくくられても、皆様は狼に勝つべきです。私はこれ以上退場することで最後の休みずへの
リカ子さん、
不妻子！
Takumi-san shouted louder than ever before, shutting me up.
お前がその女を助けたかったなら、その女を信じなきゃダメだった。
Yeah, I'm sorry for trying to get all of the bad endings, my
お
guy.
前がそうできなかった時点で、その女が助かることはなくなった。
そんな。
お前がそう言わないってことは、その女が生きてることが人の勝利に必ずしも必要ないってことだ。少なくともお前はそう確信していない。それを否定できなかった時点で、お前の選択は済んじまってるんだよ。あとは男らしく決着しろ。
Damn it. I'd never been more resentful of my adherence to my rules than I was now.
僕、上松リカ子さんをくくることを提案する。
はい。
Yo, Mikako-san smiled. Why couldn't I just trust her? Because I want to see every single scene. I'm sorry.
上松として藤吉の意味と汚れの森人として
Ooh. She said it. Mikako-san led her own funeral procession. With a sonorous voice, she sang prayer to Shinai. She bowed to the Yokiba along the way as she recited praise and Suda's girl, shut the fuck up, I swear to God. No one rebuked her, but they all understood her actions were the manifestation of her fate, for she was right. And then we reached a cliff at the hanging pine overlooking the misty Saranaga. Mikako-san turned away from us, faced the cliff, and chanted suttas. Sutras.
衆上具部大三霊
Oh.
映写官位大号へ時間を問題5年南無神内大権現
Her words were directed at no one, they merely faded into the mist. She clapped her hands, held them over her head, and bowed. It was similar to a Yasumisu bow, but felt more right than that. Mikako-san looked back and spoke only those words. She paid no heed to the only voice that called out to her. Her black sleeves fluttered, and she threw herself into the mist. Ew. After several seconds, we heard a crunching noise from down below. Jamie covered Mako's ears. The little girl started to cry.
お前が お前があんなことを言うから。いいな。違う。それもこれも。なんだ。なぜ私たちは。
He left from muttering to himself.
ほっといてやれ。あいつもあれで男だ。女が死ねば。みんな、帰るぞ。
We returned to the dining hall, but all of us were caught up in depression. There was barely anyone who wasn't feeling the loss of Tae-san, Haru-chan, and Ikaku-san in any way. Except for this guy. Excluding the old man. We didn't know if you could expect all that much from him as the spider. Meiko had cried herself to sleep and had been left in her place, while Kyonosuke had returned to his mansion. Takumi-san and Kanzo-san were busy cleaning up Haru-chan. Aside from them, everyone else was here.
元気が出るものを作らなきゃね。
Kaori-san said that with forced enthusiasm. Since her sons were still alive, she was probably in a relatively better mood than the rest of us. Incidentally, I'd stopped helping with the cleanups in the kitchen. They said it was because they couldn't put the snake at risk out in the mist, but they were also probably being cautious of me, so I just sat by myself. Chimi was talking to the boys, showing her own consideration for them to lift her spirits. It seemed she had no intention of talking to the old wolf guy.
Haruaki-sama, お話を、その。
The woman who always wanted to talk was gone. Before long, Kaori-san had finished making the food. Takumi-san and Kanzo-san returned from the cleanup, and we finally had our first meal of the day.
今日は気疲れしたでしょ。たっぷり食べてね。
ありがとうございます。
The fact that I checked my bowl for something green made me realize how ill-natured I really was. Unfortunately, that was just how I was, so I would at least keep up my mask and effectively give them conscience of my own kind. I sat down, put my hands together, picked up the chopsticks, and ate the rice gruel. Like always, it was simple, beastly, yet still good. I only felt that something was wrong with it a bit later. At first, I just thought that I burned my mouth or something. But suddenly I couldn't feel my mouth at all, and after an unnatural sensation had overwhelmed my tongue and cheeks, I lost my sense of direction. My body twisted, and right as a dull pain went through my head, I fell to the floor. I'd been poisoned. I couldn't understand that clearly, but all my processing power went into dealing with the unnatural feeling attacking my body. I couldn't see properly. I couldn't breathe or speak. Despite that, I still had a burning pain in my mouth and an urge to vomit, along with unbearable agony. I couldn't understand what was happening around me. It was probably pure chaos, but I was struggling to even breathe. And it was only getting worse. A sudden, intense impact hit my back. My body jumped and then I puked. My breathing stabilized for a moment, and I could hear a voice as well as see something. A wet floor on my own hands. However, the nausea didn't end. The spasms made me feel like my chest was turning inside out, and I soon puked again. I was beyond help. I would die in just a few minutes. Once I understood and accepted that, I found myself able to think a little clearer. This was a gamble the wolves had taken. They'd killed outside of the feast. They were prepared to face the corruption. They'd poisoned the food. By doing so, they could get rid of me or someone else. And they could frame the crime on Kaori-san the chef. They could also destroy the fixed majority comprising of Takumi-san, Kanzo-san, Kyonosuke, Kaori-san, and I. That's too many K names! By sacrificing one of the remaining wolves, they'd gain a big reward. I see. So the wolves were that serious. I'd been given a lethal dose of poison. There wasn't any hope for me at all, was there? How would I get past this? Hey Nikaka-san, this is a horrible thing to ask, but you wouldn't happen to know, would you? Just before my consciousness faded into the mist, I saw a hallucination of Nikaka-san looking down on me with a sad smile. Damn! The poison! The family responsible, or like the one who last time called out that when Kaori-san tried to poison us all was Kyonosuke. Because he's of the family, or from the family of like doctors and the like. But he's a human. Anyway, vote for the old wolf guy. We're getting there. So it'd be a gamble. I had to remove the unpredictability and simply play the odds. I would have to rely on common sense. Or by the first impressions I had. Or maybe I would just believe Nikako-san.
僕は狼じじい氏が嘘を言っていると思っています。
根拠は?
It didn't have to be true as long as everyone was won over. No. The feast was a game where people hunted lies. I couldn't let my eloquence alone do the talking. I needed truth. Did I have to talk about Meiko then? No, that would make me simply unforgivable. Then...
実のところ、どっちでもいいんですよ。ここでくくるのは。
Oh, I would play the role presented to me. That was the only way for me to gain their trust.
どういうこと？
僕がもし今夜死ねば、僕が間違いなく蛇だったということ。今日一人くくってるのだから、残り10人。人確定が5人。ただし、香織さんのみ自己申告。しかし、残り5人は、香織さんに票を集めることはできないでしょう。な、吉次くん。
ああ、おふくろには投票しね
え。だから、必ず5人組の方が投票で勝てる。まあ最終的に、吉次くんが裏切らないという保証が必要ですが、結局これも信じるかどうかって話ですね。
俺は裏切らねえ。
判断は皆さんに任せましょう。一方、僕が死ななかった場合、皆さんはもう少し不安な思いをすることになる。ただ、僕は今日生き残るなら、残る5人のうち最も怪しいと思う人間を、狼が当たればそれをくくり、人が当たればそれを確定として扱い、残り4人から1人をくくる。その次の日に僕が死んでも確定者は5人、残りは3人。狼の残り人数は香織さんが調べられる。最悪の最悪、残り3人くくっても最終的には人が勝ちます。そこから先、どのタイミングで僕が死んでも確定者が増えるだけで、人的には全然問題はない。じゃあ僕が生き続けたら、それが最も気になるところでしょうが、僕は最悪でも明後日までに狼を全滅させることを誓います。
That was an impactful line. I could see and hear them gasp. It felt good, but it didn't show it.
失敗したなら僕をくくって結構。その結果、僕が狼だったとしても、残り一人の狼を探す時間はある。つまり、現状はどうしたって人が有利な状況なので、どっちをくくってもさほど問題はありません。正気か地方か、それとも悪意を持っているのかすら判別のつかない老人は、たとえ人でも、
He's many things, but he's not trustworthy.
それに、おそらくリカ子さんは早晩狼にやられてしまうことでしょう。本物の雲は脅威ですからね。
はい、その覚悟です。
You should not be prepared to die.
しばらくその方針で進めて、それでダメなら僕とリカ子さんをくくればいい。それが安心材料になるでしょう。しかし言動に責任を持たない彼を残していれば、いつまでも不安要素を抱え込んでおくことになる。だから僕は彼をくくるべきだと提案します。最も確実な道を取るために。あと、僕は彼女が本物だと思っていますし、非常に些細なことですが信じる要因もある。説得力はないので言いませんが、ただ匠さんの言うように、僕は現時点で死ぬ気はさらさらありませんし、リカ子さんが命を賭して守ってくれると当然のように期待していますから、この選択をするんです。僕は実のところこういう卑劣な人間ですが、僕が蛇の加護を引いた以上、僕はこういう攻略法を行います。僕の将来の命を懸けるということが、信頼も後ろ盾もない、ただ命が惜しい僕が唯一行える誠実さの証明です。信じてください。以上です。
ヤス、キヨ、どうする？
Takami-san instantly asked that.
信じます。僕は最初から不妻子さんが蛇じゃないかと思ってましたから。思った以上に
Well, sorry about that.
非常な方でしたが。
そうだな。
Watch him drop innuendo again the moment the feast ends for the day. Don't fucking... Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised.
香織さんは
はい、安永に委ねますから。
おやっさん
This was the moment of
おや
truth.
っさんは
信じられん。
Oh, this much?
こいつが言った理屈にはきっと穴がいくらもある。穴にはまった時責任を取らす術はない。
Yeah, whatever.
それよりわしは自分を信じる。耐えバーに票を入れた植松を殺す。
The fixed majority will fail then.
おやっさん
But Takumi-san did something unexpected.
頼むおやっさんの票を俺にくれ
Huh? He lowered his hands and forward on the floor.
匠兄ちゃん。
さっき言ったように俺はこいつの考えを信じてる人間性まで信じたわけじゃねえこいつは善人じゃねえきっと敵に回したら
I believe the guy, but I don't trust his humanity. Whoopsie.
しかし悪どい人間だからって狼になるわけじゃねえそれとこれとは関係ねえ俺はこいつの言葉の端々にこいつの本気を見出しただから信じるだから俺を信じてくれ安水で30年の付き合いの俺を信じてくれるならもし夫妻氏が嘘つきだと分かったらたとえ汚れを受けてでも夫妻氏
I'm not lying!
その日のうちに殺すそう約束する
He did the same as me, bet his life on his
頼
words.
む
He even gave his honor.
匠このバカが
おやっさん
てめえは宴の片付けがあんだろうわしにはもう何もねえ汚れはわしが黄泉に持っていくおう妻子
はい。
言うたからには覚悟せえ己には
Yeah, well, sorry. I wanted to survive that night.
それを蛇として取り返せんならわしが手ずから生皮剥いでくれる
God damn. I gulped. I was being led by an old hunter who was no stranger to death.
植松己もな
覚悟の上です。
こっから票取れじじいてめえだ
Without an expression or word, he pointed at me.
じじいに
One vote.
狼じじいに
Two votes.
おじいさんに。
Three votes.
安水のご老人に
Four votes.
狼じじいに一票入れる。
Five votes.
じっちゃんよしくんさじっちゃんに入れる
ああ
じゃあもう決まりなんだねそんなら僕も一緒でいいや
Ah.
ごめんねじっちゃん
鴨志田様。
狼じじいに一票
春明さんに。
Oh.
知恵ねえ。その意思表示は
だってわかんないんだもん。私
Jimmy.
欲しくないけどおじいちゃんが単にボケて雲だって言っちゃっただけってのもありそうなのになのになんで誰も何も言わないのなんで春明さんはそのことを言ってくれないの
言っただろう。どっちでも同じなんだよ。
票が読めないのはメイコちゃんだって同じでしょ
ね。
疑わしさが同じなら女の子を殺すよりはお年寄りに犠牲になっていただく方が合理的だと僕は思う。
もういいリカ子さん
ご老人に。
おじいちゃんに
おじいさんに。
Oh.
持ってこい 時間が
He's gonna run away again, isn't he?
黙れ
Kansas-san suddenly punched the guy. Oh, he doesn't get to run away this
こい
time.
つはわしがくくってくる
Hey, hey, hey.
戻っとけ
He quickly tied up the wolf guy and pulled him off into the mist. His voice was strangely subdued, but I could feel intense emotion behind it. None of us knew what made him like that, so we all just sat paralyzed.
おやっさんどうした
The one to move first was
牧
Takumi-san.
島さん
なんだっつんだ
By the time I went outside, Takumi-san was already disappearing into the mist.
匠さん、
不祭司、てめえは来るな。よし、不祭司を捕まえとけ。
あ？
お、どういうことなんです？
わからんが、てめえは今一番大事なんだ。万一のことがあったらまずい。
Okay, just in case. Oh yeah, the last time when the wolf guy was gonna be lynched, it led to some unexplained murders.
匠さん、言っちゃダメだ。
I shouted that.
あなたは絶対に宴の勝利には欠かせないんだから。
There was no response, even his footsteps were vanishing into the mist.
何が起きると知っておる？
What the fuck? What's a hi weird? Good evening. I felt my heart jump. I turned around and saw nothing besides Yoshitsugu-kun, who was wearing a suspicious skull.
なんだよ。とにかく行くぜ。匠兄と肝臓じじいに任せておけば何も起きねえ。しかし、てめえが今一人で消えたらどう思われるか考えろよ。
He had a point. They only trusted me because Takumi-san was vouching for me.
そうだね。みんなで。
But if Takumi-san ends up vanishing, we have a big problem. My worries were for nothing, and in about half an hour, we were joined by both Takumi-san and Kanzo-san. The expressions were grim, but implied nothing specific.
狼じじいは
くくった。
He sat down on the seat closest to the entrance.
匠に。
俺は結局見てない。まあ、おやっさんなら間違いな
Are
いねえ
you
だろ。
sure? If we don't see it happen, I do not trust anyone actually being dead. No matter the game, if I don't see the corpse or the actual act of them dying, I'm like, With that, today's feast had ended. Everyone sighed quietly in relief. There must have been some of the wolf's depression in that. After all, from my perspective, we were just one step away from victory. However, this step would be the one that was very hard to take. How easy it would be if I died and it all ended then. However, it would once again be pointless. Until I saw what death hadn't come for me, I remained afraid of this unexplained phenomenon. Until I solved the mystery and escaped this loop, I would see many tragedies fight against fear and keep seeing many bad endings. A part of me hoped that winning the feast would end it, but if it didn't, I would have no clue where the core of this mystery was. Was this mystery even solvable? Could I cling to my own sanity until then? I remained uneasy. After a bit of rest, we had tons of things to do. The top priority was cleaning up Mamiya-san and Haru-chan's remains. I wanted to help, but they stopped me since something might happen in the mist. Oh. I couldn't help with the food either, probably because they were wary of me too. I couldn't blame them, considering what I said. In a way, they were now more distant with me than last time when I was just a pure outsider. I continued watching the people carefully do what they had to, making sure there were no blind spots under Takumi's guidance. I wanted to win. I'd gotten this far, so I wanted to defeat the wolves. Though that was actually just a part of my desire to survive and expose the things I had no choice but to keep quiet about. I'd said all that horrible stuff in order to protect Meiko. I just wanted to finally find peace from the stuff that bothered me. That felt like escapism though. It seemed like proof that my mental state was weakened and I didn't like it.
ちなみに夫妻君、最悪でも明後日ということなら、早ければ明日には勝負がつくということで良いのかね。
As everyone worked and I had nothing to do, Kinosuke, who wasn't too involved in the work, whispered to me.
ええ、そうですね。
I didn't know if everyone else believed me, but I did feel like I was close to the
それ
conclusion.
は教えてもらうわけにはいかんのかね。
そうですね。今はまだ。
I couldn't let anyone find out that Meiko was the spider. In fact, if I tried to survive after someone found out what she was and that I prioritized my own survival over hers, I would be the target of everyone's scorn. That was how complicated my current position was.
まあ、やむを得んだろうな。それはともかく、君はその、なんだ。植松里香子さんと親密な関係になったのかね。
Maybe. Well, I knew he'd be curious about that. Incidentally, Rikako-san had insisted on going with Takumi-san and the others to mourn the ones lost.
無事に霧が晴れたら、そういうのもいいかもしれない、という話はしました。
そうか。
What was I supposed to say here?
野里さんが植松里香子さんを大事にされているのは、長者としての共感にはとどまらないのですか？だとすれば、まだ何かが決まったわけじゃないので、野里さんも彼女に思いをお伝えになっては？
いや、そういうのはね。
え？
私の場合は単に昔のことだ。
What do you mean?
ああ、もしかして過去に付き合っておられたとか？
恐れ多いこと。雲の家とはいえご当主様だ。次男坊と釣り合うものじゃないのだよ。
それを言えば、流れ者である僕なんて釣り合う目はないという話になりますが。
その通りだよと言いたいところだが、当人同士の気持ちが大事な時代だろう。少なくともこの村の外は全部。私も外の暮らしが長かったからわかる。彼女を高みに支えている器用方変のすべては時代だから。そんな束縛のない男が彼女を外の世界で幸せにするならば、それもありなのかもしれない。
Tell you what, I do not give a fuck about the romance aspect of this game at all.
この霧の中でずっと考えているうちに。
Like, I'm here for the mystery. I couldn't care less if he starts dating either Chiemi or Rikako or whoever.
僕からは何とも言い難いです。
If it gets us some plus points in who they're going to vote for, or if they're on our side, sure, whatever, but...
そのあたりは君と彼女の間のことだろう。私が口出しをするのは無粋。その程度は私にもわかるのだよ。彼女がネヤのはしためとして背負ってきたものは、きっと君にはひどくキーに思えるだろうし、重くのしかかるだろう。
と言いますと？
それは私の口から言えることでもない。まあ、もし何か困ったことがあれば相談には乗るがね。
それはぜひ。
He then gave me a business card. Kyunosuke Nosato MD, graduated from XX University. Doctor. Oh, so he really was an elite. It wasn't for a specific job, it was just his personal info. Was he looking for a new job? It had his email and phone number on it, and it felt like a relic. Looking at it prompted a bit of nostalgia even. Bedroom woman servant's role, huh? Was it being considerate or was it some sort of warning? It didn't seem like I could ask any further, especially with all the people here, so I would just take it as goodwill and move on. I didn't think much of this, but I had absolutely no idea that I would catch a glimpse of a new kind of darkness from the Uematsu family, and Fujiyoshi as a whole. Oh! The cleanup was over and everyone returned to eat. Okay, please, let's not get poisoned this time.
ありがとうございます。
Kaori-san was a good person. I didn't know everything about her, but she treated everyone with respect, keeping her relationships proper and bright. I knew for sure that her personality was supported by her sons. She'd arrived at Fujiyoshi, had to deal with the strange customs, lost her husband, and was sent here to Yasumizu, where she'd lived for over a decade. Her mind was actually very frail at this point, and without her sons to support her, she would easily break. However, even if it came from a strained mind and heart, goodwill was goodwill and conscience was conscience, not to mention that she didn't do anything bad yet. The fact that I checked my bowl for something green despite that made me realize how ill-natured I really was. Unfortunately, that was just how I was, so I would at least keep up my mask and effectively give them conscience of my own kind. I sat down, put my hands together, picked up the chopsticks and ate the rice roll. Like always, it was simple, beastly, yet still good. I only felt that something was wrong with it a bit later. At first I just thought that I burned my mouth or something. We're getting poisoned anyway? But this is the right way. But suddenly I couldn't feel my mouth at all, and after an unnatural sensation that overwhelmed my tongue and cheeks, I lost my sense of direction. My body twisted, and right as a dull pain went through my head, I fell to the floor. I had been poisoned. I could understand that clearly, but all my processing power went into dealing with the unnatural feeling attacking my body. I couldn't see properly. I couldn't breathe or speak. Despite that, I still had a burning pain in my mouth and an urge to vomit, along with unbearable agony. I couldn't understand what was happening around me. It was probably pure chaos, but I was struggling to even breathe. And it was only getting worse. A sudden intense impact hit my back. My body jumped and then I puked. My breathing stabilized for a moment and I could hear a voice as well as see something. A wet floor in my own hands. However, the nausea didn't end. The spasms made me feel like my chest was turning inside out and I soon puked again.
そんな口にしてすぐだと。この辺りのものならば渦しか。
他に食べた人は？
私も食べたよ。というかみんな大体食べてるじゃん。
オリベのてめえ。
違います。
とにかく吐かせねば。ホース、ゴムホースはあるかね。
ホース？
胃洗浄だ。ろくにやったことはない。すぐに蛇口につなぐんだ。早く。
I couldn't understand what they were talking about. My burning throat was a clear message that this was
春
lethal.
明さんしっかりして。心臓マッサージとかしないと。
必要だが水場に運んでからだ。道を
Oh
開けろ。
no!
誰か湯を沸かせ。
No! Someone was treating me somehow. I could tell that much, but I also knew it was too late. I was strangely calm about it too. So this was the end, huh? Like I figured, making it to the end as a snake was pretty difficult. What about next time then? What was I supposed to do to move forward? Shit. I wanted to bring as many memories as possible to the next time around. I wanted to hear what they were saying, memorize it, and analyze it properly on the next loop. It was unlikely though. All my memories of my final moments so far were pretty vague. I was fated to never die, yet to die many times. It was a really interesting thing to think about, but not even those who returned seemed to be given the key to the mysteries of the final moments.
ダメだ。もう心音が。
春、ダメ。
Even the pain was becoming dull. My mind was on the verge of fading.
ここから出てください。
リカ、聞かねえ。
彼の病毒は。
Are you gonna do that? Everyone suddenly fell silent, and I thought this was because my senses were fading. Well, thank you for the posture check. She's gonna do some funny magic stuff to take in our poison if the normal stuff doesn't work. However, it was actually the opposite. My senses were absurdly clear considering the situation. This could have been a pre-death lull or perhaps some sort of delusion. I would have preferred to die while paralyzed though. Clearly feeling the pain of death wasn't exactly a good time. That was a weird statement to make, but the absurdity was lost on me. Suddenly I felt the light past my eyelids go weaker. Once it was almost completely dark, I realized it was because the windows were closed. I slowly opened my eyes. I couldn't see clearly, but only because of the dim lighting in a shut dining hall. Having no good time, having no good time. We're dying to poison. I moved my head, but it felt really heavy. My heart had almost stopped pumping blood. My pulse was dull and weak. I was certain I would die soon, but then I felt Dikaku-san approach me. Her expression wasn't clear to me, but her Oopsie. But her breathing was strangely loud. She was panting but trying to endure it. I thought that because of the slight quivering in each of her breaths. After wiping her mouth, she brought her body close to mine. Ooh. You know how she said there's no sexy CG of her, but that looks pretty sexy. If you ignore that we're dying. No, she actually straddled me. Though she was in a position where she could look down on me, she looked at me with upturned eyes. Like the way that is drawn? That, in addition to her bashful expression, made it clear that she was about to do something sinful. She stopped hiding the intensity of her breathing. Her small tongue, wet with saliva, was peeking through her mouth. And it was extremely lustful. Oh my god! I could feel her warmth on my abdomen. With her every breath, I felt the hardness of her pelvis, despite all the cloth between— Hello?! Even though I was dying, or maybe because of it, the feeling of the opposite sex on me awakened the instinct. The man within me— oh my god. Oh no, I don't like being here. Huh? Her voice felt like it didn't belong to her. A refined traditional woman, a woman that appeared younger than she was. A clumsy woman with some unfortunate tendencies. A mysterious woman. None of that was there. She was now lustful, bewitching, overpowering. The enchanting, mature lady squirmed as if suffocating in her familiar black clothing. As I noticed that, she reached for the edge of my shirt, lifted it up, and went in with her fingers with practiced motion. I thought you were trying— I thought you were trying to get the poison out. I do not like where this is going. I'll tell you that much. They were cold. I could feel them on my skin, passing my belly button, making me moan lightly. Hello! She then reached her other hand in and moved them both without restraint. As her arms went deep inside, her palms caressed my torso and her fingers lustfully searched for any sensitive spots. Help me! Purifying sex, huh? Yeah, I guess. I don't like it though. Despite my confusion, it made me moan over and over. She was toying with my near-mortal clarity, which was both confusing and a bit uncomfortable. However, I didn't resist. Because my limbs were weak from the poison? No, that would just be making excuses. I enjoyed that she was having her way with me. It was exciting, numbing, and paralyzing. However, when she reached for my belt and tried to undo it, I somehow found the power to put out my right hand and try to push her aside. Aha! The cannon path! Yeah! Jesus Christ! It was a feeble gesture, but enough to get the message across and to get the CG off the screen.
So.
The whisper told me that she understood me, but was somewhat indifferent about it.
仕方ない.
She moved and backed away to the side. As her warmth faded, the coldness from the impending death came back.
少し痛いけど.
Jesus Christ! Like, I had my mouse on just hiding the entire game in case anything more happened, you know, like. She then smiled and took something out of her sleeve.
楽になって.
An ice pick. It seemed like a Japanese-made awl. Upon seeing it, I couldn't understand anything anymore. Was she going to make love to me? Torture me? Kill me? I couldn't understand, but it appeared that my resistance from a moment ago left me completely powerless and unwilling to do anything. As my vision grew dim, so did my senses. Ah! But then I felt a pain in my left shoulder. Had she pierced me with the awl? What the fuck is an awl? How do you say that? That was the last, like, I feel like the way I say it sounds like that weird puffer fish. That was the last thing I thought and felt before losing consciousness. My eyes opened and I sat up.
Haruaki-san!
Hi! Chiemi was right next to me for some reason. She was holding my hand, crying her eyes out.
よかったよ。生きてて。
She then rested her forehead on the back of my hand and began crying even more fiercely. I looked around. This was the dining hall. Everyone else was here too. But they all wore conflicted expressions. Chiemi was the only one openly expressing how they felt. What happened? I actually had no idea for a moment, but then... Right, I almost died. What saved me though? And why did I feel so good? It was like I'd had a full night's sleep. Hard to believe I was just on the brink of death.
ごめん、ちえみちゃん。ちょっといいかな。
ごめんね。
いや、いいんだ。ただ。
It's interesting to me that Chiemi is crying over us this much when we're not that close to her this time around. Because this time around it wasn't her that found us. And everything? Yes, she's still very much sad. Like out 1 second. Openly expressing how sad she is as well. You almost died. Completely forgot about that with the crazy lady trying to have sex with me. Two of which are used in woodworking. There are also a couple of butterflies named awls. And woodworking is a stabby thing and you stab holes into wood with. Aha!
Haruaki-san, 5時間くらい眠ってて。
Oh!
もう大体
5 hours!
ずっとこんな感じだよ。
野里さん、僕はどうなってたんでしょうか。
トリカブトによる中毒。しかも、まず助からんと思われるような程度のひどい中毒症状だった。しかし、なぜだか君は生還した。まずはおめでとうと言うべきかね。
His tone seemed to be somewhat sarcastic, but he was probably just hiding how suspicious and uneasy he felt. He was eyeing Rikaku-san, who was standing near the window looking down and comforting Meiko. He wasn't the only one. She was the center of attention here. Wonder, disbelief, reverence, worship. I had little doubt that was what he actually thought.
そうだったんですか。よく覚えてませんが、リカコさん。
Thank you for the weird, purifying sex. Oh!
植松家の責務。
Different outfit.
果たしただけです。
何でもいいよ。生きてたならそれで。
I didn't agree there. Being saved by some religious rite was just as ridiculous as this death loop I was trapped in. Prayers, religious rites. Did that experience really qualify? I reached for my shoulder and felt fresh bandages. The cotton was bloody, meaning she really had stabbed me. Did she suck out the poison? That couldn't be it. I wasn't bitten by a snake. I'd ingested aconite poison. You couldn't just suck that out of the bloodstream. She just stripped me. She had said that, right? Take in my poison. Taking in everyone's corruption by sleeping with them. Oh no. Oh no. The role of the Uematsu. A bedroom woman servant. Dude, are you telling me that she literally just has to sleep? Just is doing a lot of work here. She literally sleeps with everyone? Oh no.
そこからかつて植松家は野蛮として村の夢見を守る役目を担った。はい。
Yeah. Huh. So that was how it was. I understood now. And I also understood how frightening the Uematsu were. However, there was something more important to worry about.
不妻子のやつは確かに。
ですか、鬼ファースト。
それで植松が不妻子を助けた。
狂言かもしれん。
常識的にはそう思いたくもなりますがね。表現で心停止寸前ができるなら、彼は手品で一生。
She stepped you to render you unconscious from the pain that went ahead and did it with you anyway, because you are most likely right.
近持ち、貴様も見ていたろう。
So you're a doctor. If the doctor says those were real symptoms and he saw that our heart, or he felt that our heart stopped, I would believe that.
そうだね。渦は冗談でも食べたら助かるってないしな。それにりっちゃんも冗談であんなになんないでしょ。
もっちやめとけ。
I just realized that her black clothes were gone.
おやっさん。
不妻子と植松のは人らしい。そんで。
待ってください。母さんは違う。
There it was. Everyone was here, but Cody's-san alone seemed to be in a different position. She was deep in a room, sitting, probably forcefully, on a chair with a pale face.
あの時、僕以外にも雑炊を食べた人はいたんだよね、安永くん。
ええ。あの後手はつけてませんが、多分鍋の方に毒は入ってない。おそらく。
Yeah, I mean, because we were poisoned in the other brood, we looked into it to see if we could see something green. So it wasn't in the food itself. I guess.
違います。私じゃありません。
オリベさん、私も別に意地悪で言ってるんじゃないがね。理屈ではあなたが一番疑わしいのは確かですよ。それを否定しきるだけの説がまだ出てないから、皆あなたを信じきれない。そういうことでしょ
う。わかります。あの時は私だけがカウンターにいましたから。でも違うんです。
だから食器についてはそっちの棚にあったんですよ。誰も注意してなかったんだから、誰だって触れたと思うべきだ。
それは逆だね、オリベ安永君。誰でも見えたのだから。怪しい動きをすれば誰かが気づいたはず。ちなみに盛り付け前に食器を運んだのは君だろう、安永君。自分が犯人だというつもりかね。
それはありません。動機だってない。
だろう。そもそも積んである食器に名前が書いてあるわけでもないのだ。配膳して渡す時以外、彼を狙うことは
わかりますけど。でも考えてください。不妻子さんの生死に関わらず、こうして母さんが真っ先に疑われるのは当然だ。こんなバレバレの状況で母さんが殺人を犯すメリットがあれば言ってください。
安永君、別に私は好きでこんなことを。
自分が犠牲になってでも蛇を排除できる。
Takami-san joined the exchange.
言う通り、理屈で考えればあんたが怪しいのはわかるんだ。そしてキヨだけじゃなく、みんなそれを疑ってる。
Oh, come on.
少しは。
匠さん、あなたまで。
キヨだけに嫌われ役をやってもらうのは本意じゃねえからな。
慣れん真似をするものだ。
ただ俺は個人的には香織さんを信じてる。
理由は？
香織さんは義継守ろうとして殺すならこの場全員殺すだろうよ。そんなおっかねえ根性決まった母ちゃんだろあんたは。
Yeah. He was completely right about her. Takumi-san knew her so well and still fell for her, huh? He was serious about her. It made me want to cheer him on. In that case, I had to make it through the night.
僕も信じますよ、香織さん。
不妻子さん。
理由はあるのかね。
そうですね。確かに状況証拠では怪しくても、彼女の人となりが疑いを帳消しにしていると思いますから。あとは、僕を信じてくれた匠さんの分析を僕は信じたいと思ってます。
ありがとうよ。
よろしいので。
どうせ今日はもうくくれん。
Oh god, I wonder who's going to die tonight.
だな。もう潮時だ。みんな、今日は引き上げるぞ。
Sure.
母さん、片付け、手伝う。俺もやる。服も、ここの使うぞ。
ありがとう、安永、義継。
You predict Oribe? Oh, that she's die? If she's gonna die? Yeah, could be the case. On the other hand, killing someone who proclaimed themselves to be a crow? We left a family of 3 and went outside. Gone.
いいよ。もうおやっさん大丈夫だろ。
いや、その。
She probably threw it down the river. No! To my surprise, the hunting rifle was placed against the dining hall's wall, but...
ボルトどこやった？
霧の中に投げちゃった。
Kanzo-san grunted in displeasure, snatched a gun from Mochi and went off into the mist.
なんか、ダメだな。私。
She chuckled emptily. There were still dried lines of tears down her cheeks.
いや、正解だ。バラすのは必要だったし、
I don't see why Chimi would want to kill us, though.
私が？ああ、凶器として？
ああ。変な疑いがかかってもつまらんだろ。
もう、嫌だな。疑ったり。
The person dying overnight. Oh. The thing is, if whatever Nikako's whole, okay, hold on. Haruaki thinks that Nikako is covering for Meiko. Meiko is the actual spider. Nikako is telling her who to, like, save and stuff. If that's really correct. But the wolves think Nikako is the spider. And they're gonna go for her because, you know, the spider can't save themselves. We survive, Nikako dies. Whatever. Easy. On the other hand, if they go for someone completely different, that was not mentioned at all, they would have easy play, because why would the spider just try and save someone who's not involved, kind of? Gonna leave it up in the air who poisoned the crew, making it also all the trust build-up is lost. An easier time going for those that I've forgotten. Yeah, definitely. I don't think they would go for Meiko, though. Because, like, she is a child. You would try to focus on getting people out there who are dangerous to you because of the way they can talk and get the whole... get other people to believe them and stuff. I don't know. I don't think I would go for Meiko at this point. On the other hand, they also went for Haru pretty early on, so whatever. As he left, Takumi-san lightly tapped my shoulder. Wasn't planning on it. There's an alignment. She's not particularly much of a target, but He gave my shoulder a firm squeeze and left. I would do whatever I could to survive.
僕もこれで。
久之さん、おやすみなさい。春明さん、本当 気をつけてね。
Sure.
ああ、おやすみ。
Nikaku-san didn't speak or even look at me until the very end. I crossed my legs and sat down on my futon. I wasn't tense anymore, probably because I was used to it or because I wouldn't die tomorrow. I just didn't feel like sleeping though. I actually felt really good. Why had I survived? Was it really aconite? Even I'd heard that real aconite poisoning was lethal. What if it was actually some weird poison that just made it seem like you were dying then fully recovered afterwards? The kind of trick would be kicked out of the Rookie of the Year Mystery Novel Award in the prep reading.
それは逆に織部安永君。誰でも見えたのだから、怪しい動きをすれば誰かが気づいたはず、と考えるべき。
こんなバレバレの状況で母さんが殺人を犯すメリットがあれば言ってください。
I could relate to them both. Kyonosuke was right, but that was unlikely to be pure coincidence. And Yasunagi-kun was right that it was an unlikely risk to take for someone who didn't need to. All just thinking about who done it and why made me feel like I was in some mystery novel. Though since I could easily dispel all the suspicions on Kaori-san, I could more or less see how it was. The very premise was wrong, so I knew exactly what I had to do today. I took out my notepad, wrote down the name Yoshitsugu Oribe, and put it near my pillow. Suddenly there was a knock on my door. I quickly became tense again. A visitor. Now. Right after I almost died, I decide what to do after seeing their face. But then I realized this hut didn't have any way for me to look outside the door. However, there were spaces between the boards on the door, most likely warped by changes in humidity. I peeked outside through them. Chiemi. Another knock. I went ahead and asked.
私、芹沢千恵美。
何の用？
聞きたいことがあって、
なんだろう。というか、物意味をしなきゃなんないんじゃないの？外は危ないかもしれないし、大丈夫？
私は大丈夫。まだみんなその辺をブラブラしてるし。ドア越しでいいから、ちょっといいかな。
いい。
私、何もできてないなって。私、落ちこぼれでね。子供の頃からここのみんなに迷惑ばっかかけてて、だから必死で勉強して大学受かって外に出たんだよ。知ってる？安水の人間はね、大学行くか出稼ぎ行くかしか外に出られないんだ。
Hi Boom, good evening.
知らないな。出稼ぎに行く人もいたんだ。
うん、匠兄ちゃんも一度は外に出てたよ。お父さんとお母さんも外にいるし。
そうなんだ。
うん。お父さんあんまり体が良くないみたいだから、たまに外に行ってるよ。
逆になんで彼はこっちに
？8年前の事故、いや、読み意味の宴だったのかな。たくさん人が亡くなって戻ってきたんだけど。ぶっちゃけ安水に残った人たちは回らなくなっちゃってね。タイばあちゃんも頼りにしてたし、それでね。
Thank you for the extra time.
なるほど。それで匠さんは前の宴を知らなかったってわけだ。他の人たちも
Man, I want to reach that second big ending. Angry circle has ever been.
肝臓さんと狼じじい氏以外は安水にはいなかった。
I know we have one more bad ending with a key to get through, and then the next big ending, but
そういえば、はるちゃん。
3 main paths you can take. In the first path, you have no guardian. Yeah, kind of. At least that's what, like, the first time around you come here, you don't take part in the feast because you're an outsider and they don't let you in, and you just have to wait it out, kind of. This is the second one where the first where we can actually take part in the whole feast in and of itself, and I'm assuming there's another one, but we can't, like Mal is saying, we can't access that yet.
はるちゃんは夜中寂しがって一人で抜け出したんだ、お泊まり学校。それで山道を抜けて。
じゃあ安水に入ったの？
わからない。大人は安水の手前で見つけたって言ってたけど、みんな 休みずで何か見たんじゃないかって。そのせいかわかんないけど、それでしばらくはるちゃんをおかしく。
Ah, that's where the mental illness stuff came from, huh? Came as no surprise, but Chimi still had no info that I didn't know of. And Haru-chan caught a glimpse of the feast. But that would mean that she too survived the feast of the Yomi Purge. As things were, there was no way to leave Yasumise when it was engulfed by the mist. I didn't know if you could enter, but it was natural to think you couldn't leave after doing so. Thinking rationally, she shouldn't have made it to Yasumise in the first place, but the possession. If she'd seen something in the mist without ever making it to Yasumise, could she have become afflicted with some trauma or something divine because of it?
そうか。落ちてきたか。己、幾度かやり直しておるな。
I wanted to find out more about her. It was too late for that this time. I could have been wrong, of course. There was probably a lot more info for me to find, not to mention I couldn't go back unless I died. Also, I decided to save the humans, so I would see it through to the end. Of course, that included her.
ごめん。それはともかく、どうして役立たずだなんて思うの？
だって投票だってうまくできないし、ヤスくんやタクミ兄ちゃんみたいにいろいろ考えることもできない。ヨシくんも野里さんでさえもできることをしっかり。
You could help me.
僕としては、君がいたからこそ、全員が心理的な一線を越えずに
Like by believing in me, you know? Because she was mad at the end of the last round, and then we almost died.
もちろん僕らは人を殺してしまったし、不当に人を裁くことにも慣れてしまった。それでも、怒りや恨みや悲しみに任せて人を殺せば必ず後で後悔したろうし、僕は君がそういうのだけは避けたくて心を砕いてきたってそう勝手に思ってたけどな。
Did I miss the mark?
ごめんね。別にちえみちゃんの理解者を気取るつもりじゃなかったんだ。人には向き不向きはあるし、ついでに僕は君がちゃんとみんなのためになってると。
No. What? All of a sudden her voice cracked briefly, weighed down with sorrow.
なんでそんな優しいの？役立たずじゃん私。春秋さんが倒れた時も泣くばっかで。
Well, girl, I was poisoned. There's not that many people who can help you when you're poisoned.
いっそ言ってよ。
あ？
お前ただの邪魔だって。死ねばいいのにって。
I'm gonna go out of my way here and say that Chiemi is probably not a wolf. Hold on, where is she on my list? I'm gonna write her down as human. I don't think she's a wolf.
誰が喜ぶわけでもないのに。心にも
Because I don't think she's that good at acting.
言ってよ。嫌いになれないじゃん。好きだよ。
え？
春秋さん。もういろいろ耐えらんないよ。
This wasn't an admission of love. It was an SOS, if not a plea for death.
君はふるさとのことが嫌い？
Just consume more poison if you do enough, you build a new unity. Yeah, I don't think that's how it works.
嫌い。
With aconite poisoning.
ふるさとのみんなも？
大嫌い。
そんなことはないはずだろ。
だってここには私の居場所なんてないもの。
In the end, she was someone who'd abandon Yasumise. Even if there was space for her to live, she just couldn't adjust to this way of life, and her thinking was no longer that of a Yasumise inhabitant. However, moving away didn't solve all her problems either. She saw a glimmer of hope in her homeland and returned here, or so I assumed. But she didn't get what she wanted and suffered in vain, and to top it all off, she was caught up in a feast. It must have been incredibly painful, so that was why she treated me so nicely when we first met. There must have been a profound emptiness in her heart, but I couldn't return those feelings during this loop. I'd already accepted someone else.
分かってるよ。リカ子さん、可愛いもんね。まさか。
You don't trust personalities to remain intact post-wolfing? True.
超能力？
病毒を引き取ったんだって。だから春秋さんは助かったんだって。
Yeah, she had funny magic sex with you.
すごいよね。
No.
一個ないの。
ちえみちゃんは十分魅力的だよ。
じゃあ付き合ってよ。一緒に遊んでよ。手を握ってよ。タンデムでずっと遠くまで連れてってよ。布団の中で一日中ギュッてしててよ。このドア開けてよ。
I could do that, but that would be an empty gesture. Being granted false hope only led to greater despair, so I didn't open the door. I couldn't.
嘘ついたかな
She did what? Yeah!
言葉の上で嘘はつかないで。
Yeah.
期待の余地だけ残して。後で全部はしご外して。
She let me go through the very, very far end of, oh, is this still allowed to be shown on Twitch? After ability saying such as rebel, he tried to kill himself by poison her while being torn apart. He was immune to it.
ひどい。卑怯者。最低だよ。私。
I might have underestimated some things here. Trying to save someone you'd given up on was just naive hypocrisy. In the end, you need to be prepared to never see them again. But it only works when you've been physically separated. That was probably the only refuge she had left, but in this mist, there was nowhere for her to hide. She could only attack herself in a roundabout manner by criticizing me. And... no matter what happened here, it wouldn't end well. Worst case scenario, she could disappear into the mist again. But I really write it off as simply drama between a man and a woman. But I'd already decided. The moment I opened my mouth... What are you doing here? Ikaku-san's voice.
なんでもないよ。ただ、見苦しいところを晒してただけ。
夜は物意味を。それに夫妻子様は蛇の籠舎で命を狙われてもいる状態です。
The girls are fighting.
リカコさんだって出歩いてんじゃん。
私は。
The girls are going to start fighting.
そんなのただの言い訳じゃん。しなくたって誰か死ぬときは死ぬし、何か出たってリカコさんどうするの？
それは。
リカコさんだって、狼かどうか本当はわかんないじゃん。
I mean, you could be a wolf as well, Chiemi.
ちえみちゃん、やめるんだ。
上松家のご当主で、美人で、人格者で、ここじゃ人望ないかもだけど、みんな本当はあなたが善人だって。
Both the little child as a wolf? Could be. She could very well be a wolf. Controlling. So she's bad. Shut up. Shh. Shh.
上富士吉じゃ、みんなから尊敬されてて、崇拝されてて、居場所がしっかりあって。でも、
ちえみ。
呼び捨てにしないでよ。
What else am I supposed to call you?
リカコさんだって、狼かもしれないよね。本当は超嫌なやつで、全部演技かもしれないよね。
私は、人です。
みんなそう言うしかないんだよ。それを信じてもらえるかどうかじゃん。そこ、超能力とかさ。そんなの。
There's two wolves inside of you. One is gay, the other is also gay.
愛してもらえるに決まってるじゃん。そんなの叶うわけないじゃん。私が持ってないものを全部持ってて、春明さんまで取ってくなんて。ひどいよ。ひどいよ。ずるいよ。
She didn't want to hurt Dikaku-san. She only wanted to hurt herself. But as one who could do nothing but hurt her, I couldn't say anything.
勘違いをされていますね。
何が？
春明様は私に
Lend it?
一瞬の望みをくださっただけ。
Lend it?
一瞬。
Isn't to lend an irregular verb? Shouldn't this be lend with a T? Or is this one of those, oh, you can do both?
むしろ私の浅ましい望みを春明様は拒まれま
Oh,
した。
there's a fart smeller. You can do both because fuck English. Oh, man. Fuck English, for real.
それを断られました。
Okay, he rejected. So she didn't go through with it?
男女の何もありはせず、これからもありはしません。
So she did not have her way with us.
嘘だ。適当にごまかしてるだけだ。
Surprisingly.
むしろ私には何もない。
Yeah, land is a preferred option. Okay.
歴史と
You don't trust her to not have done it anyway.
それを居場所だってありはしません。心身の一辺に至るまで。
どういうことなの？
We don't have time for that. The corruption is coming.
残った証文も片付けてメイコをよその警察にでも預けたらしかしあなたは違う霧が晴れたらきっと安水は芹沢様を受け入れる
I thought we agreed to not have secret meetings anymore either, yet they're having a secret meeting here.
芹沢様の居場所はここです
Through the poison, no!
そして夫妻師様の居場所は藤吉村に生まれた私たちは彼と添い遂げることなどさあ戻りましょう
嘘だよ意味わかんないよそんなに難しいもんじゃないよ付き合ってるなら付き合えばいいじゃん好きなだけ何だってすればいい
I guess
それはもうできないのです
なんで
その通りだ
Yeah, Rikaku-san had my things. She gave me the best way to deal with this.
植松家のご当主に対して読み意味の宴と藤吉村のことで聞かなきゃならないことがある。
Oh?
ただしこの戸は開かない。
え？
ちえみちゃんは帰ってくれ。
嘘。
これを信じてもらえないならどうにしたって君とはダメだった。
じゃあ一緒にいる。
君は自分の昔の男性遍歴を詮索されるときに他人が同席したらどう思う？
わかった。帰る。
She doesn't have a history with men. She dated 2 guys and it didn't work out. She told you this last time. I had no idea if she really understood it the way I intended, but she could probably tell that we were about to speak about something unpleasant.
春明さん、霧が晴れたら、最後はちゃんとしてね。
Yeah, sure. Backing down was a part of a proper breakup. I could hear walk off, then nothing.
植松さん。
一つ謝らせてください。
何でしょう？
あの時はお見苦しいところをお見せしました。
こんな時じゃなきゃ嬉しいことでしたけどね。
I wish him dying of poison was the actual true ending.
やめてください。
It made the mood less tense, but wasn't quite enough.
じゃあ、真面目に聞きます。あれはそういう演技なんですか？あるいは、植松家の務めを果たす際の仮面とでも言うものとか。
I could hear a gasp.
ご存知だったのですか？
The response proved my assumption was correct. The bedroom woman servant. I should have questioned the lewdness, the derogatory nature of that term a bit earlier. The Uematsu were the Fujiyoshi had family in charge of the night, including the secret matters related to it. They weren't just a night watch and people in charge of funerals, they also handled the nightly affairs of man and woman. That meant they were Fujiyoshi's local sexual service providers. As the head of the family, Rikaku-san obviously knew how to handle such things. If I had to guess, all the Uematsu girls were given such a role. Also, I imagine that taking in the poison and corruption was closely related to bodily intimacy. I didn't know much about historic Japan's ideas of medicine, but I knew about the Chinese idea that lovemaking and health were closely tied together. Well, even if it wasn't something like that, knowing the human body, they could have easily formed the logic that it released negative energy. Spiders ate their prey by melting their insides and sucking them out, and boy was that fitting. Shut the fuck. There was also the Jorogumu, the orb-weaving spiders, who shared their name with a yokai that was linked to many lustful stories. In the West, the female spiders that ate their males were called widows, and the black widow was extremely poisonous. Unnerving, elegant, and sexy at the same time. We're talking about spiders were unique creatures that created webs they used to catch their prey and consumed them by melting them with poison. I could understand why equating them with evil women and enchanting ladies was so universal. And just now I practically asked her if she was that. I was more or less right. Fujiyoshi was once a place where hunters thrived, attracting many outsiders, a lot of whom were rowdy. To keep them from going after the local women, Fujiyoshi had to train specialists with the right set of skills. The Uematsu gained influence by placing their own relatives in that role. Also, prior to that, the Uematsu had some religious significance, turning the monopolization of sex into a sanctified act. Yeah, isn't that lovely? Oh my god. The influence must have spread to birth and child rearing as well, and the yoke of tradition made them very powerful. Uematsu successfully gained control of the darkness most living people encountered by donning the filthy title of bedroom woman servants and facing that darkness head on. The Mikuruma controlled through the public side of faith and politics, the Higuchi handled food and smithing, new info, while the Nosato handled medicine among other fields. I wonder where the Uematsu came in and how it all made sense, but as time passed and the family business ceased having a place in modern society, the influence began to decline. What? Smithing? What's your problem? Smithing! There's an eye in there! Smithing? War, the drop in demand for hunting and the spread of diseases from the outside had made the Uematsu lose relevance, and the final descendants of the family had neither the originality nor zeal to adapt to the times and survive. Adapt. Not adopt.
その経緯からして血筋を守ることを重視しませんでした。
Why is it smithing?
しようがありませんでした。
Why is it smithing? When it's written like that. What's next? A blacksmith? Blacksmith. Oh yeah, you're right. I guess.
植松の娘がこうなせば、それが新たな植松。植松の教えと秘技と、いくつもの不条理な掟に従う者が、
Okay.
当主は必ず女が務め、それもまた。
Nice! Fucked up family politics.
しかし娘が生まれなければ、よくできた別の娘
Fuck English, truly.
を継ぐこともありました。植松は血でなく思想で結束し、その思想が藤吉に否定されれば、私たちは春日井を描いた屋台骨のようなもの。そして養子縁組など他の三家が望むはずもありませんでしょう。
The head of the spider's family, the priestess of the spider, had a dark background befitting that title, and the future was bleak for her as well. The Uematsu were an unnatural relic of the past, and by cutting them off, the other three families would be able to further modernize themselves. Despite no chance of the family recovering, Nikaku Uematsu was born into an unenviable position and grown to be another bedroom woman servant. I wasn't capable of claiming I could understand her. It wasn't an exaggeration to say we lived in different worlds. It would have been absurd to even claim I could take on her despair.
春明様はお優しいのですね。
No, Nua is not taking on any more words that we've been pronouncing wrong at this point in time. No. Good night. I will keep saying words the way I want to. No. We are taking no further queries at this point in time. Please redirect your complaints the next time we open up for business hours. No. I couldn't understand what she meant at all, so I thought about it for a few seconds before I would ask.
こんなことを聞いても、汚らわしいネアのはしためと罵ることもされず。
As long as you can understand what the fuck I'm trying to say, it doesn't really matter if I'm saying it right or wrong, does it?
ですが、その優しさが辛い。いっそ足ざまに罵っていただければ、諦めがつこうというもの。芹沢様のお気持ちが。
I told you, yeah, and I just closed business hours, so stop. Gee, I wonder what we're going to get here. Bad ending. Why did the locals think it natural to put themselves down and give up on what they wanted? Was it common for local breakups to be considered the woman's responsibility? Or were men the ones who dumped while the woman simply continued pining or something? Was it a custom? All I'd say to that was eat shit, but perhaps the ones making the mistakes were the ones who fell in love with girls like that.
最後にいいですか？
はい。
あなたは長者として読み意味の宴の秘密に一切関わってませんか？
はい。身車が何を考えているかはわかりませんが、ネヤのはしためなど取るに足りぬと思っているのでしょう。
なら、どうして僕を逃がしてくれるなんて確信を持って言えたんですか？
The silence wasn't too long.
私は迷信にまみれた。
Yeah.
過去の決
I'd rather not dwell on it.
その力をもってして。
Because I don't like the idea
あ
either.
なたの病毒を引き取りました。その力をもってすれば、あなた一人を逃がすくらいはできるかもしれない。そのように思っただけです。
That made sense. And now that she used divinity as a basis, there was no room for me to argue.
これでよろしいですね。
はい。ありがとうございました。信じました。じゃあ、明日会えることを願いつつ、眠ることとしましょうか。
Wasn't it for me to just
春明様は死ぬことはございません。神内様から賜りし雲の加護が。
She was basically saying that she would protect me.
あなたが言うと怖いくらいハマってますね。
え？
いえ、なんでもないです。メイコによろしく。
はい。
明日改めてお願いすると思いますが、僕が頼んだら本当のことを言ってください。それでこのゲームを終わらせます。その時にもしあなたがいなかったら、僕がメイコを警察に連れて行きますよ。
ありがとう。信じております。
That was the end of that. Still, behind the door, she gave me a boring goodbye and left. What do you mean, a boring goodbye? Remarkably fatigued, I collapsed onto the futon. It was pretty thin, so the hard floor below hurt my shoulders, but I couldn't be bothered to even react. Did I actually just break up with 2 women in one evening? It hadn't even been that long since I'd broken up with Mitsuchi, and had already made a habit of it. I'd gone on a trip because of a breakup, only to find more of them. If I couldn't escape, maybe I'd be happiest if I just came in through Saranaga like last time and enjoyed some time with Chiemi. Or was there a better path to take now? I couldn't tell anymore. Wolves were out and about tonight, yet here I was thinking about this stuff. Was something wrong with my head? Well, there probably was, but this wrongness was different. Still, I saw how things would go. There was one thing that bothered me, though. Would Bikaku-san survive? The question, no worry, remained floating in my brain. I tried to let go of my consciousness. Take someone to the police, you might as well give them a rest. Ito. Well, yeah, who would have guessed? But, Missouri Bear is human! Nothing I woke up to came to me as a surprise. I hadn't died. I'd known it'd be that way. All that remained was figuring out how to end things. I merely had to find a compromise between what was happening and what I felt. No, there were 2 more things to consider. The wolves could go out of control before the feast even began, and I didn't know who I had to mourn today. It was 5 in the morning, and everything was still covered in mist. I could see things better than at night, but not by a whole lot. Was Kansa-san patrolling again? He was no longer like he had been yesterday morning, so I could hope that he was, but he no longer had a gun. The fact that he, a confirmed human, was patrolling like that was actually pretty good for us. I carefully took a step forward. The wolves were liable to appear from the mist at any moment, so I snuck around just in case. However, this was a world of mist and ominous silence. As I walked, the grass swayed and the crunching of the gravel felt loud enough to be heard by the entire village. In fact, even the sound of my heartbeat was deafening. To hell with this, I had to pull myself together. If they were coming, I surely would have heard them too. I just had to stand still to know if I was in danger. I didn't hear anything. There was no one. Or perhaps everyone was hiding. Or perhaps it's 5 in the fucking morning and no one else is awake yet. As I began suspecting that the murderer was about to pop out of the nearby bushes, I stopped running. I went to the side of the road and hid myself. I carefully thought about the situation. If you look at the feast as a game, the judges were mostly uninvolved in its progression, leaving it to the players. They only dispensed supernatural deaths to those who killed more than one, or humans who walked around at night. It was really minimal intervention. On the other hand, though, that didn't mean they would stick to the rules and keep the number of victims under 2. And so far, the sides that were cornered tried to kill people even if it meant getting the death penalty. It happened every time. In other words, observance of the rules wasn't valued, meaning that having more deaths than allowed was not a problem. Not only were the humans unprotected, but the wolves, who saw justice in the real story, were entirely capable of disregarding the corruption to commit murder. Looking at it that way, I had no idea what the game master, Great Lord Shinai, was trying to accomplish. Did he just want to see bloodshed? In that case, why the roundabout method? He was the god of the mountain, the corruption was his law. The Yomi Beater were the enemy, but it wasn't clear whether the ones sent to Yomi were the humans or wolves. It made so little sense. If the corruption was the power of Yomi, it wasn't even clear where the boundary between the mountain and Yomi was. In other words, it was safe to think that the mountain and Yomi were the same thing. Shinai was both the mountain and Yomi, a two-faced god who split the Fujiyoshi people worshipping him into 2 opposing factions on a whim. From this afternoon until yesterday next week, it feels very bizarre. His aim was just very bloodshed. The mist, the village, everything here was like a coliseum to him. A hunting ground, basically. I had to be overthinking things. However, the fact that the rules weren't strict and the punishment wasn't swift created an opening. There probably was a way to clear the game with minimal casualties. I had to make it through the situation, though. I made a gamble. After taking a deep breath, I screamed at the top of my lungs, then hid. If Kanzo-san or Takumi-san heard it, they were bound to come. If it was a wolf instead, they would make a move, wondering why something serious happened without their knowing. They couldn't catch me off guard if I hid and watched from the shadows. 5 minutes passed, yet I heard nothing. What if everyone was already dead? That was impossible, was it though? Maybe they knew what I was thinking and were now planning to ambush me. I was just guessing, but you never knew what could happen in this mist. My next option was to sneak around and look around the whole village. Everyone's just hiding somewhere, waiting for the other person to pop up. I would move swiftly and in short bursts. I'd make noise for sure, but it would also make it harder for any other potential lurkers to find me. The Okiba were large and had decent amounts of space between them, making them good hiding places. Talk about a missed opportunity. Oh, room. I ran and hid. Then I held my breath. Nothing was happening. Not thinking much about it, I repeated the process. I ran and hid, then stayed quiet. I ran and hid. No! Yoshitsugu-kun popped out of the stone I was aiming for and charged at me. I jumped to the side. A wood-cutting axe slashed through the place I was just standing in. Hello? He then angrily threw the axe away in a random direction and screamed. Maybe you should have kept the axe. No point in sneaking around anymore. But this made me understand something. His rage could only mean one thing. The mom, right? After waiting for him to calm down a bit, we began walking together, no longer trying to hide at all. If he'd made so much noise and survived regardless, it was safe to assume that there would be no ambushes. And even if there was, it would be 2 versus 2. We would be on equal footing. As expected, we made it to the plaza without anything happening. Yoshitsugu-kun hadn't said a word the whole way. He was just breathing heavily, like when he attacked me, and his eyes were so wide that his agitation seemed to become madness. Not waiting for an answer, I went to the dining hall. I was instantly assaulted by a strange reek. We would never eat here again. As I became certain of that fact, my heart sank, which was pretty out of character for me. I took a step forward. The cupboard's glass was completely destroyed and there were porcelain pieces all over the place. This must have been caused by Yoshitsugu-kun's rampage. Her bed was upstairs. I went up carefully, just in case, but it didn't feel like there was anyone alive inside. The supports and walls were slightly damaged in places. Yoshitsugu-kun had taken it really hard, huh? Even the phone, the only one in the village, was completely broken and on the floor. After seeing it, I went further into a room. It was the same. The philosophy behind the murder was the same as Haruchan's. The bloody footprints were standard at this point. There was no doubt that this was done by wolves. What was different was that it wasn't a clobbering, but a slashing. Cody Oribe's remains were cut up and drowning in a sea of blood. She hadn't been torn apart or split up randomly. It was best to say that she'd been cut into rings. Her body was lying on its back, covered neck to toe in horizontal slashes. They did make it to the bone, but didn't break through them. Her entire front was cut open like a fish fillet. I couldn't tell whether she died from blood loss or suffocation due to the multiple neck injuries, but whichever it was, she'd suffered an awful end. And yet again, for some reason, her face was left completely untouched. She clearly vomited lots of blood, and her expression was downright demonic. She'd been conscious while it was happening, but the faces of the detestable wolves burned to her now dead eyes. I'd seen how intense this woman could be, and at this point a part of me felt like it was the real her. However, no matter how demonic, she was definitely a loving mother. Both her two sons, as well as Yasumisa as a whole. Well, she was human, but she's also now dead. I can't read my own fucking writing anymore. Oh, that's supposed to say Motsi. Okay, my bad. Oh, I'm gonna go out of my way here and say that the other son is probably also human then. That leaves us with only Meiko, the old man, being a wolf though. Or Chiemi is a wolf and she's... Looking at her reminded me of the Buddhist goddess demon Haniti or Kishimoji, no matter how irrelevant that was. And oh boy was it irrelevant. In Shinai-sama's court, gods on the outside had absolutely no power. Suddenly, I realized that her arms were completely unharmed. I also noticed that some of the wounds seemed to be facing downwards. The back of the hand was facing upwards, while the palm was facing down, despite the wounds being on the palm. Why? Upon further observation, I noticed something strange about her undamaged hand. Her fingers were in a peculiar position. Her right hand squeezed its pinky and ring finger. Wait, what? Her right hand squeezed its pinky and ring finger? What? Huh? How the fuck? Meanwhile, her left was grasping all the fingers except the thumb. Had she been conscious when she'd gotten these wounds? Had she bent her arms and pushed her fingers on the floor into this position? Was it a shape created by her painful, absurd end? Or perhaps some sort of message? I cannot... No, I'm sorry. I don't understand how she's holding her hands at all. What do you mean? She used her right hand to squeeze her pinky and... Eh? Okay. Yoshitsugu-kun had caught up with me. Yasunaga couldn't tell. Okay, wait. So it could be Meiko, it could be Shimi, and it could be the old man.
それだけかよ。それだけ？お前には僕の気持ちがわかるのか？泣きわめけば納得するのかよ。僕だって悲しいさ。絶望だってしてる。だけど僕は考えなきゃならないんだよ。よく考えて。
Doesn't this make our... Doesn't this make our little haha, let's find out what someone else's thing from yesterday night absolutely unneeded? Because we looked into her and we confirmed she's a human, like, duh, okay, now she's dead, great. What do we gain from doing that?
お前はいいよな。そんなのなくてさ。好き放題に生きて、母さんにいっぱい構ってもらえて。結局、僕はこんな子供みたいなことにずっとこだわって。
Double confirmation. Congratulations, the person who's now dead.
それでもいつか。
Was confirmed human.
母さんも理性的になって、こんなわだかまり全部。
Because she was confirmed.
もう無理だな。
Maybe.
虚しいよ。
頼むからよ。そんなこと言わねえでくれよ、兄貴。もう母ちゃんはいねえんだぞ。俺らがひねくれた時に何か言ってくれる母ちゃんはいねえ。兄貴がひねくれててどうすんだよ。
僕は母さんの無念を晴らす。この母さんの指の形が何なのか考えて割り出して母さんの仇を撃つ。それでお役御免だ。
母ちゃんはお前のこと好きだったよ。俺はな、逆に兄貴にムカついてた。 母ちゃんは俺にお前の話ばっかする。俺以外にも、いや、一人の時も。寮暮らしの兄貴は知らねえだろうけどな。母ちゃんは最近ずっと親父の写真に独り言言ってたんだ。全部お前のだ。
嘘だ。
嘘じゃねえ。母ちゃんはお前の方が好きだったんだよ。当たり前だ。兄貴の方がいいに決まってる。だから母ちゃんは俺にこんなこと押し付けてよ。チクショー!
Suddenly he pushed me aside, went forward, and reached for her body.
おい、何してるんだ。母ちゃん、ごめん。
All choked up, he screamed and opened his dead mother's mouth. Huh? Huh? What the fuck are you looking for? Yasunaka-kun's eyes widened at my question, while Yoshitsugu-kun reached for the wound on her neck. Huh? What he took out was something small and covered in blood. He cleaned it with his fingers, exposing something transparent. Apparently it was something covered in food wrapping.
兄貴、開けろよ。母ちゃんが死ぬかもしれねえから。そんで、出てきたもんを兄貴に渡せって。やっぱり母ちゃんは兄貴の方が好きだったろうが。目覚ましやがれ。
久石さん、すみません。開いてもらえません。
What is it?
震えて、ちょっと。
I felt apologetic. I probably wasn't even supposed to be here in the first place, so I would at least do this much. The wrap had a rolled piece of paper inside. When I unrolled it, I realized just how small it was. There was tiny but legible writing on it. The wrap protected any damage caused by blood or saliva, so I could read it clearly. Toku uematsu chimiseri sawa chikamochi kamoshida meiko other. Please read this together, you two. I always knew you were concerned about my attitude. I wanted Yasunaga to show what he's capable of somewhere far away from this dreadful place, and I would be too worried if I didn't have Yoshitsugu at my side. I came this far with such thoughtlessness, but it doesn't seem like I will survive this night, so please understand this much. Wait, these are the people she looked— hold on. Oh, no, these are the people she looked into? No, that doesn't work. Never mind. Don't mind me. My bad, she's a crow. No. I love both of you more than anything in the world. Please forget everything aside from that and have a fun brotherly life. Mother. This wasn't something I could read for them. I just spread it out and put it on the simple dress on my side. What does the list mean? What does the list mean? That's what I like to know. Hold on. Ikako? Chiemi? Mochi? Miko? Other. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me just copy that so I don't have to go in all the time. They didn't say a word and I took that as a yes. I walked up to the remains. Again, I checked that the wounds in the palms were facing down. The right hand's thumb, index finger, and middle finger were up, while on the left it was only the thumb. Oh, that's what they mean! I was thinking, like, how the fuck do you cover the other fingers with, you know, the rest of your hand? But okay, that's more understandable. Maybe we'll compare the song. Oh, I don't know how to look up the song now quickly. Is the song part of our key list? No, it isn't. I don't know if we have a way to look up the song that quickly. I looked into the wound Yoshitsugu-kun had reached into and extended my finger toward it. I opened it up and examined the cut. It was just one large tube. Blah. Takami-san was standing at the entrance to the dining hall along with everyone else. He was armed with a farming tool, while Kanzo-san had a hunting knife. It was obvious that they walked around all of Yasumi's and woke everyone up. Thus they understood the situation. The Odibe brothers and I missed them because we left our houses earlier than they came to us. They'd probably woken up early because they were worried about their mother. Takami-san wasn't saying a word. He just cast his eyes down and tightly pursed his lips. He vehemently ignored his urge to run to Kaori-san. As a man who couldn't, or was too late to, become their father, he thought he had no right to step into their family matters. It was a tragedy, from start to finish.
おはようございます。皆さん、こんな時でなんですが、大体全部わかりました。
Do you?
二人が降りてきたら、最後の宴を開くことを提案します。
I don't. I'm gonna admit it, I do not understand everything yet. Also, we're on our way to a bad ending. Because we're still missing some kind of key. It took a whole hour. I didn't hear any loud noises from upstairs the entire time. That was why, when they came downstairs with red eyes, we all understood that they'd been quietly crying. Everyone silently agreed with my proposal, and we all went to the hall. We all had our sake, and the eldest among us spoke. Yeah, the last key is gonna be unlocked once we reach this bad ending. But seeing as we're having an entire feast once again, I'm not sure how long that's going to take. Izanagi-kun instantly raised his hand.
いいですか。特に夫妻子さん。
構わないよ。
では、僕は植松里香子と鴨志田鹿持を狼として告発する。
待て、植松のことは信じたんじゃなかったのかよ。
蛇である夫妻子さんが死にそうなのを見捨てずに助けたということは信用につながりますが、むしろそれで夫妻子さんに取り入り、昨晩の蛇のカゴによる正体確認の対象から逃れられるかもしれない。
確かに、僕は昨晩、吉嗣君を調べた。
Oh, okay. I read wrong who we were investigating. Never mind.
俺を疑ったのかよ。
結果は。
Oh, so he's human. My bad. Where is he on my list? Oh, I already wrote him down as human. I wrote him down as human. Oh my god, I'm so stupid.
人だった。
でしょうね。これで正体不明なのは植松里香子、芽子。それに知恵。
Well, that's not true. I know that Mochi's a wolf. I know.
しかし、残る絞り込みは、今朝遺体で見つかった僕の母、織部香織が行ってくれた。
He reached into his pocket and took out a letter from before, Kaori-san's final words. Everyone came closer and read it. Some began to choke up and cry, but everyone knew that what mattered right now wasn't the message she'd left to the brothers. It's a list.
この部分はどういう意味かね。
これは間違いなく母さんの筆跡で、母さんから見た怪しい人間が並べてあるんです。蛇の加護等で正体が定まってない知恵ねえ、モッチー、植松さん、芽子、母さん自身は除いてある。義継も抜かれてるのは、母さんが義継を信じたってことでしょ。夫妻子さんが実は狼だったとかそういう時は一応カバーできるように。その他の場合は夫妻子さんが嘘をついていたことが明らかなので、こちらも大きなヒントにはなる。母さんはこれでメッセージを残した。
待ちたまえ。これだけだと単なる名前の羅列に過ぎないが、
母さんの手の立てられた指の数です。皆さんに見てもらうことはできなかったですが、母さんの遺体の指は少し変な形になってた。夫妻さん、義継。
I do, but I don't see how that's helped.
母さんの手がどうなっていたか覚えていますよね。
How many people are we at this point? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down, 4 up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah! The right was clenching the pinky and the ring finger, while the left was clenching all besides the thumb.
右手が3本、左手が1本立てられていたね。
ああ、間違いねえ。
指の数で狼を指定したってことか。
そう。いざ狼が入ってきた時には、もうこんなメッセージを残してる。だからあらかじめ紙に書いて飲み込んで。
紙、おいしくないよ。黙って、メイコ。お姉ちゃん、怖い。
Shut the fuck up, child.
そこまでしなきゃならなかったってことかよ。
ここで考えなければならないのは、はるちゃんの時のこと。 彼女は母さんの時と同じく
Her face was left intact. She was betting on the fact that when she was killed, that her face would be left
暴れた
intact.
形跡はなかった。母さんの時は周りが荒らされてたけど、
俺が暴れたんだよ。
そう。基本的には何らかの方法で抵抗ができない状態でああやって殺されたか。つまり死の前後はほとんど行動の自由が利かない状況で、なおかつ狼の目があるわけです。この状況では普通死にそうな人がメッセージを残せるなんて思わない。
なるほど。そりゃ床に血文字とか残せるわけはないよね。狼に気づかれたらすぐ消されちゃう。
そう。大きな情報は残せない。だけどこうやって情報を別のところに書いておけば、それを指定する最低限の情報を残すことでことは足りる。
Yes! I went apeshit. Oh, okay. Sure.
こんな方法で読み意味の宴のルールの穴をつけるとは思っていませんでした。僕の頭が硬かったのは確かでしょう。無理そうなことには挑戦しなかった。こんなものを飲み込んでまでメッセージを残そうとする母さんの執念がほころび。
Well, we know for sure that Mochi is a wolf. So it's one of the other 3 girls.
以上です。
上松、やっぱてめえが殺したんじゃねえか。
昨日くくっちまうべきだったってのか。
違います。違います。
やっすんにしてはなんか雑じゃないかな。そんだけで僕とりっちゃんが。
Well, I know that you are one, my guy.
そうです。私は自分が狼でないと知っています。
Couldn't. Ah, fuck. We can't do that. We can't go and say we know Mochi is. Ah, we the player know. But we in this timeline don't know. Because we can't go, oh yeah, actually we're time looping. So we have information from several different. I hate this.
実は折ってる指の方を数えるんじゃないの？
そうなると、ちえみとめいこ、全く逆の結論になるな。
Damn it.
めいこは狼ではありません。
Well, if neither you or Meiko are wolves, then it's Chiemi.
織部義継様が人なのならば、残る芹沢様と鴨志田様が狼です。
Going by a process of elimination.
織部様の指は。
何言ってるの？私違うよ。
なんかしっくりこないからさ。ぶっちゃけ、ハッサンが狼とか真面目に考えてた。
Oh, shut the fuck up. They looked at me with suspicious eyes. Apparently, even almost dying from poison wasn't enough to earn their unconditional trust.
収集がつかねえぞ、ヤス。
迷うことはなく、狼は植松里香子と鴨志田近持です。
メッセージの信憑性を補強する何かがあるのかね。
言いたくはなかったけどさ、トリカブトが使われた段階でお前のことがよぎったよ。
ああ、なるほど。
野里か。
確かに我々は毒草の扱いも家で手ほどきを受けるがね。
春明さん、覚えてたらでいいんですが。
I did not.
葉っぱみたいなものは食べましたか？
I've been on guards, of course I remembered.
大きめに刻んだネギと白菜は入ってたと思うけど。
Was the wolf trying to get double kill while a partner killed someone else? I don't think so. I don't think Chiemi, even if she's a wolf, would have found out of her way to do something like that. Because Chiemi, as we saw in the last route, is actually kind of... Well, I wouldn't say she's superstitious, but she's afraid of God. So I don't think she would go out of her way to kill someone and get the corruption on her, even if she, you know, by going outside of the normal feast rules.
そうでしょう。一応あの後みんなで残ってたお椀を見ましたが、トリカブトがそのまま入ってたってことはなかった。だからトリカブトの汁とか毒を抽出したものとか。
Yeah, no, you're perfectly fine.
そういう発想ができるのは野里清之介さんか
But yeah, Chiemi had a few little breakdowns connected to the whole God sees what we're doing and God will kill us and blah blah blah. So I don't think. But in the third wood, you're a wolf. I'm pretty darn sure in the third wood we're going to be a wolf. We had to, I think last time we played it. So yesterday when we played it, Haruaki was also like, he feels like he's missing out on some information he would only get by being a wolf, so. You gotta head out. Okay, thank you for coming by, Boom. Have a good night. It reminded me that last time Cody-san put just the cut leaves and Kyunosuke-san instantly noticed. I don't know what wolfsbane looks like.
どうして言ってくれないんだよ。
いや、僕じゃないって。見てよこの細腕。これで死体を切り刻むなんてとても。
どうして母さんが切り刻まれたって知ってるんだ。
Oh! Mochi, you fucked up. Mochi, you fucked up. Da 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 da. Everything seemed to grind to a halt. Yasunaga Oribe glared at his ex-friend with both anger and a bit of grief. Chikamochi Kamoshida looked back at him with a poker face.
じゃあやはり香織さんのメッセージは正しい。
ええ。
鴨志田様、嘘でしょ。
はい、ストップ。
I got some looks that could kill, but I had to do it. Everything depended on it.
安永くんの道筋は大体正しいと思うし、香織さんの功績というのは確かに果てしないと思う。けど、ちょっと読み解いておくべきことが足りてないように思う。
何でしょうか。遠慮なく言ってもらっていいですよ。
Ignoring his somewhat antagonistic tone.
香織さんの遺体について、さっき話に出たように、顔と手以外の全身に切り傷がつけられているような状態です。ここでまず一つ。なぜ顔と手は残された？はるちゃんの時は顔は残されたけど、手は完全にやられていた。
I felt bad about making them remember things they didn't want to, but I had no choice.
顔はまあわかる気はするんですよ。こんな殺し方だと顔が残った方がかえって残酷だ。でも手はどうかな。指なんて一番切り刻みやすい部位だ。どうしてこれが残された？まるでわざとダイイングメッセージを残そうとしたみたいに見えませんか？
わざと？
うん。先に結論を言うと、このメッセージは狼の捏造です。
待てやおら、あれ間違いなくお袋の字だったっつうな。
うん、それは間違いないと思うよ。香織さんは確かに安永くんが言った計画であれを飲み込んだんだろう。それを万一の時に取り出すよう吉嗣くんにことづけたんだよね。
ああ、そうだ。
ここにも穴があって内緒話は必ず漏れると僕は思ってるんですが、確率の話をしても仕方ないからやめて。問題は今回の殺し方ではメッセージは残せないってところにあるんですよ。
どういうこった？抵抗できないってのは指一本動かせなかったはず。
Thank you for the pet. And the posture check. and the idle time.
それはわかりません。そうかもしれないし違うかもしれない。だからそれも
He is a doctor.
ここで話を聞きたいのは野里さんです。
私かね。
Yeah.
はい。腕の内側を深く切り刻まれた状態で手を握り込むことはできますか？
それは不可能だな。指の第一関節と第二関節を曲げる筋肉は手のひらじゃなく腕につながっている。
香織さんがもし指の形をああした後で切られたのだとすれば、筋が断たれて手は開いたはずだ。
I didn't think of that.
逆に切られた後で指をああしようと思っても指をもう握り込むことはできない。
I don't really think about, you know, having. Oh, no, no.
そんな。そうか。だから腕の傷が下向きになっていたんだ。
そうだったのか？
ええ。腕だけこう傷口を伏せたように下向きになってたんです。つまり母さんは指が握り込めないから腕をなんとか動かして
無理があると思わないか？あそこまで腕をぐちゃぐちゃにされて、
それは。
まあ、これも確率論。いいでしょう。
50-50, okay.
五分ってことにしておきましょう。
50-50.
今のところは不自然なだけな点が、指が無傷なこと、指が握られていたこと、密談が漏れなかったこと、この3点。加えて明らかに奇妙な点が1つ。遺体の首にも傷はあった。もちろん深いものだけど骨までは見えていなかった。
You no longer have video, only audio? Oh. Just you? Or is anyone else also having... No? Oh. Test. Test. Yeah, Twitch is telling me that I'm offline. So that's fun. Am I offline though? I realized asking am I offline when I is oh. Da 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 da. I'm a ghost. Good for me? Yeah, what the fuck is happening? I'm definitely still online. Okay. Looking fine, just buffered a moment. Okay, that's cool. Twitch is telling me I'm offline. Twitch is telling me I'm offline. This is funny. Okay, but we're good to go? Can you see again? Can you see what's happening? Schrodinger's newer, alive, streaming and also not streaming. Wow. Can see. Okay. This is so weird. Yeah, no, Twitch is definitely telling me that I'm offline. But if you guys are saying that you can still see me, then I'll just keep going and hope for the best.
断面には大きな管が一つだけ見えた。野里さん、喉の部分を切って一番最初に見える大きな管は何ですか？
気管？
Just refreshed it a couple of times. I'm sorry.
吉次君は気管から
I mean, I can see. Oh my
呼
god.
吸する時の息が通る道ですよ。
Kilobytes per second. Everything is flashing red for me, and then it's back to green. But
そんなところに物が詰まればすぐに窒息していたでしょう。そんなことができたはずがない。
oh.
それはそうだ。赤反射というものもある。物を飲み込むなら、物は普通は気管の奥の食道を通って胃に落ち着くはず。
You know what I hate is that as soon as I'm back in the apartment, it's like this. It's despite, you know, the entire setup being scuffy when I was at my parents', like that's one thing, but the internet was fine. Like no lag, no delay, whatever. At least no one said anything about it being laggy. But as soon as I'm back in my own apartment with my own stupid fucking internet, which is Vodafone, we're back to this. And no, I did not contact them and try and ask them like if this is usually the case.
ちなみに彼女は
Or I'm
は
just
るちゃんの時と同じ
unlucky.
く大量に血を吐いています。おそらく殺害の時、吐血とともに手紙は出てきてしまった。
I have a love and hate
それ
relationship
を
with
狼は見
Vodafone.
たんでしょうね。手紙は本物だが、後から喉に仕込まれたんですよ。解剖学的な知識のない狼の手によってね。
それじゃあ。
そう。手が無傷だったのは 狼が誤った
He casually blows a waterphone.
わざと残したんだ。
Please, I pay the money every month. The least I could do is make it work.
腕の傷が逆だったのは、逆にして床と挟み込まないと指の数が固定できなかったから。もうなくなってたわけだからね。ちなみに狼は彼女が手紙を飲み込むって密談を事前に聞いていて、注意深く探した可能性はあります。この狼は遺体の損壊にかなり執心していますね。全身くまなく破壊することで死者のメッセージが万一にも残らないようにという意図もあるように僕は思います。恐ろしく抜け目がなく狡猾な狼だと僕は思いますね。
A bit tired of talking, I felt silent for a moment and no one spoke up in my place. They were all at a loss for words.
だから結局、香織さんの指のサインは誤情報。これで狼を断罪するわけにはいかない。牧島勘三さん、かつての宴で死者がメッセージを残すことはありませんでしたか？
年寄りはみんな死人の口が言うのはよもつ狼が言わせた嘘じゃと。
There you had it. I like those words. They were in theme with the story too.
ダイイングメッセージは当てにはならない。このことを証明してくれただけで香織さんの功績は計り知れない。
わかりました。納得しました。僕の知らない知識を持ってすれば、確かにおかしい点はあったのでしょう。じゃあ狼は誰なんですか？さっきモッチーが口を滑らせたのは一体何？
Well, he is a wolf.
正解はすでに出てい
It's
る。
just the other person you're accusing of being a wolf right now doesn't add up.
リカ子さん、さっきなんて言いました？
織部義継様が人なのであれば、私とメイコは人ですから。
ちえ
残る鴨志田近持様と芹沢千恵美様が。
Her words were slow. They're always slow. And so was everyone else's reaction. Slowly, they turned to Chiemi, who'd almost never faced suspicion this whole feast.
嘘だよね。だってそれは私だって信じたくないけど、リカ子さんだって確定じゃないから可能性あるよね。
And I would let her do the talking.
リカ子さん、あなたは
Time for this reveal. But this is still a bad. How is this a bad ending?
はい。
I knew it. Naturally, the impact of that revelation was great. You could tell by just looking at everyone's shocked faces.
本物の雲は誰ですか？
メイコです。
お姉ちゃん、いいの？
ええ。私は春明様を信じます。
私、雲。お腹になんか、お姉ちゃんのこれ、書いてあったよ。
No, we already had our choice. We have to do this one. The other one is locked. She pointed at Rikaku-san's brooch.
なんでそんな。もしかしてカゴの印を見たんですか？
とんでもない。それは汚れを受けるに値する重い禁忌です。しかし藤吉の暗がりを見張るネヤのはしためとして、この時期に万一まだ字も読めないこの子が失敗せぬよう。
印覚えたよ。
さっきから何を書いてるんだい？
こっちがね。
お守り？
Oh yeah. This was a long time
それ
ago.
でね、クモさんだったら足痛くなるの。お姉ちゃん、お布団で転んだ。
Isn't that an interesting way to get around the rules?
後でおまじないをしてあげる。
She couldn't. Oh.
ヘビさんだったら
目が痛くなる。
She did not outright say I'm the spider.
カラスさんだったら
お腹痛くなる。
オオカミさんだったら
頭痛くなる。
Meika was talking way more than usual. She probably wanted to talk a lot during the feast, but we never gave her a chance to.
サルさんだったら
その時は言わなくていい。
猿の時は私が身代わりに名乗り出ることはできませんから。
なるほど。しかしメイコは雲として守る相手を決めるときに紙に
それは私が書いて渡せました。
過去の指定は直筆じゃなくて。
No, you just have to have the paper next to your bed,
わ
huh?
からなかったので真似をして書かせました。
Oh, okay.
ひらがないっぱい覚えた。
Congratulations.
この辺りこそが読み意味の宴の掟の穴かもしれません。昼の間の密談はバレる。隠したつもりの情報は必ず露見する。
狼の手に渡っても解読できない。そもそも情報かどうかも理解されない。さらに言えばこんな幼い子が掟に挑んでいるとは誰も思わない。
Smart. When you looked at it as a game, it was clearly unfair. However, when our lives were on the line, we couldn't really care about that.
とにかくリカ子さんは確かに雲ではなかったが、雲の代言者として実際に肝臓さんを一度守ったんです。
あの時は牧島肝臓様が最も重要に見えましたので。でも牧島春様は予想できませんで。
仕方ねえ。雲は一回でも守れりゃ上等だ。
おかしいと思ったんだ。雲の加護者は基本的に名乗り出るメリットはない。候補が2人出てくるのは異常だった。
That was true, but with the old wolf guy being the other candidate, I really couldn't understand why it had happened. Still, there was no point in thinking about that in this loop.
僕は彼女の意図を初日の投票の時、メイコではなく自分に投票しろという彼女の言動から推測しました。おそらく彼女はメイコの盾となって、いざとなったら名乗り出て加護者を生かすつもりなのだと。そしてメイコが狼だった時の不調まで聞いていたということは。
はい。彼女を殺して私は汚れを受ける所存でした。
それを知ってたので、僕の中では昨日の段階で容疑者は3人に絞り込めてました。あとはこの中で人を確定させられれば残り2人の狼が確定する。
消去法かね。狼を1人確定させても最後の1人が決まらんわけだ。
そうか。じゃあ夫妻子さんは一番怪しくなさそうなものとして義経を過去の対象にしたんですね。
まあね。
俺を疑ってたんじゃなかった。
さて、ここまで聞いてこれがよくできた作り話だと思いますか？そして消去法の上残った2人は自分が狼でないということのこれに勝る弁明が
But we
できます
can
か？
only hang one of them.
もしそうならどうして僕は香織ママの嘘情報でも狼ってことにされてたのさ。
そうだ、そこがわからん。どうして狼は近持ちが狼だと。
彼がおとりだからですよ。皆さん、彼はどうやって僕に毒を盛ったと思います？
そうだ、それは結局不明のままだ。だから織部夫人が疑われたのだ。彼女しか君を狙える者がいなかったから。待てよ。
そうなんですよ。彼女以外にありえないんです。僕を狙ったものなら。
そうか、そういうことか。誰でもよかったのか。
正解。あれは僕を狙ったんじゃなくて、死ぬのは誰でもよかったんですよ。
待て待て、どういうことだ？お前が蛇だから狙われた。
No, this just worked out in their favor that it was us.
それが考え違いの元なんですよ。たまたま毒の塗られた器が僕に回っただけです。
I mean, maybe I'm reaching too far back, but Mochi said something offhandedly that at the time that was like, oh, he broke all of the bolts that we fixed.
おそらく彼は昨日のいつかのタイミングで食器に毒を塗った。
So maybe he already poisoned one of the bolts then.
一番上のやつに一滴垂らしたとかだけ。
Or maybe it doesn't matter at all.
その程度ならばチャンスはいくらでもあったでしょう。そして食事となった時、狼はなんとなく雑談でもしながら料理には手をつけず 自分たち以外の誰かが毒を食らえば、そのタイミングで口をつけるかつけてたことにする。多分あの時は場が混乱してたから、全員が確実に料理に口をつけてたかはもう証明できないでしょう。もし誰も毒を食らわなければ、自分たちの皿に毒が回ってきているから気分が悪いとか理由をつけて食べなきゃいいわけで、とにかくこうすることで人の陣営を一人減らせる。発言力の強い牧島さん、匠さん、安永くん、立場が微妙な野里さん、自称雲の理香子さん、蛇のカゴ者である僕、人の多くが狼にとって殺す価値のある人材であると言えます。そしていざ毒殺されれば、それは調理した本人であり、唯一個人を狙える立場にあった香織さんが疑われる。自称カラスである香織。
じゃあお前が死にかけたのは
完全なる偶然でしょうね。しかしちょうど僕が蛇だと明かした直後で効果はてきめんでしたね。あれでもし僕が死んでいたら、きっと狼は香織さんを夜殺さず、今日この場でくくっていたでしょう。
I would have gotten rid of 2 humans easy as that. I took a few breaths. Everyone was silent, probably because they were reflecting on the way they suspected her yesterday.
しかし結果的に僕は死ななかった上に、植松さんのその不思議な力によって彼女の信頼度も高まってしまった。である以上、植松さんはきっと雲として僕を守るでしょうから、夜には殺せない。理香子さんを殺すことも考えたでしょう。ただ理香子さんは常々証明されているように、藤吉での立場が極めて悪い。
Yeah, they wouldn't gain anything from getting rid of her.
ちえみちゃんと理香子さんのどちらをくくるかって話になった時に、まず理香子さんがくくられるってほどには。だから昼に殺せばいい。そうなるとカラスのカゴ者である香織さんの方を殺してしまおう。この辺りの順位付けが妥当かどうかはともかくとして、こういう風に考えてもおかしくはないと思います。で、話がだいぶ離れたんですが、1日2人以上の殺人は汚れの対象です。つまり鴨志田近持は覚悟の上で毒を持った。
Well, he's still here.
というかおそらく毒を持ったのが野里家の敗着である自分だとバレることも織り込み済みでことに及んだ。基本的に狼は全員生き残るなんてまずできないんですよ。能動的にカゴ者を語ればいつかはくくられる。しかしなぜか彼らは固い結束の上、中で犠牲者を決めて突撃させる。語りに、あるいはルール破りにね。鴨志田近持はそういう役回りです。だから今日香織さんの遺言に従ってくくられる覚悟はしていたでしょう。しかし今日理香子さんをくくれれば、今夜僕を殺して場をめちゃくちゃにして生き残れる可能性はあった。そういう賭けだったんじゃないですかね。残念ながら負けですよ。
He looks down with a half smile, gathering everyone's
やっ
attention.
ぱそれ一方的じゃないかな。ハッサンやりっちゃんが本物だってのも決まってないわけだしさ。
He brought up something we'd been over already, and since that was all that he had left,
それに香織ママの指だって
we already went over that as well.
正しいのかも。
もっち、もういいよ。苦しいよ。
じゃあ、
うん。やるとしようよ。
Oh, right. We gave her a gun. Everyone here had a certain hope. They believed that if exposed, the wolves would admit it and give themselves in. It would be too late for them to keep struggling after all. Certainly they wouldn't attack the humans head on. Certainly their ex-neighbors wouldn't be that malicious and murderous. I couldn't blame them for their optimism. I was the only one who knew how badly Yasunaga Odibe changed last time, so I should have been the one to take care. However, even I could be taken off guard. I knew that the current wolves were wicked, but I thought it was because of Chikamochi Kamoshida, the boy with unusual tendencies and devilish intuition. I knew that she could use a gun, but I didn't expect her to whip one out right in front of us. She was the girl who told me to leave her and run despite the invisible god terrorizing her. The girl who'd opened herself up to me despite knowing it wasn't meant to be. I never would have thought she'd bring a gun to this place and try to take everyone with her. The turn was so unexpected that the smart ones here were frozen. I also hadn't suspected her weren't moving either. The ones who did was the one most protective among us. And the one who didn't trust anyone. When the first shot was fired, the buckshot aimed at the end of the circle was blocked by Takumi-san's body. His large frame absorbed the bullets, bursting apart. Past his collapsing body, I saw a face, a beastly smile. A moment later, Shigemochi Kamoshida fired his own gun. Kanzushi was charging toward him with a clenched fist and the shot blew off his face. Beyond the bloody mist I left behind, I saw the eyes of a bird of prey. The next person Shiemi aimed at was Yoshitsugu-kun, who was trying to charge at her. That was when Kanzu-san, on the verge of death, landed a punch on Shigemochi, as I absentmindedly watched. I felt like I heard that voice, which snapped me out of my torpor. What the fuck is a torpor? Kyonosuke was the same in that regard. Our eyes met, and then I heard you take Rikaku-san and Meiko-san's hands while he grabbed Yasunaga-kun by the shoulders. Without even seeing the results of the third shot, we ran straight for the exit. We were closer to the exit than the elder side. We heard another gunshot, but we weren't in a situation to turn around. Rikaku-san dropped to the ground, letting out a cry as she did, and I ended up basically dragging her so we could evade our assailants. Kyonosuke saw that. His expression changed, and he, still holding Yasunaga-kun's hand, used his open hand to push my shoulder. Is it a physical or mental inactivity? Oh, I only know stupor. I felt like there was a silent understanding between us. Not saying a thing, he hurriedly let go of Yasunaga-kun and took Rikaku-san's hand, while I took Yasunaga-kun's now empty hand. It was an irrational action. However, I probably thought that I had no right to hold her by the hand, a feeling which made it hard for me to run. Kyonosuke staunchly grasped her and started running. Following his example, I took Meiko under my arm and started running, pulling Yasunaga-kun with me. The young man seemed to be in a stupor. Yeah, that word I know. Was it just me, or was the mist even denser than usual? It probably felt that way because I was running, making the lack of visibility way more dangerous. I followed the gravel path and ran up a hill. Hearing that clear voice, I let go of his hand. That made sense. The other two were going there too, so if we regrouped and held our ground there... Ooh! I mean, yeah, they gave her that one sprite with her covered in blood for a reason, I guess. Suddenly I heard laughter coming from the side. It almost makes me freeze, but I held myself together and lowered my head. Another gunshot. I could clearly feel the bullets fly past the top of my head. Meiko cried for the first time ever. I had to keep running while closing her mouth. I'd expected Yasunaga-kun to be right behind me, but I couldn't hear his footsteps anymore. He was probably trying to convince Chiemi. That's not gonna work. The brief exchange and the gunshot that followed seemed strangely clear. Shit. Was this the end of the line for this loop? With Japan being a mostly gun-free society, their power could easily be both overestimated as well as underestimated, making it hard for us to gauge. However, here in the mist where I could barely see anything and could be hit at point-blank range by surprise, I was all too aware. Guns were frightening tools that could end a life with a single pull of the trigger. I made it to Tai Yamawaki-san's house, hid behind it and waited. I had to catch my breath and figure out my best route to the Nosato mansion. By following this path, I could pass the collapsed construction site and arrive at the mansion. That was the fastest way there, but I wasn't sure it was safe. Hearing that cheerful voice, I heard the unlocked door open up. I ran as fast as I could, but she caught up easily, probably due to her healthy legs and familiarity with the land. Meiko was trying really hard not to scream, and I was hoping that she could hold it in. Hearing someone enter, I counted to 5 and snuck out. I didn't sense anyone following me. Going down the hill, I passed the plaza and continued making my way to the Nosato mansion, hoping they missed me. Putting Meiko on my back, I continued sneaking. This was the second time I'd reached the final stage with her by my side. Was it fate or something? Shaking away that question, I went ahead. I kept moving forward. And quickly found out I was being too naive! There was a person right before the mansion. There was a mask that looked vaguely human in front of him. He pocketed it with something long and thin, probably a shotgun.
じゃあ次はそこの発散かな。
I didn't know whether it was because he was a wolf or from the Crow family, but hiding behind an Okiba wasn't enough to fool him.
あ、背中向けて逃げたらメイコちゃんが弾に当たって先に死んじゃうよ。そんなの発散はしないよね。
He was right.
それよりさ、いっそ向かってくれば？じっちゃんとかおっちゃんみたいにさ。その方が僕は楽しい。
Snappy attitude he'd given us on the latter part of the feast was nowhere to be seen. Taking his behavior to keep up the act just because he was a wolf must have been stressful for him. Right now I was close to him and could tell by his expression that he was extremely refreshed. But man, Kyonosuke seemed to have struggled, probably to let Rikaku-san escape. He had guts in him somewhere after all. Well, he should have some guts in him. I would be scared for his body, but yeah.
メイコは見逃せよ。
そりゃあ難しいな。狼様的には。読みま、自分で読みに帰るなら知らないけど。
Was he bound by the curse of the real story? I let Meiko go.
この下の崖を目指して。それで川まで降りるんだ。できる？
Doing that probably meant getting the same ending as last time, but it wasn't impossible that she'd make it. Chiemi wasn't with us. Maybe if the little girl was alone. Whatever the case, it was better than just letting her get shot.
大丈夫。なんとかなるから。
And most importantly, if I died here, all of this would return to nothing and I'd if I'd actually reached a point when I considered that in my calculation. She started to run. She's gonna get shot anyway. As Chikamochi Kamoshida began aiming at her again, I felt intense anger. I couldn't understand him at all. Was this how they really were? Or was this caused by the real story? My body moved before my messed up brain, which was something I didn't expect. My instinct to protect children must have taken over. I heard the gunshot, then felt the lead bullet bite into my body. Wait, is it lead? Lead? Because of the poor visibility and because the buckshot was small, probably meant for birds, the wound wasn't fatal. Still, the pain assaulting my body felt like it was pierced by a dull tip of a sword. I staggered a bit and fell to my knees. It hurt, a lot. I didn't feel Meiko behind me. She must have run away without looking back. No idea if that meant anything. It hurt. Fuck, it hurt a lot.
何やってんだよ、ハッサン。あんな子のために死んでどうすんの？ハッサンは僕と遊ぶんだ。ハッサンは僕と遊ぶんだよ。
Ignoring my pain, he just said that.
しょうがないな。やる気がないなら、せめて面白い格好の死体にでも。
約束が違うじゃん、もっち。
Oh! What was that noise just now? As I heard that voice, I looked up and saw that Chikamochi Kamoshida was dead. The wolf that popped out of the mist wielded a blade instead of a gun. Oh! 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 It was an extremely sharp kitchen knife. It was embedded to the hilt in the other wolf's head. The boy quickly collapsed without saying a word. Chiemi grabbed his weapon, checked the chambers, and clicked her tongue. Then she walked up to the boy's corpse. Ew! And removed the knife from his head. The body jerked for a moment, then lay still. She looked at the weapon, wet with grey matter, then threw it away. I wonder what she'd do next, and she took a new weapon out of her sleeve. It was like her entire body was a weapon. I began to question just how well I'd actually known her. I mean, technically you are here. Yeah. She sounded bored, but I could feel the bloodlust and malice behind her words. Hi TK, good evening! Welcome to Everyone's Dying.
なんでこんなことを。
しょうがないじゃん。しなきゃどうにもなんないんだもん。
僕は君がそんなやつじゃないと思ってた。起きてたか伝説だか知らないけど、それがいくら怖くても最後は抵抗することを選ぶ子だって。なのに。
She spoke with unbridled malice.
新内さんの言う通りばっかみたい。みんな神様に踊らされてるだけなのに。千恵美さんはね、ただ単に最初から殺したくて殺したくて殺したくて殺したくて殺したくて殺したくてたまんなかっただけ。そう、言ったら里帰りしたのだって殺しがしたくて戻ってきたようなもんだったしさ。だから今夢みたいだよ。残念、色男さん。芹沢千恵美はそんな人間でした。
She definitely would have killed me. That was just.
春明さんに会った時から思ってたよ。この人を殺したらどうなるかなって。
Really?
ある意味ようやく夢が叶うんだよ今。ルール違反の私はどうせ今晩汚れでぐちゃぐちゃの死体になる。これは最後のお楽しみって感じか。じゃあこれで
賭けをしよう。
All my curiosity about the mystery, the fear of the path leading to it, even the pain were all gone. Only pride was left.
10分くれたら僕は必死に逃げる。その後僕を追いかける。逃げ切れば僕の勝ち。君が勝ったらそうだな。
I wanted to set my own rules.
僕は君を愛しながら死んでやろ
う。いいね。素敵。
Even if this was a meaningless, insane dead end, I would go and die my own way. Albeit staggering, I could still run if I ignored the pain. Blood was flowing out of all the wounds on my body, so it was probably leaving an easy-to-follow trail behind me. Even so, I ran uphill toward Kami Fujiyoshi. I knew that the path was closed off here. The last loop, Haruchan had entered the mountain and gotten stuck. The Misty Mountain was a separate realm avoided by the people of Yasumisu. Perhaps like when I left through Saranaga, I was about to get lost in the mist and die to some monster. Even so, if I brought Chiemi here, I could maybe give a chance for Meiko to escape, and that was good enough for me. If she wasn't coming after me, it was unlikely that she'd go after Meiko instead. Chiemi would be left in a village all by herself to her own insanity. In that case, I figured I had to try running away through here at least once. I'd given up on trying to understand her insanity this time around. Next time. Yeah, I think about it next time. I passed the cliff and reached the mountain. I find it very interesting that he has so much... what's the word? Trust in getting it next time. There's no guarantee, like, it's going to loop again. Clearly it is going to do that because that's how the game works for us, but... he doesn't have that a confirmation that it's going to work out. Yet he's always like, oh, okay, I'll just try again next time. Like, what if this is your last try? What if whoever is putting you onto this loop is like, you'd be scared of the loop stopping, yeah, right? The mist was even denser than usual. I looked down and noticed that a lot of the road was covered by a landslide. The earth, sand, and collapsed trees made it pretty much impossible to walk past here. I couldn't tell if it was artificial, nor did I had the knowledge to investigate and find out. I just followed the path. 10 minutes had already passed, so Chiemi must have been tailing me. His loop viewer had probably gotten some kind of sign if the loop stopped working. Yeah. I'll, you know. You have to have had multiple loops at this point. He loops again, his suffering is over, neither of which is unappealing. Yeah. Still though, I find it... I think he's very mentally strong to just throw away... like, I would be scared that like, the first time you loop, you're like, okay, this was weird, but I'll definitely make it this time. Because you don't know how many chances you get. And frankly... okay, sure, we got some bad endings, so we've looped a few more times. It's not that many. It's not that many that you would absolutely lose it already. If I'm thinking of other games where people have turned out to have been stuck in time loops, how they would at some point start losing their minds to the whole phenomenon. Just like, okay, I'll just try again, blah, blah, blah. Very true, his mental strength is his only redeeming quality. You don't think on it that much? Yeah. Yeah. The 10-minute... Whenever I stopped, I felt I could hear the sound of rustled grass in the distance. She was chasing me. From what I could tell, she was actually following the winding mountain path. That was good for me. I wanted her to keep it up. It made this more interesting. Maybe she wasn't really trying to catch me. The distance between us wasn't closing at all. I suddenly became a bit dizzy. There was a largish tree nearby. I sat down next to it so I could catch my breath. The vision suddenly turned dim. I quickly opened my eyes, but I had a bad feeling like I'd actually been out cold for a decent while. I tried standing up and realized that I couldn't move my limbs properly. I must have lost too much blood. The end was close. Trusted not like he'd yeah. I guess. My dull senses told me my pursuer was nearby. I tried finding the path again, but I couldn't for some reason. Apparently my sense of direction, perception and judgment were fading too. Perhaps things would have worked out if I wasn't injured. No, this was a different realm. Though acknowledged by few, the outskirts of the village were the hunting ground of the merciless mountain god Great Lord Shinai. The only ones free to move in here. But a madman siding with the mountain god. This was unreasonable, unscientific, superstitious, abnormal. Why was Chiemi up the mountain? I'd always sensed her coming from below. What was that all about? I couldn't even say a thing, but I felt like I still had a chance. I rolled down the mountain. Brimming with the joy of the hunt, Chiemi chased after me. A part of me wanted the mountain to just to collapse. My path was blocked off by the natural trees, plants, growth in general. My body was at its limit. Unable to tell whether my vision was turning dim or if the mist was becoming denser, I continued rolling. I used the last bits of my energy to face her. The wolf was coming. It was close. It would devour both my flesh and soul alike. I'd won the feast, so I hoped that the mountain god would at least save my soul. I'd gone through a lot of difficult shit thus far, so it wouldn't be unfair to let me have a peaceful ending, right? Yeah, I knew full well that the wood wasn't such a kind place. The upcoming death would surely be more painful and desolate than any before. After all, I knew that the one granting it to me was a girl I'd once loved. I didn't want this. I never desired an ending like this. I didn't care if it made me look like a sore loser. I wanted to go out in a way that would leave a thorn in Chiemi's heart. I thought a lot of meaningless things. Ha! But my words escaped me. The wolf's fang pierced a spider instead of me. I mean, yes, granted. He did say it himself that Kyonosuke, tried his best so she could get away. That was all I could say, physically and mentally. Why was she alive? Why was she here? Why did she protect me? Those questions spun in my head, but only the last one found an answer. Of course she would do this. She was a descendant of the Uematsu until the very end. The sense of duty and justice hadn't faded, even on the brink of death. She glanced at me, completely denying my assumption. That wasn't it. She was simply obeying her wretched, unwavering heart. After all, I was special to her. I said another word. Sorry I couldn't stay with Meiko. Sorry I couldn't protect everyone. Sorry I talked the wolf into a gamble that made it impossible for me to look you directly in the eye. That was the last word I would ever say. Even so, my eyes and ears were still active. Thus I witnessed everything that happened. With a maddened scream, the bad woman tried to pull the knife out, but she couldn't. It was probably snagged in her ribs, so badly that neither pushing nor pulling helped. Her voice was hard to make out due to all the blood leaving her mouth, but it was calm, gentle even. Would I remember enough of this to think about what those words meant next time? My failing vision merged them into one, and I noticed Ikaku-san's hand reach for Chiemi's neck by chance. My finger caught on something. It was something on a string. A pendant? Hmm? Chiemi released the knife, snatched the object back, and held it to her chest to hide it. Her voice was dense with pain. Not only that, it was also tinged heavily with pity. Eh? I had no idea what those words meant, but they carried the impact of a death blow for the wolf. With that scream, Chiemi ran off somewhere, into the mist. She probably had no clear direction. Ikako-san collapsed.
ごめんなさい。春秋様。
Trying to move in her heavy-looking robe, she tried to call over to me.
芹沢様も他の皆様も守れなかった。
She wasn't the only one. I thought the exact same thing. I really wanted to say that and go out with a smile, but I could barely even breathe. I used the very last of my power to collapse toward her. I then reached for her hand.
春秋様。
Her hand lay over mine. All life left our eyes as we were gradually reduced to mere objects. Even so, her dying hand somehow felt warm.
いずれまた落ちる。
I mean, you could, but there's not that much that I have to read out myself just right now. So I feel like it would be a waste of your points.
素直に。
Yeah, I wanted to respond to those feelings properly. I would destroy all my chances of losing, and I would leave the mist alongside this foolish, pure, lovable woman. Next time, for sure. Raging loop! With a... ooh! Raging loop! Game over. That's okay, I don't need a hint corner. I know how to find the truth myself. Wow, wow, wow. It punted you. This, yeah, I mean, this game keeps doing that. Well, we got a key. A key we need right here to make a difference. Open door and persuade. I am, listen, because this is the ending. This is the ending to this route, and I'm going to get that today. I don't fucking care. I know it's already almost 11 p.m. I am getting that. I suddenly opened the door. Yeah, I did it. Of course I would. I didn't want to see that ending again. Nikaku-san was crying. Her voice had been clear and composed, so I'd assumed that she wasn't feeling anything. I was wrong. She was merely hiding it.
開けない約束でしょ。
約束をした時点では守るつもりでしたが、あなたたちが約束を盾に、僕を好き放題悪者にするからあえて破りました。何なんですかその、見苦しい過去設定を並び立てれば、無事嫌われて円満破局みたいな空気感は、藤吉イズムですか？ぶっちゃけ、ちえみちゃん程度の面倒さの子はいくらでも転がしてきましたから、状況がこうでなきゃ発奮するだけですし、リカ子さんみたいなレアキャラは超絶美味しいとしか思えない程度には人間腐ってるんで、諦めてほしいですね。
Bruh. Crap, I overdid it a bit.
まああなたがどう思うかは知りませんが、僕は今の話で、あなたをより信頼しましたし、好き。ちえみちゃんにもそう言ってあげたいところですが、それはあなたへの定説に戻りますから、別の手を打ちましょう。明日謎理論でしっかり丸め込んで、僕の友人を紹介しましょう。僕より少し頭が腐った変態野郎ですが、
they use it generate for hentai. Okay.
いや待てよ。先生の方がいいかな。もしちえみちゃんがちょいピザ丸ハゲでも気にしないなら、
shut up.
超絶尽くす彼の方が。
Shut up! Every time he's going up in my like ranking of how much I like each and every character, he has to go and say something stupid again.
春秋様。
Every time.
なんだかよくわからないのですが、なぜこの流れで私を。
Because we're gonna both die otherwise.
好きなどと。
言ったでしょ。僕はルールは自分で決めたいんですよ。感情だって他人にルールされたくないですから。みんなが嫌いなものでもその気になれば喜んでいただきますとも。だから僕に嫌われたければ方法を改めてください。あなたから好きだって言ったんですからね。覚悟はしてもらいましょう。バーカリカ子さんのアホ。 死んでる?
Ah, she finally broke.
何ですかいきなりあなたはバカですか
いや、全く。何なんでしょうね。
こっちが聞いてます。
Anyway, enough with the personal grudges.
賭けはまだ有効ってことにしませんか?
The one where you'd win if you survived and could ask the other for whatever you
生
wanted.
き残った時、好きなように望めばいいんですから。僕はそれを打ち消すような望みは言わないですよ。
あなたは本当に不思議な人です。多分きっと
Bad boy.
芹沢様の言う通り、とても
I didn't confirm nor deny that.
それでもそう言っていただけて嬉しい。
Oh, right, I don't need that paper anymore. We know who the wolves are.
それだけで
Not good enough.
私はもう十
Well,
分。
maybe. Adult love wasn't solid enough to play out through just jokes and improvisation. Then again, we adults could survive without needing anything fancy. It was a virtue as well as a vice.
明日生き残った時、答えをください。あなたは今晩、狼に殺されるかもしれない。僕とメイコを守るために、自ら正体を明かす賭けをしたから。もしあなたが明日目覚めてこなかったら、僕は結局あなたにこんなことを望む
I
資
wonder
格
if there's
なん
going
て
to
な
be
か
a
ったと。
difference though. If they're still going to kill Kaori Oribe.
春秋様。
There, that was now the key point. The tragedy drunk heroine wouldn't die today. It would be the most unfortunate Kaori-san. Honestly, I wasn't sure how to feel about that, but I would test it this once.
せめて最後にお慈悲をいただけないでしょうか。
ダメです。僕はそれだけを生きがいにこの夜を越えるんですから。
不謹慎ですが嬉しいです。
I was the imprudent one here. After all, I was making moves on a girl that could die tonight.
それではさようなら。
あ、待った。
まだ何か。
I could finally get to the main matter at hand.
野蛮としての植松里香子さんに一つ協力してほしいことがあります。
Oh? Ah! Damn it. It was the day after I did the prep work. I approached the plaza, met up with Yoshitsugu-kun, acted surprised when I heard the bad news. Come back! And once again saw the remains of poor, unfortunate Kaori-san. I then listened to the brothers opening up. Saw them find the letter. Noticed that the fingers were placed in the same position as last time. This had to be Chiemi's idea. In this particular timeline, she didn't seem to be anything more than a bloodthirsty madwoman. I felt like she'd been the one who decided that destroying the entire body was the way to go, and Mochi didn't hesitate to agree. I badly underestimated just how warped that boy's personality was. Poor Mamiya-san. I knew she was an enemy, but I couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. Thus began the feast of the Yomi Purge. Okay, we get to skip a few things, that's good. The scenario presented the scenario set up by the wolves. I turned it around. Everything was about the same as last time. If I didn't change my words, things would go exactly the same way as last time. Of course they would. The people I was talking to were the exact same. Strangely enough, I also said the exact same things without relying much on memories from last time. Or maybe it wasn't that strange. After all, though I had memories of the previous loop, I was the exact same person. If I had somehow lost the memories of the final moments of the loop, I'd definitely be heading for the same ending right now. But in this case, it didn't matter if everything was the same this time. I could just go with the flow and do the same thing as last time. After all, it was already over.
そういう賭けだったんじゃないですかね。残念ながら負けですが。
Just like last time, everyone focused on Shikemochi, who had a half smile on his face. I mean, technically, we just have to stop them from getting out the guns and starting to shoot everyone, right? We just have to knock them out. And just like last time, he was bringing up arguments that had already been shut down. And just like last time, Chiemi.
苦しいよ、さすがに。
じゃあ、
やるとしようよ。
They went and did it. They drew the guns from their sleeves. I'd been wondering why Mochi was in his school uniform this time, and this made me realize it was to hide the gun. The barrels and grips on the both were cut really short, probably for the same purpose. One of them was aimed in our direction, while the other was aimed at Kanzo-san, who was already charging at them. The intense change paralyzed everyone except him and Takumi-san, who would now make a move and die to the shotgun blasts. However, that didn't happen this time. The guns didn't fire anything. A moment after Chiemi's expression warped the shock, Kanzo-san punched Mochi, while Takumi-san tackled Chiemi. Her lightweight body was thrown backwards and hit the wall. Takumi-san quickly grabbed the shotgun, aimed it at the floor and pulled the trigger to ignite the shell in the other chamber. Once again, the gun didn't fire. He frowned and opened it up, removed the cartridges and threw them away along with the gun. Kanzo-san handled his situation in a different way. He simply pointed Mochi's gun back at its former master. His face swollen due to the punch. He was crouching down and glaring at Kanzo-san. Takumi-san took advantage of her staggering and pushed her down. She couldn't move at all. Things became a bit disorderly as we tied them up, but now it was relatively calm in here. Those words weren't directed at anyone, but everyone besides me related to him. Kanzo-san said that while looking at the shells from the shotgun he'd taken from Mochi. Everyone understood what that meant. Exactly. There was no way the cartridges she checked just yesterday were switched up in a single evening. The only one with any idea that what was responsible for this paranormal phenomenon was Rikako-san. Last night I'd asked her to catch Chiemi and have a catfight with her. That gave me the time I needed to go into Chiemi's room and mess with her equipment. A lot of it depended on luck, and I needed a couple loops, but I somehow pulled it off. Aha! Aha! He needed a couple loops. Interesting. So there's more loops than we're actually seeing and playing ourselves. It wasn't fair in the least, but my life was at risk here, and I actually died, so I didn't really care. Everyone continued to talk about how the shells were replaced, but since I decided to stay quiet, it didn't reach a conclusion. Now, everyone was left with the harsh truth that these two were wolves who just tried to kill everyone here. Thus, everyone began talking about how to handle them. Yasunaka-kun suggested we tie them up and lock them in somewhere. He argued that now that we knew they were the wolves, all we had to do to prevent any further murders was make them unable to move. Kanzo-san was thoroughly against that, suggesting that we instead hang them over today and tomorrow. When asked for his reasoning, he insisted that wolves had to be hanged and the argument wasn't going anywhere. Most of Kanzo-san's decisions were influenced by the legend and his own experience, so he didn't have a proper way to deal with a situation this unorthodox. Yasunaka-kun, on the other hand, was bound by conscience and emotions, making Kanzo-san's option unacceptable for him. That left me no choice but to weigh in. Now everyone, even Kanzo-san, lended an ear to my words. It took too long for me to get to this point.
とにかく一日一冊のペースを守ることが大事だと思っておいでなんですよね。一方で安永くんは正直、ちえみちゃんやモッチーを殺したくない。
そうですね。認めます。ただ、怪奇現象の範囲外で犯人が見つかった以上、
法的な解
決を目指すべきだと思うわけです。彼らがやったことは許されることじゃないけど、それを僕らが裁いていいわけじゃない。これまではあくまで緊急避難。彼らが身動き取れなければ危険はないのだから、そのようにして、あとは霧が晴れるのを待つ。晴れなければ、そこで改めて再度の緊急避難が必要という判断を下せばいいんです。
The boy is talking sense, but...
まず、お二人とも拘束が有効という点に、少々認識の問題があると思います。
というと、
このゲームの支配者、神内明神は、玄関の錠前を解除できます。
You shouldn't be talking about this like it's a game, my guy.
とすれば、どんな拘束も解除できると考えるのが妥当じゃないでしょうか。
それは。
そして、今日と明日に分けてくくる場合、今夜一人分、死人が出ます。狼に勝ち目はありませんが、きっと殺すでしょう。
Kill is a kill, yeah.
そんなことはしないよ。
そうだね。無駄だし。
Shut the fuck up. It was so easy to read.
僕は彼らは殺すと断言しますが、その根拠はね、安永くん。
はい。聞きましょう。
彼らがとても冷酷な狼だからだ。
I walked up to them.
間宮久子さんのことを思い出してください。彼女は2日目に突然蛇を名乗り、冷静でない様子で振る舞いましたね。それはきっと 芹沢千恵美の指示です。
There was some noise in the room. Chiemi was still hanging her head.
おそらく蛇を名乗れば安全だなどと言いくるめたので、肝臓さんが蛇の候補もくくるべきだと発言するだろうことも事実。それでタエさんという無実の犠牲者を作ることに成功している。そうだね。
勝手に思ってれば。
そしてその夜、間宮さんは不可解な死を遂げるわけですが、
なんで？
そりゃ彼女がよそ者だからだよ。信頼できないし、いざという時裏切る可能性が高い。具体的に言えば、彼女は翌朝くくられる公算がかなり高かった。肝臓さんがそう主張していましたからね。同意のないままにおとりをやらされた間宮さんは相当な不信感と恐怖感。そんな彼女ならばくくられるに際して他の狼の正体をばらして、そう考えたから夜のうちに彼女を殺して口封じをしたんだ。
しかしそれじゃあ一晩に一人以上殺してることになる。
ならないね。彼女は汚れを受けて殺されたんだ。狼にも何らかのルールがあって彼女はそれに違反した。いや、違反させられた。この二人によって。
全部推測じゃん。
もう何でもいいよ。
だから否定してくれって言ってるだろ、二人とも。
The corruption is some supernatural. Well, so far we're calling it a supernatural thing that just takes anyone who doesn't who act according to the rules.
面倒だから言うわ。うん、全部そう。春明さんすごいすごい。ヤスくんは思ったより脳みそ幸せな人だったんだね。
知恵ね。
まあ私らにも色々あって最後まであがかないといけないことになってるからさ。もう質問とかやめてよ。
知恵見てめえ。
やめてください。気持ちはわかりますが時間の無駄です。狼をやった人間とはもう分かり合うことはできないんですよ。
うん。じゃがどうする？
というわけで僕の提案ですが、片方は手足を切断し片方はくくりましょう。
はあ！
そうすれば今夜拘束がなくても出歩けないでしょうから安全そうです。それでもう一人を明日くくれば狼は全滅。きっと翌日には霧も晴れ。
おい、不妻子。
はい？
お前、今なんつった？
ですから、拘束がなくても出歩けないし、凶器も持てないように、手足を切断するのがいいでしょうと。
あ？ What the hell was their reaction?
何か問題がありましたか？
お前、本気で近持ちか？
Well, yeah, they're going to kill you otherwise.
はい。それじゃあ不足ですかね。大腿部と肩で切ってしまえば、さすがに張って移動もできないかと。
てめえ、やっぱイカれてるよ。
I find it really fucking interesting that this is now a problem for them. We found out that these are the two people who are responsible for having killed the two other people in very gruesome ways. Yet, hearing about the whole "oh, we should cut off the limbs" thing, that is what makes Haruaki a lunatic? Huh?
それは残酷すぎますよ。
Huh?
相手が
Oh, that is too funny.
そこまでは
They want to go as low? Well, if they'd rather die.
さゆきさん、怖い。
Why?
リカコさん、狼の獅子を切断することは汚れの対象ですか？
それは聞きませんが。
皆さん、これまでに歴史と伝統にのっとって生きてる人間を縄にかけて処刑してきましたよね。
But hanging is different than cutting off the limbs, huh? Because they just pushed them down and then they died. And this would...
ですが、しかし、
くくって楽にして。
考察はかなり苦しみの強い残酷な処刑方法だって説もありますよ。そうでなくても、多数決で人を処刑するなんて、やられる側からすれば、この上ない絶望と恐怖だと思いますし、それに、狼は、あんな残酷な殺し方をしてるのに。
Thank you for the bat! And thank you for the hard time. He's not wrong!
皆さんは、 随分良識的なんですね。それはいいことなの。
Haruaki as a wolf is going to be fucking terrifying.
ああ、なるほど。
They all felt silent, but even I could understand that there was something within them that made them averse to my idea.
じゃあ、四肢を骨折させましょうか。粉砕骨折させれば効果は一緒ですから。
Don't try to more economy. I mean, he's not wrong.
あるいは明日くらいにちょうど死ぬ程度に野里先生に毒を処方してもらうとか。
いい加減にしたまえ。そんな乱雑な処置で命の保証はできん。それに医者の端くれとして毒など処方できるか。
You're not like the wolves?
我々は狼とは違うのだよ。
なるほど。
They stream elements and sending the same message twice when it comes to the pets lately.
じゃあどうしましょうね。今日誰かが死んじゃいますね。
This was such a pain. Why did they argue against my suggestion if they had none of their own?
どうしても必要なら。
いや、わしがやる。
じじいと女が無理してんじゃねえ。
僕らはそんなことしちゃいけない。
あ、やめろ。まだ考える時間はある。
Just hang one of them.
わかった。もういい。私、今から死ぬからさ。その前に、モッチくくれば。それで誰も、汚れはなしでしょ。
わーお、最後まで冴えてんね。
え？今度は何を企んでるの？
手足をもがれるのは、嫌だよ。
Even wolves are afraid of some things, huh?
そんじゃま、あっちでハルちゃんには謝っとくよ。
お前はハルちゃんと同じところには行けないよ。
どっかな、りっちゃん。
くくった方は救われる。
逆にする？
どっちでもいいよ。
いい。どうせ死んだら終わりだ。それなら僕がお前を殺す。どうしてこんな。
どうしても？
なんだよそれ。
よくはわかんないんだけどね。なんとなくどうしようもなかった気がするんだよね。
Yasunaga Oribe punched Chikamochi Kamoshida.
ごめんね、やっすん。それだけは本当だ。ごめんね。
落ちなかれ。
Yasunaga-kun pushed him forward. A moment later, the rope went taut. It shook for a moment, then slowly swayed back and forth, and finally stopped completely. Yasunaga-kun cut the rope. From the mist below, I heard the sound of something soft collapsing, then hitting the shallow water below.
次だ。ちえみ。
はいはい。
これでは間接的に我々が殺しているようなものではないかね。
さあ、新内さんとやらが判断するんじゃないですか。
お前、そうやってそのまま死ぬつもりか、ちえ。
だってそういうやつだし、私。みんな知ってたでしょ。私が上藤吉の悪ガキどもを殺しかけた時にそういう人間だってさ。まあその後できるだけ良い子のふりしてたけどさ、まんまと騙されて。
He was expecting some more information on that incident last time.
モッチーはああいう性格なのを私が操縦していろいろやってもらった感があるし、怒んないであげて。私が全部悪いで問題ないよ。
Looking backwards, she stepped up to the cliff.
リカ子さんおめでとう。障害を乗り越えて無事なんとかなりそうじゃん。
読み意味の宴はそういうものではありません。山と共に生きる我らが負った業を、未来永劫背負い、私はその業を引き取るだけ。
じゃあまた生まれ変わったら今度こそ殺しに行くから。
Jesus Christ.
雲の末裔だかなんだか知らないけど、ご大層な教えを語り継ぐための子孫でも作って待ってれば。
そのように悪ぶらずとも。
うるさいな、今から殺すぞ。嘘嘘。じゃあね。
ちえみ。
何？
神様って何？
You were overbreaking Jamie's limbs, yeah. Her pupils instantly shrunk.
やっぱり一番怖いのはあなただよ、春明さん。
Jesus
よかった。
Christ.
ありがとう。みんなありがとう。自殺させてくれて。
She took 3 steps back.
手足もがれるかもって思った時、本当心底怖かったよ。本当に怖かったよ。春明さん、一緒に狼だったらよかったのに。
僕はごめんだよ。
またね。
Okay, but when it comes to, you know, scary laughter, her laugh is weak. Her laugh is not. I've heard worse, like stuff that actually made the hair on my arms stand up and stuff. Like hers is just ha 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 ha. Like that's not. She turned around and ran as fast as possible into the mist and jumped. Rise not.
帰ってますね。
I alone turned around.
まだその
I didn't want to hear it. She'd probably fallen into a world different from ours, and I got the impression I wouldn't hear a sound. I didn't want to listen to the echoing silence. We then went on to clean up Cody-san's body. After spacing out a bit, we all cut up some veggies and ate them uncooked. It was hard to make a fire in the mist, and as people Fujiyoshi, no one felt like using fires other than the one in the watering hole. And everyone was averse to using the dining hall. Thus everyone went to sleep. No, for the first time since the feast began, none of us could sleep. Morning came without us getting any rest. And the mist was gone. No one had died, of course. Everything was as the legend said. With the Yumotsu Okami gone, peace came back to the human village. However, it was hard to celebrate it. Yudai Hashimoto, Tai Yamawaki, Hisako Mamiya, Harumaki Shima, the old man who cried wolf, Kaori Oribe, Chikamo Chikamashida, and Chiyomi Serisawa. A whole 8 people died. Even if 2 of them were outsiders, the settlement had suffered great losses. Everyone had an aversion to using fire to dispose of any remaining objects that carried signs of murder, so it was decided that they would be buried. The tatami, the floorboards, the futon, all of it. We also ended up making new gravestones for those we had lost. Rikoku-san had told us that the graveyard near the hanging pine was full of the feast victims, so there was nothing under the stones.
それじゃあ、今はお亡くなりに？
はい。大往生でした。
Those who died normally would be burned at the crematorium in Kamifujiyoshi run by the Higuchi, then buried here. Those who didn't would be thrown into Sadanaga and simply vanish. Making sure no one saw me, I went down to Sadanaga. There was nothing. No corpses or belongings. Just like last time, Sadanaga was just a thin, shallow stream. However, I did find one thing. It was a pendant with the Yomotsu Okami symbol on it. What was this? Someone wearing it. What did it mean for someone in Fujiyoshi to wear something like this? At this point, I didn't feel like investigating it anymore. Was that strange? No. I felt like that was just how things were. And wasn't Shiemi wearing that? Days passed of us working on this and that. We somehow survived thanks to the food from the fields, and right as we were finishing up our work, help finally arrived. Kami Fujiyoshi sent some people to remove the landslide blocking the road, and now they finally made it. No. It had been a while since I saw Shoji Higuchi. He looked as friendly as always.
どうして今まで？
我々としても作業は進めたかったんだが、どうにも。それで、皆さんご無事で？
No one answered. Higuchi began looking sympathetic and started giving some orders to his people. Eventually, we were brought to Kami Fujiyoshi and were made to spend a few days like refugees in some community center. Apparently this was temporary. The village had said they needed time to clean up Yasumisa after the disaster. I really appreciated the 3 daily meals they gave us from the nearby watering hole, and sleeping in a place without any mist at all was pleasant. The food was strangely fancy, and the people bringing it seemed somewhat humble. They'd always looked down on the people of Yasumisu, but now that we'd stopped the Yomi invasion, they actually revered us. It was just a guess though, and I was still locked up in here with nothing to do. One day I actually got to see the officer. It actually felt kinda nostalgic at this point. Yeah! Yeah, I'm still alive! My bike. The weeks of exposure to the elements had left it looking real shabby. I had nothing better to do, so I decided to clean it.
そろそろ復旧も終わりますから、皆さん休みずに戻っていただけます。夫妻子さんも、それで気分転換に遠出でもされたらいかがです
Because I doubt I'm going to be able to leave. I actually wanted to return to Yasumisa though. When I told Takumi-san that I'd take Meiko to the police once everything was settled and then return, he told me that I didn't have to. Ikaku-san said he'd help him work the fields and he'd accepted it. Kanzo-san fixed his rifle and began hunting again. Yasunagi-kun resumed going to school. Yoshitsugu-kun moved to the dorm and said he'd start going to school again too, joining his brother. Inosuke would, as planned, become a part-time doctor at Kami Fujiyoshi's clinic. When Kanzo-san returned from our shelter, Kinosuke actually looked after him like a proper doctor, which was some impressive character development. Anyway, since it all seemed to be fine here, Takumi-san told me that I didn't have to return. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to leave. Or like, we leave and then something happens on the road again.
これっきり戻ってこなくてもまあ仕方ねえと思ってる。ただお前を待ってる女がいいんだからな。それと一緒に延々畑作ってんのもバカらしいぜ。
Excuse me?
すぐ帰ってきます。
Shut the fuck up! Miss Multibank says wolf time bitch. Yeah. I did consider returning to the life I had, but I figured I should stay here instead. Really? Takumi, you're gonna after all this of always blaming Rikako for many things, she's just like, oh, you know, I would hit that. Shut up! She was hiding behind that tree. With her pale skin turning rosy, she meekly walked up to me. I love his design. Me too. Reminds me of a character in a webcomic. Laugh Tractor, it's called. Reminds me of the main character in that one. Ever since we first started playing this game, and I still haven't tried to read that one again because I'm not up to date with it at all. What about me? She still doesn't remember my name. God damn it! Even she understood it. How precautious of her. Do you think we got a kiss CG with her though? We kind of got one with Chiemi. Even if she was dying. I'd assume that the fact she wasn't treating this like our final meeting was a step forward, but no, I wouldn't let it fly. I hadn't survived just to say goodbye to you.
そんな薄っぺらな言葉じゃ許せないな。
たまには遊びに来てください。
She sure was persistent.
そういうのを往生際が悪いって言うんですよ、リカコさん。名前だって呼び合えるようになったんです。もう一歩。
Oh God.
僕はとても嬉しくなって、一つ大きな決断をできそうだ。
There were a lot of things I wanted to give to her and take from her. I was sure I'd find happiness if we made proper exchanges. After all, that was the sole light I'd ever seen in that dreadful mist. I wouldn't give up on it no matter what.
春秋様。
なんでしょう。
寂しいですから。
Yes, you'd been lonely your whole life.
好き
Ooh.
ですから。
Yes, you weren't even allowed to love anyone.
五章ですから。
Yes, for the first time ever you sought your own happiness.
戻ってきてください。
I couldn't control myself! Yeah! I let her go and she looked up at me with angry eyes. She'd become a lot more expressive and I found it nothing if not lovable. I would live out the rest of my life with her. This journey brought me to something unexpected and led to a really happy ending.
約束します。全部。
But we didn't get a CG for it!
今度こそ。はい。その時は僕が大事なことを言う番だ。
はい。信じて待っております。
Wow, that's cheap. That's cheap. Throwing the Higuchi's help, I got everything I needed, secured Meiko behind me with a children's belt, and left Fujiyoshi. Upon arriving at the closest city, I presented her as a lost child. They asked me questions, of course. I omitted some things, but I didn't lie at all. They thought I seemed shady, but I was able to prove my identity, and they let me off.
Bye bye,
not my name! She waved, all smiles. She still couldn't get my name right. This reminded me that nothing that had happened in Yasumi had drawn police attention. I had no idea who done or didn't do what to make... What? I had no idea who done or didn't do what to make it turn out like that, but I didn't care anymore. It was just the way it was. What was up with the looping business anyway? Was killing the wolves the condition for ending the loop? If that was the case, then it was caused by something that wanted the wolves to lose no matter what. No other explanation fit. What would that be, though? Great Lord Shinai? That fit the story, but it often seemed like he didn't have a horse in his race. Also, if his only way to help the humans was to give out the guardians and send me, then he was a seriously bothersome god. Would I go back in time if I died now? I didn't even care to try, not to mention the situations in which he could easily die were the abnormal ones. Also, I'd actually left the village this time. That made the current situation different than any so far, and it was best to assume I wouldn't loop again. That was probably just the way it was. I stayed in that city for a while and contacted certain people, telling them that I would now be a farmer in a remote village. That got me in some serious trouble, but Yasumisu got no service anyway, so it wasn't like they could do anything about it. I cut ties with my previous life in 3 days, then entered a jeweler's store and bought the ring with the nicest design. It had a gem as red as her eyes, covered in gems as clear as her hair. It wasn't particularly expensive, but I felt it suited her better than any of the others. Then, just as I had promised, I'd return to Fujiyoshi. I went to the officer, talked to Higuchi-san, passed the mountain path, arrived at Yasumisu, and saw something I couldn't believe. Why? Why? Why was everyone dead? Why was Yasunaga Oribe dead? He'd survived after saying goodbye to his best friend and the girl that was like a sister to him, hadn't he? Why was Yoshitsugu Oribe dead? He'd made it through his mother's death, found common ground with his brother, and had his whole life ahead of him, didn't he? Why was Kanzo Makishima dead? He lost his granddaughter, protected Yasumisu, and was about to live out his twilight years in peace, wasn't he? Why was Takumi Mudo dead? The likable guy had discarded his inner discord, believed in himself, and helped bring us to victory, hadn't he? Why were all of their heads split open? It was supposed to be over. We'd ended it all. That was how it was supposed to be, right? I begged, hoped that someone was still alive. If no one was, what would have been the point of those sacrifices? Hey! Found one. A survivor. He was covered in blood, and held an axe covered in blood and grey matter. Oh. Oh, I then went on to murder him. After all, on one of the support beams, in the hole I found him in. Oh, was her body hanging helplessly? What the hell? That is one of the... What was all this? Why had I thought that I had it all in the bag? Everything was dead. Everything was lost. And I hadn't reached an end yet. That has to be the most gruesome CG we've had. Because this one had actual, like, gore. Yeah, what's ever shouted and missed? As though led by something. Past the empty plaza. Went down the barren hill.
逃げられると思うたか？落ちよ。落ちて、落ちて、また落ち直せ。
くくれやひとひにひとりきりたはた
As I threw myself into Saranaga's mists, I felt like I could hear her voice. Kyoko-san, couldn't fulfill my promise. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Please don't cry for me. I couldn't make you happy. I couldn't do anything to help you feel normal happiness. I couldn't dispel the darkness of Fujiyoshi, and I couldn't even get close to the core of the mystery surrounding it. How? What could I have done here? I needed a new path. I had to find one that could lead me to the truth. Ah! Interesting! Oh! God damn. God damn it! You're at a loss for words. Really? I mean, I don't think. Oh my god, there's so many more. 26 bad endings! What the hell? Man! Prepare yourself for the next feast! Yeah, thank you, game. Thank you. Raging loop. Parasitic. I cannot pronounce that. What? Raising loop. Alright, thank you for the key. Ending number 2. Watch hint corner. Okay, you know what? It's a big ending. Let's watch the hint corner. Let's see. Yo. Thanks.
メインルート基地はこれで終了。いやー、波乱万丈の末、狼全滅ですっきりしたな。
Yeah, great. Lovely.
やっぱうつすぎるか。だよな。でもしょうがねえだろ。宴に勝っても謎はまだまだ残ってんだからよ。つうわけで、心機一転だ。次に備えて準備をしようぜ。
You're not gonna give me any tips? Wedding celebrated by all. Shut the fuck up.
これもまた至るべくして至った結末だ。胸を張ってくれ大将。さて、今回手に入ったキーちょっと分かりづらい場所だな。4、潜入の9、住居を決めるだ。あれだよあれ。
Yeah, I know.
取材者の2人をどこに止めるかって相談してたところの、あれで間宮久子と久石春明が宴に参加し、展開が大きく変わったんだ。次の新ルート。
Next true route.
ここまで死風に死んでたカメラマンのおっさんがついに宴に登場。
Darkness, it's called darkness.
もっとも、暗黒って名前からして、次のルートは不吉な予感十分だ。負けねえでくれよ、大将。つうわけで、今回はここまで。次も元気に死んでこい。
I'd rather not die. But okay. Swing. We're gonna jump there then to make our save. So 4? Infiltration? Oh god, where is that? This way. This one, right? Oh, no, never mind. Not this one. Wrong place. Ah, here. Decide arrangements. This is where we have to go. Enter the prefab myself. So let's do that. Sleep through the night. And then see what happens. This was it. If I let Hashimoto-san take the prefab, his death would be unavoidable. By keeping him alive, I should be able to create a different timeline. Simply surviving wasn't enough. That meant I had to try all possible options. I had to reveal all the things I was ignorant or afraid of. For all I knew, I might have been overlooking some minor yet important details. But first I wanted to try more impactful changes. Letting Hashimoto-san survive would have to greatly affect the timeline. That already happened once with Mamiya-san's survival. It even changed the Guardian's people received. I could still remember the last loop. I'd become the snake, took out the wolves and decided to live alongside the survivors, most importantly Rikako-san. Those sentiments had earned an unreasonably cruel conclusion. I could still remember the sadness of despair, but I couldn't really understand it. Why had I forgotten my fear of the unknown? Why had it been so easy for me to decide to move to Yasumisa and live alongside Rikako Uematsu-san? Was I that kind of person? I didn't know why, but it definitely seemed like I wasn't really myself back then. It felt like I'd become a part of something greater, not just an individual. The gears all snapped into place and brought forth a tragic ending. These feelings and guesses coming to my head left me without a clue as to where to go from here. A part of me did feel like fate or something divine existed and that I couldn't escape its control no matter what. But my knowledge, discretion, perception and intuition wanted to deny that line of thinking. There was no absolute fate. If there was something like that, it was either someone's elaborate plot or just a product of my imagination that seemed like it. I wasn't being a conspiracy theorist here, or a nihilist for that matter. However, I wanted to reject lines of thinking that stifled my ability to come up with ideas. If I could think creatively, I might be able to find gaps in these seemingly impenetrable bars jailing me here. Yeah, you're going to die if you stay there.
気にしないでください。僕は今後ずっとあそこに住むんですから、橋本さんはこの一晩だけでも楽に過ごすべきです。しかし、藤吉村にはマロードを丁重にもてなす文化があるそうですから、その一員となる僕もそうすべきだと思うんです。
まれびと信仰？確かにロケーション的にはしっくりくるけど、ここの現状を見るとピンとこないな。
Just take it.
それってあの樋口さんから聞いたの
？Ah, crap. That was in for Rikako-san to give me last loop.
まあ、よくしてもらいましたよ。こうして家まで手配してくれて。
久石くん、人がいいのね。
え？
Nope, not at all.
ご好意はいただいたらどうです？橋本さん。
じゃあ、いただこうかな。
All good. Nice. After parting ways with them, I went to Kaori-san and had her help me get a shabby blanket, some newspapers, and a water bucket. There was only one bucket they could let me use, and it was in a pretty bad state, showing once again just how dire Yasumisa's supply problem was. The newspapers weren't the daily news, but some old ones brought from Kami Fujiyoshi's material supplies. I spread them out on the floor and placed a blanket on them. That was my sleeping spot ready. I'd also brought a portable toilet at the convenience store. Now, if nature called during the night, I wouldn't be faced with the difficult choice to either die or piss myself. Jesus Christ. After finishing up the preparations, I, just like last time, returned to the dining hall. I was given some shishinare again and somehow ate it all.
平気そうね。お口にあったかしら。
案外、いけますね。
That was a bit of a lie. I just came prepared for it because of my experience from last time. I still wasn't used to it enough to declare it good. Just what kind of booze would go with this? Then like last time I went on to fix plates. Last time I'd learned the symbols of the Higuchi, the Uematsu, and when I'd gotten the snake, the Miguruma symbol, even if it wasn't too clear. And also the mention had theirs on the gate, so now I knew them all. This info could possibly lead me to the truth, so I had to remember it. Some time passed, and like last time, the students came back. The bright yet tender Yasunaga Oribe. His tenderness was mostly toward his family though. It was a very human trait, which was a good thing. I felt bad for him for getting caught up in something like this. Whether he was an ally or enemy in the feast would greatly affect how it went. I didn't want him as an opponent, that much was certain. Yeah, I'm the new kid on the block. The free-spirited and slightly amoral Chikamochi Kamoshida. Amoral. He left quite an impression on me. As a wolf, he was a threatening individual who could do some horrible things with a straight face, but what would he be like this time? Hi! And then there was her, Haru Makishima. Last time she'd been brutally murdered, while the time before that she sided with the wolves as a badger. She wasn't much of a contributor to the feast. I considered her to be a troublemaker rather than anything else, but there's something weird going on with her for sure. I just want to get the night over, and then we're gonna stop for tonight. But every time I say that, the game is like, okay, here's another 5 hours of reading material, apparently. Since the necklace was found in the stream, it sort of represented that the wolves will never fully die and always rise again. No, but the necklace is something that belonged to Chiemi. That's what's fucking me out. Like, it clearly belonged to her. She was the closest person to the mystery surrounding Yasumizu. She lost her parents to the previous feast, disappeared once, and started talking strangely. Yeah, she's possessed by a wolf. The village heads insisted that this wasn't any sort of possession but a mental illness. However, the fact it was treated using Uematsu's special ability to take in such things made it seem entirely possible that the trouble surrounding her was of divine origin. But there was something I didn't really understand. I didn't know how, but last time Nikako-san healed me of aconite poisoning. I knew it with my own body that this ability was more than just a religious rite and had an actual physical effect. That didn't necessarily mean that it would work on mental illnesses too. Honestly, there were too many things that didn't make sense here. Okami means wolf. Yeah. No, oh, you wouldn't know that, Barry. The sign, like the necklace itself was the sign that the wolves had used. You weren't there when it happened, but when in the last route we after the first night we can always see the symbols of how many wolves there are in this particular instance on some kind of stone, and that is the wolf symbol. So she had a necklace of the wolf symbol and 3 of them as well. It's not some kind of wolf, it's specifically this wolf here. I didn't know the rules. It kind of freaked me out, but for now I had no choice but to set Nikako-san's issues aside. What mattered now was Haru-chan. She had parental issues, a strange relationship with her granddad. All in all, she was a delicate young girl going through a complicated time in her life, and I didn't quite know how to deal with her. Fooling around with her didn't work, and Casanova-type characters seemed to scare her. I tried to not do much and appear harmless. Maybe that would work. I don't think she's gonna like us in any timeline, no matter what we do. I bowed with an empty expression on my face. I had to do my best not to fall over at that. She wasn't as wary of me as last time, at least. I still had no idea how to approach her. She have memories of my seducing of the previous loop. She becomes a wolf and becomes Tsuru's love interest. I'd rather not have Haru as a love interest, actually, because she's in middle school and we're 24. But I wouldn't put it past this game. Something similar had happened last time too. It wasn't impossible that someone else had memories of the previous times, particularly this girl, considering her mind held traces of madness. Crap, I stared at her for too long. I had to talk it off. Officer, right there! She's right there!
ないです。そうか。じゃあきっと何か縁があったんでしょう。どうしたの？真っ赤だよ。
いや、そんなことないよ。ほー。
Huh, was she easier than I expected. Maybe android-like coolness was the way to go with her, whatever that was.
織部さん、こちら補修が完了した食器類、いかがいたしましょうか？
Cold manner of speech, robotic movements. Playing with people's impressions was a bad habit I had.
じゃあこっちさっきそんな喋り方だったかしら。
Haruaki, you're horrible.
了承、実行。どうもありがとう、メッサーシュミット。
暗い必殺人間バナナ。
Mochi closed in on me, shouted some weird skill name, instantly undid my belt and brought my pants down. Help!
すっげえパンツだ。
こら、近持くん。
Why is this a CG?
今を除いて仕掛けるときはなかったろ?
Well, if you looked at this as a joke, this was definitely well timed. My android-like coolness, whatever that was, instantly became a gag. The skill left me so dumbfounded that I just froze in place with my pants down, effectively giving a treat for the ladies and waiting for a response. How did the girl see this pants-less android-like cool guy before her? And again, what was android-like coolness anyway? Yeah, right? We get this as a CG and not a smooth oh my god. Yeah. 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 Yeah, keep it coming. Yep. Yep. Not a positive reaction. Of course not. Mochi's prank effectively gave her the worst possible impression of me. Ow. 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 Androgena kicked my exposed ass over and over. The two boys stopped her and then she, breathing heavily, fled the dining hall. The guys followed soon after, leaving just me and Kaori-san.
僕は悪いでしょうか。
後で全員叱っておくわね。
She was all red ever since then. It was awkward as hell. I distracted myself by getting back to fixing plates. I do not want to know how big we're going to forget about the human banana. Please. Eventually we were joined by the old wolf guy Meiko and Dikaku-san. I wasn't quite done with my job yet, but just like last time, I was given a break, so I went outside. You're still singing the song wrong. Getting close to Dikaku-san was important for both survival and finding out the truth. I still had some affection for her, as well as memories of our time together. However, last time when I felt a similar way about Chiemi, I was hit with a big surprise. It wasn't just Chiemi though. The Feast of the Yomi Purge seemed to bring about a total change in the nature of people. If Dikaku-san became a wolf this time, I wasn't sure if she would instantly kill herself like she claimed she would. In fact, as a wolf, she would now make us guardian or lack thereof, leaving the humans at a huge disadvantage. And most of all, if I got too close to her, it would make parting with her a whole lot harder. Even if I lost some of them, I had memories of the previous loops, so this was actually a big deal for me. The emotional strain would gradually pile up, and eventually even a guy as wolf as me would snap. Thus I would only get close to people as friends. That was probably the best way to go about this. I had no idea who'd even be alive once all of this was over. It was even possible that there'd be no one left. Yeah. I guess it's actually going to take a long time until the evening. Though it's already getting red out, so. She was teaching me the song. I actually knew it by heart at this point, and the memories it was tied to made it hard to listen to, but I acted like it was nothing. I know. Took an uneasy tone. I looked away and saw Chiemi snickering as she waited for the right time to pop out. Oh no.
切り立った。あ、お疲れ様です。
あれ?
She knew exactly what she was doing with the sudden appearance. How mischievous.
狩りでもしてきたんですか?
Yeah, sorry, Chiemi. It's not as surprising anymore.
なるほど。似合ってますね。
何ですかそれ? なんか傷つく。
Crap. I accidentally remembered what she was like back then and gave a sarcastic comment. If she'd been telling the truth back then, she wanted to kill me ever since we first met. That meant that even now she was... Hold on. Did that mean that all the stuff I jokingly said about her being a murderer was on the mark? After all, the 2 shotguns were hidden in the room even then. Hold on. The first time we met, our very first encounter was among the rocks near Sadanaga. I picked up her flashlight, then she called out to me. What was she even doing there? It was late at night, yet she'd taken a flashlight and gone down a dangerous cliff to reach a locally taboo area, Sadanaga. She'd also said this. Yeah. That's the weird part. Those might have been nothing but words to make her herself seem like the big bad wolf she was. However, it wasn't unlikely that she'd come down to Sadanaga because she was doing something worrying. She'd probably been there on this timeline too. We just hadn't met there. Maybe this time she'd actually finished whatever she was doing there. Well, no one had gone missing or anything, so it probably wasn't murder at least. It still made me curious. I was definitely attracted to her sheer tact and mystery, but this time I would focus on exposing the secrets of Yasumise itself. He who hunts two hares catches neither. I would only consider her to be a potential hazard. How do you know her? Oh!
いいですね、ちえみちゃん呼び。ついでに肉食獣に味見されてみます？
Okay.
なんだそれ。
僕も下の名前でどうぞ。
What a mess of an exchange. Though it still served to decide what we call each other, so that was fine by me. Oh no, that's our nickname now? Suddenly we were joined by Haru-chan holding a stick. Why am I getting a beating? It was Mochi's fault. I was actually getting chased by a girl because of lewd stuff. What was this, a 20th century manga? I was worried that nickname would spread and I really hoped it didn't. Nope. Sorry. I couldn't have predicted that I'd run out of time to just calming Haru-chan down and preventing the nickname from taking root in their minds. Okay, let's all get to shelter. Was she afraid of the mist because of whatever happened 8 years ago? In the spur of the moment, I went and called her by her first name, which I was pretty sure she didn't like, but no one could care right now.
ああ、そうだ。今日は僕は上のプレハブに泊まることにしてまして。
え、どうしてあんなところに？
僕は明日からずっと寝泊まりするから、お客さんにいい場所を譲るべきかなと。
春明様、素晴らしい。
Yeah!
何ごちゃごちゃやってるの？急いで。リカ子さんはメイコちゃんのこと頼みましたよ。
わかりました。メイコ。
春明さん、抜け道教えるから上まで。
Oh, a shortcut!
春ちゃん、歩ける？
キリ。
Hmm?
キリ。いや。
Yeah, Haru's having a normal one.
息が追ってくるの。
I looked at Chiemi. She nodded and I picked Haru-chan up. She was pale, her expression was empty, and her body was shaking, locked in a fetal position. Just what had she seen in the mist? What had she gone through? I hesitantly tightened my grip on her. She meekly grabbed onto my jacket. I had no idea if I could get along with her, but it wasn't impossible. While on the move, I noticed Hashimoto-san head to the hut I provided him, so all seemed good on that front. After leaving Haru-chan in her dorm room, I said goodbye to her, Chiemi, and the two guys there, who were waiting for Haru-chan and Wari, before making my way to the construction site. Yeah, she is. I just really hope they're not gonna make it full on romantic. She'd also told me about how to prepare for the feast and was generally pretty nice about it too. It's pretty annoying that I couldn't just tell her that I knew it all. By the time I'd arrived at the prefab, the sun was down. I began by checking how I'd fare here. I took only the bare minimum of food and water I had here. I came prepared, but I didn't want to have to use the bathroom until morning. This was the shabby sleeping spot yet, but since I was still pretty awake, that allowed me to think a bit more. Really? You kind of slept in a public toilet the very first time. I'd argue this is better than that. I mean, how are you gonna explain the loop to someone? Like, oh, actually, you know, I've been here several times. This is not my first time doing it. Like, do you really think the average person would believe you? Like, actually, I know everything. Kind of. It was time to assess the situation. First of all, there were 2 things I had to keep in mind. Oyuda Hashimoto-san joining would affect the feast, and whether I could find out much about the feast and Fujiyoshi from Harumakishima. Nah, it's just the general, like, I don't think anyone would believe you if you tried telling people. The former would probably be made obvious by tomorrow. If he died despite all of them this time, I'd be all out of ways to help him survive. I'd have to start considering if there was something inhuman at work that was actively trying to prevent him from joining. If he did join the feast though, the Guardian assignments would definitely change, just like they had when Mamiya-san and I joined. That would be neither good nor bad. However, the info I'd gained the first time when I couldn't participate at all, and the second time when I participated as a snake were completely different. Naturally, there was a change in human relationships and who benefited from them, and now with this change, I would get to know people I hadn't interacted much with yet. Especially Haru-chan. I could only hope that being the anime didn't result in her avoiding me. It reminded me, Mochi was the reason for my new title. Was he the biggest obstacle in my path toward the truth? Nah, he wouldn't admit it, but the guy like Haru-chan was jealous that I was getting between them. Oh, so he was the one who killed Haru-chan last time. Was the sad face I saw on him the day after just an act? I had no idea, but I could totally imagine him killing her, only to regret it right after. Oh yeah, Yasunaga-kun also revealed his feelings for Chimi right before she killed him, didn't he? She'd instantly shot him down though. Quite literally shot him down! It seemed like she felt the same way the first group, so that was probably true. Or maybe I just wanted to think that way. Then again, being liked by Chimi meant that she wanted to kill you, so I wasn't sure if I was happy about that. That aside, as a wolf and as a human, he was a player skilled at debate and consideration. His words were rarely far from the mark, and he had influence over his mother's and friends' votes. He wasn't self-righteous or some kind of loner, and with a good backer spurring him on, he could be an excellent human player. If he was a wolf though, I'd instantly know it from his lack of enthusiasm toward the feast. Maybe that would be considered cheating, but whatever. Meanwhile though Chimi had done some bold things during the last feast, she wasn't a very active participant in the meetings themselves. That was probably because, just like Mochi, she played cautiously as a wolf and avoided drawing attention to herself. Taking that into account, Chimi's whole hang me act on the first day was pretty impressive. It was bold for a wolf to make such a self-sacrificing play at that stage, but it was at a point where people weren't yet ready to hang anyone, human or wolf. She managed to make herself look like a human without any real risk, and kept the act going until the end. I'd heard that Chimi had a decently big impact on the feast I didn't participate in. If she became a human, she would surely be a valuable asset to the humans. Personally, I didn't want to be enemies with her again, but I had no idea what she thought of me right now before the feast had even begun. She herself had told me that she'd always wanted to kill me, which meant that the kindness she displayed to me so far could have been an act. That wasn't a pleasant thought. Rikaku-san too seemed to be pretty fond of me. That was probably because of her idea that I was a special person who could do something about the feast. I wanted to do something about it, but saw no possible way at this point. I couldn't help but worry that I'd disappoint her again. She was pretty passive in the feast, and her votes often prioritized the local folklore and fairness. She did some pretty dangerous things though, like trusting me without any real reason to. However, as a descendant of the Uematsu family, she knew full well just how scary the feast was and how to deal with it. The fact that she knew Mako's position was pretty important too, and would surely be important now. I wasn't sure about Mako herself though. If she got a guardian and Rikaku-san handled her well, it would all be good. But if that wasn't the case, I couldn't expect much from her in the feast, and her votes were based on how she felt at the moment. She would be an uncertain factor and nothing more. Rikaku-san let her vote as she pleased, probably to hide that they were communicating, which wasn't great. The old man who cried wolf was even worse though. What the hell was that guy? A senile old man? It really didn't seem like it. Kanzo-san had said that he'd survived the previous feast. He'd never said anything important during the feast, but had a wolf worth the same as everyone else's. He also pretended to be the spider last time. Though Rikaku-san came out as the spider's Mako's representative, she was essentially the real thing. Claiming to be the spider despite that was only meaningful if you were the badger. After all, if the badger presented themselves to the wolves once enough humans were out of the game, they would have a legend ally, which would be pretty good for them. A wolf with Mako? Oh god, no. And if he was capable of thinking that much, it meant that he wasn't just senile, quite the opposite in fact. But that idea didn't click with the fact that he'd always ended up getting hanged. What was he even after? I had more than enough evidence to conclude he was insane, but that just made spending time thinking about him more of a pain. Now, while Kanzo-san's actions and goals were obvious, he was hard to control. He'd been handling the feast based on his experience from the other ones. It was a relatively logical approach, but he wasn't flexible at all. He was extremely overbearing when it came to the flow of the conversation and didn't mind making unnecessary sacrifices, which eventually led to a lack of stability. He also had a weak point in Haru-chan. When it concerned her, he could become dangerous and violent. The other elder, Tai Yamawaki-san, was simply a hyper-traditionalist who resented the younger folks. In certain situations, it was easy to get her to vote right, but in others she was nothing but a hindrance. She was also Takumi-san's key person's weak point, and handling that whole matter was difficult. Kaya-san's opposite was Yoshitsugu Oribe. He didn't care about tradition and hated the elders, as well as the village hats. He was also the intense type and could easily mess up the feast. It was also possible for him to make peace with his mother and brother and enter the Yasunaga-kun faction. But if left to his own devices, he could break the rules and get eliminated from the game on the first night. Handling him was difficult. Are you really going to go through every single oh my god. His mother Kaori-san was generally a passive player who followed Yasunaga-kun, but she had a tendency to do unexpected things. When Yoshitsugu-kun had died, she tried to poison everyone's food, and she'd also tried to bend the feast rules and leave a dying message. She was the sole source of decent food here, and honestly, I wanted her and her sons to survive until the end. Then there was the man who understood and loved her, Takumi-san. He was important as the facilitator and mediator, keeping Yasumizu unified despite the tribulations of the feast. He had a lot of weaknesses though, such as the antagonism toward outsiders and the village hats, as well as his tendency to do unnecessary stuff on his own. However, all of it was outweighed by his popularity, charisma, and sheer strength, which were useful every now and then. Overall, he was someone I wanted to depend on. He really had to form a trusting relationship with his brain though. Now, Kyunosuke no Satoshi was pretty hard to evaluate. He often said things that didn't have to be said, couldn't read the mood, and tended to create conflicts between himself and Yasumizu's people, but despite expectations he ended up surviving. He actually wasn't wrong most of the time, but his presentation alone often ended up... He was one of the few village hats in the group, so I could at least count on him to prevent any unfair votes towards Rikaku-san, but besides that, I just remembered that he was a doctor. Couldn't he examine the dead bodies? Why did I have to do it when we had him around? He hadn't insisted on examining a single corpse so far. Was it because he was afraid of dead bodies or something? What the hell? That kind of joke wasn't funny in a situation like this. Besides them, there were the journals. Mamiya-san had been pretty much manipulated by GME, so reading her was hard. If she could keep it cool, she could probably make some decent contributions to the feast. Also, I felt that her knowledge of folklore and occult stuff would be necessary for my current main goal, finding out the truth. As for Hashimoto-san, he hadn't survived this night even once thus far, so I couldn't say anything about him. However, though the first impression had made him seem like nothing but some fat guy, he did show an impressive capacity for logic and reason. If both Mamiya-san and Hashimoto-san survived, I imagined they would perform really well in the feast. Of course, it was hard for them to pass the barrier all outsiders faced here. I am guessing they don't expect you to immediately go for the next route after the other thing, so they're giving you a big hey, remember that these are all of the people, this is what you know about them so far, so you can go into it like fresh and with everything in your mind. But it's just making my tongue go numb right now. Then there was myself. I was the most suspicious here and the one most likely to get hanged. Last time I'd been able to survive because I was a snake and leveraged my role well. That helped me get Takumi-san and Rikaku-san over to my side, as bad as that sounded. However, there was no guarantee that it would happen again. It was best to assume it wouldn't. In that situation, I'd have focus on helping my side emerge victorious with myself still alive, rather than just helping my side emerge victorious. Even if I could loop, there was no guarantee that I couldn't get into a situation where I would be hanged no matter what. It was a heavy thought to have, but I'd have to believe I could make it and keep pushing onwards. I had to keep going. Suddenly I felt drowsiness come over me. Had I been so busy during the day that I ended up more tired than I thought. It was time to cleanse myself. I took off my clothes, wiped my body, switched into my spare underwear, and that was that. Then I locked the shabby-looking lock and returned to my bed, if you could call it that. What would I do if my door was suddenly knocked down and some scary werewolf monster came in? I tried to keep myself on my toes, but my brain knew that wasn't how the feast worked, so it just relaxed and let me to sleep. I'd be safe today. I wouldn't die today. I think about what came next later. We're gonna go until we get the reveal of what role we have this time. And then that's gonna be it for tonight. I felt a strange pain all over my body. Next, I felt that something was way too red. I could see the light of the outside through my eyes. I thought it meant it was dawn, but that wasn't the case. The morning sun had a bitter orange color, but this red right here was darker and colder. It also felt like my eyes weren't even closed. Why was I unconscious with my eyes open? Not only did my body hurt, but it was cold as well. Too cold. I was sleeping on the ground. My hair was on some gravel, while my hands felt grass and mist. It was cold. My senses awakened. No, but it was more like something that had been cut off had suddenly returned. It wasn't quite the same as a typical morning, and the bizarre sensation took me a moment to adjust to. I was outside. Actually, you know what? I guess that's as good as a reveal as any. The moment I realized that, all blood left my face. I tried to jump up, but then I realized my body was sluggish and that my body temperature was extremely low. Had I been out in this cold mist for that long? My mind was in better condition than my body, at least. Why was I outside anyway? Had I broken some taboo I didn't know about? The prefab counters outside. Would I be taken outside and killed because of it? Maybe there wasn't even a need for a reason like that. It could have been that I'd be used as an example. If Yudai Hashimoto-san did the feast prep this time, no one would die tonight, but perhaps that was a bad thing for Great Lord Shina. The existence of the penalty, the corruption, was best made through example. A simple mess of a corpse was enough to prevent people from trying to escape or walking out at night. However, if no one broke that rule, no example could be made. But it was actually entirely possible to make an example without anyone breaking any laws. If there was a corpse tomorrow, everyone would just assume that the victim had broken a law. No one would question the Punisher's decision. Well, we hadn't had any unexplainable victims of the corruption thus far. That was my assumption anyway. Yukiko-san going nuts made absolutely no sense, but it wasn't even clear if that was the corruption, so I would just leave it at that. Besides that, all instances of the corruption so far seemed to have completely plausible causes behind them, so I'd assumed that the Punisher was fair. But could I trust the benevolence now in this situation? I was an outsider who was barely known here, and that kinda made me the best person to make an example out of. Had I been too optimistic to assume I wouldn't die today? My throat was dry, which made me feel even colder. My irritation and panic broke my tolerable limits, and I finally regained my senses and control over my body. There was a red light all around me. Its source was distant, but it lit up the entire mist, giving it a bewitching, unsettling shine. It made me both uneasy and scared. It reminded me of the first mist I'd ever seen, even though it was late at night right now. However, unlike the first time, I didn't feel any beasts nearby. I strained my eyes to look into the mist, and realized that I had someone at my side. Or rather, I realized that there was a humanoid silhouette within the red light. It was a girl. Haru Makishima. As I tried to stand up, I staggered pathetically and collapsed again. I could barely even speak. She noticed me, slowly turned her face toward me, and looked down at me with eyes showing no hint of emotion, thought, or life. She was even smiling a bit. I heard my name. It surprised me, but I somehow turned to the other side and saw Hori Oribe-san. Her eyes and expression were almost exactly like Haru-chan's. Was I still half asleep? Was this some sort of dream? Why were they here anyway? But if I could actually see the god that Shiemi, Rikaku-san, and Haru-chan talked about, I would accept it in a heartbeat. I turned to the direction that those two were facing. In red, misty darkness, I saw the outline of a large tree. It was the hanging pine. That meant that this was the graveyard. And there were 3 lights, or rather, sets of them within the mist. It took me a moment, but I realized there were eyes. The vague silhouette seemed human, and yet not human at the same time. Was that God? Why had they appeared before us? Questions filled my head. My thoughts became dull, my sense of logic froze, and my vision contracted. Suddenly, God spoke. It was like a rumble, but it was definitely a voice. We will now tell you the true legend. I tried to follow what he said. The wolves aren't dead yet. It's the humans that are dead. Well, if we're getting told the true story, I know what we are. All of them have risen up from Yomi. Laws of the mountain says. The mountain says, all creation is to be killed. They all must be killed. They have been chosen willfully to be the wolves. Yeah! You were chosen to be the wolves. I hope whoever wrote all this out had fun. Destroy the Yumibito and purify the mountain and river. Noble gift, we give it you. We will give something to you. You should wear this and cleanse yourself. You must wear it and cleanse yourself. Do this and the wicked must... The wicked mist shall not harm. Do that and the corrupt mist shall not harm you. Cause of the darkness. But since the mist is so dense... What? We will also send you the badger. Tomorrow at night, this time alone, Yomibito, we shall inspire to be your sworn brethren. Tomorrow night, we shall inspire one of the Yomibito to become your ally. I hate that it's a little different from what the wolf is actually saying. Help unto you. This badger would be a guardian, it is all would help to you. Huh, so the wolves always got such a detailed explanation. They were low in number, humans received other guardians, they were under pressure to lie at all times, and were sorely conflicted about many things. The wolves were actually at quite a disadvantage here. However, they had more information. They knew their allies and enemies, and about the existence of the traitor unknown to the humans. Anyway, draw the blood of one human in a night. Anyway? Seriously? Did you have any idea how hard that was? Otherwise, you will be the ones to die. Threats too, huh? Do not doubt this. He just repeated it. For a fact, surely. He really wanted us to believe him. So the three of us were wolves. I had no idea if that was true. Hell, I didn't even know if this was real or not. Then the red light became weaker, or my consciousness began to fade. I had no idea. And soon enough, it was all dark. Bing! Alrighty. Your body hurt. Yeah, my body hurt as well. I did say we would go until we find out what look at that. I see. Darkness. Finally, a wolf. Finally. Thonking. Big thonking. Yeah, alright. Interesting. Well, one, I'm very glad that I decided to play today so we could do this. 2, oh my god, it's been 5 hours. 3, I guess, time to become a wolf. Well, we are a wolf already, but time to kill people next time. And hopefully find out more about the secrets. And see who the badger is. Kiva the pet. Interesting. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to see how he plays as a wolf. And how that's going to change anything about the narration part. Because, like, he clearly had his own thoughts right there when he was appointed a wolf, right? But the other two seem to be very... God is coming, so... I wonder what that means. But yeah, that is going to be it for tonight. Let me put on the ending song. Which definitely doesn't fit the mood, as always. Cool. I cannot wait. For Sunday, we're gonna continue the game on Sunday. We're gonna play Atelier Shelly tomorrow. We're gonna finish Atelier Shelly tomorrow. I think it's highly likely that I can do that. So I'll see you all then. Thank you so much for coming by tonight. Thank you for streaming. No, thank you. Let me send you guys over to Tippa. We're still playing Hi-Fi Rush. I don't know for how much longer she's gonna keep going tonight. But let's say hi. Thank you so much for coming by. I'll see you all very, very soon. But now, good night. Get some rest. I realize it's a Thursday. Well, technically it's Friday. Now, for me it's Friday, but it's late at night. So, good night everyone. Sleep tight. And bye-bye. Bye-bye.